Undead summon disaster. Genres: action, adventure, fantasy, martial arts, mature. Longzhia Country, Northwest District, Xinyuan City. On the field of Xinyuan First Academy, 200 graduates were in a faint blue light screen that flickered with runes. Why isn't it starting? I heard that we're still waiting for the person who scored full marks in the assessment. I remember that his name is Zhongxuan. Isn't he graduating next year? Who knows what the academy will do? Just wait and see. According to past practice, they had already started their class advancement at this time. Everyone, quiet down. There's a small problem with the array formation for the time being. Everyone, calm down. On the podium, Dean Zhao glanced around before turning his gaze to the other end of the field. The students below didn't say anything else, but everyone knew the truth in their hearts. Dean Zhao stared into the distance. Then, his eyes lit up. Students, today, you will begin a new chapter in your lives. I hope that no matter what profession you change to, you can contribute to the human race. As soon as he finished speaking, the runes on the light screen began to flow faster, and a teleportation door appeared in the sky above the field. This was the portal created by the human creator, the level 99 Saint Mage, Chen Yun. This name was also the dream of all the students. To this day, his statue still stands in the college square. This was because he was the one who had once protected the entire human territory by himself. That was how this prosperous era had come about. Just as everyone was reminiscing, a student quietly appeared not far away. He looked at the blue stars that appeared with curiosity. The student's name was Zhongxuan, and he was a transmigrator. He had transmigrated from his previous life to this current world for more than 10 years, so he had a clear understanding of the laws of this world. This was a world that had become one with the game world. At the age of 18, everyone would undergo a class change and officially become a pillar of support in this world. Of course, this was only the beginning. In this world, all kinds of monsters, demons, and legendary creatures were rare. Their existence was a great threat to the survival of mankind. Therefore, it was necessary to increase one's class ability and level through various dungeons, secret realms, and other missions. Just like the ancestors, who fought and killed demons, it was for their own lives and the survival of all mankind. After many years of evolution, the professions were roughly divided into 3 categories: combat, support, and lifestyle. Needless to say, the combat profession was definitely in high demand in everyone's eyes. After all, going into battle and fighting for the future of humanity could be said to be everyone's dream. Among the combat professions, swordsmen and martial artists have been popular professions for more than 10 years. They were the kind of professions that brought their own halo wherever they went. Of course, other classes were also very important. For example, priests in the support profession were said to be able to save anyone as long as they still had a breath. However, Zhongxuan was clear. These 3 categories only roughly divided the main employment directions of different professions and didn't represent everything. What was the saying? The supporters played because they were too strong. For example, magisters were divided into the support profession. However, after upgrading to the late stage, the destructive power after advancing to the Saint Mage was almost the most terrifying among all professions. Of course, the price for this was the terrifying difficulty of advancing. Therefore, other than a few people who were crazy, they wouldn't choose this advancement direction. However, as long as they succeeded, they would be at the level of Chen Yun. Speaking of which, have you ever thought about what class you'll change to? A smiley face suddenly appeared beside Zhongxuan. Zhongxuan saw that it was his good friend Liu Tangshan. Ignoring Liu Tangshan, who was smiling at him, Zhongxuan said calmly, "I want to think about this next year." In this world, every student would undergo 4 years of training in the academy, including physical fitness, knowledge, mental strength training, and so on. With 18 years old as the dividing line, the students at this stage could be considered to have reached the initial criteria for changing professions. After leaving the academy, They might have to face a monster that kills them without batting an eyelid. Although lifestyle professions didn't need to face monsters frequently, the class advancement here wasn't a bloodline inheritance. Everyone's class advancement was random. For example, Liu Tangshan, who was by Zhang Zhuan's side. Although his graduation results this year were second in the academy, he might be able to obtain a life profession like a gardener. Therefore, he had always felt that it was useless to make his results so outstanding. If his professionalism were to fall behind, the difference in his mental state would definitely be unacceptable. In the past, there were many students who couldn't accept such a thing. Therefore, although he had long since learned all the theoretical knowledge of the four schools, and because of his soul, his physical fitness far exceeded that of his peers. However, he had always maintained neither high nor low results in the academy. However, it was hard to guard against thieves at home. Zhang Zhuan was actually still a year away from graduation. Originally, he was prepared to take the final exams for the three schools. However, who knew that Liu Tangshan, who was a grade higher than him, would jump out halfway and trick him into taking the four-school graduation examination. The difference between these two academic grades was huge. However, to Zhang Zhuan, the 3 and 4 academic grades were the same. Therefore, he only realized that he had been deceived after the exam. You can't say that. You're now the first person in the history of the academy to score full marks. Many people are looking forward to your class change. On the field, everyone's eyes shifted to Zhang Zhuan and the other man. In fact, many people didn't even know the name of this year's top student, who had suddenly appeared. Curiosity, disdain, and all kinds of complicated emotions were intertwined. Liu Tangshan brought Zhang Zhuan to the team. Immediately after, all the students were enveloped by a blue halo. In the next moment, they appeared in a silver wide space. This was originally a class advancement array set up in the academy. However, to those monsters, humans who had successfully changed classes were undoubtedly their natural enemies. Therefore, whenever the class advancement ceremony was about to be held, there would always be some guys who would run out to cause trouble. This was why Chen Yun had set up a teleportation array that could isolate the senses of monsters. This was also Zhang Zhuan's first time here. He had only heard of it before. Therefore, he was a little curious about the surrounding scenery like the other students. Next, we will proceed with the class change in order. Please be prepared. Outside the space, Dean Jiao's voice entered everyone's ears. A circular pillar of light slowly appeared, and a name appeared on it. Then, a pretty girl who looked like a porcelain doll stepped forward and walked into the pillar of light. Everyone looked over expectantly. However, in the next second, as the pillar of light disappeared, everyone's gazes became strange. What followed was a burst of broken sobs. Boo! I don't want this profession. Zhang Zhuan took a closer look and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Liu Tangshan, who was beside him, almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Classification, Combat Class, Class Name, Heavy Armor Warrior, Advanced. Who would have thought that a petite and cute girl would change her profession to this kind of tank class? Yee, don't be sad. This profession is very powerful. I heard that there were only a total of 4 heavy armor warriors who changed professions last time. That's right. If you can change your class to a sage shield warrior in the future, won't you be able to do whatever you want on the battlefield in the future? That's right, that's right. We might even have to rely on you to protect us. A few students hurriedly ran over to comfort her, but she cried even harder. I clearly want to become a priest. Why? A priest, to put it bluntly, was a nanny. Every year, a considerable number of female students wanted to change their profession, but unfortunately, as an advanced support profession, not many people could achieve their wishes. Speaking of which, don't you think this woman is very fake? I don't know her. The mysterious Liu Tangshan wanted to say something, but when he heard Zhang Zhuan's answer, his face was filled with resentment. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. Students who have completed the class change, please wait at the side for the allocation. Next. Dean Jiao didn't have the time to be gentle with women. After all, the division of professions was completely based on each person's potential characteristics. Perhaps she was born to be a meat shield. In front of Zhang Xuan, a fair-skinned boy with white gold-rimmed glasses walked towards the pillar of light. This time, the color of the pillar of light changed from white to blue. This scene made most of the students' hearts tighten. Other than a few people who didn't care, the rest didn't want to see such a change in color. As expected, as the light screen receded, the boy reappeared in everyone's vision with his profession. Classification: Lifestyle class, class name, Flower Craftsman, Normal. This was how the class advancement worked. The randomness was something that many people couldn't control. The boy's face turned pale when he saw his profession. The others also looked sympathetic and worried. This occupation was a devastating blow to him and the other students. Born in this country, it was very difficult for their hot-bloodedness to allow them to watch others fight. Next. Soon, more than 100 students completed their job transitions, and nearly half of them changed their jobs to lifestyle jobs. There were less than 2 combat professions, and they were all not very good. The rest of them had changed into support professions, and there was an advanced priest among them. However, when they saw a 1.8-meter tall burly man, many students had already lost their fantasies of becoming a priest. Sigh, why hasn't a good profession appeared this year? Dean Jiao, who was outside, had a headache when he saw the data recorded in the class change array. Last year, 2 rare and 1 epic class appeared in the academy. Although they were not considered outstanding in previous years, at least they appeared evenly. Seeing that more than half of the students had changed their jobs, as the dean, he really couldn't sit still. Jiao Zhen quickly selected a few students from the remaining students. These were all students with high statistics in various aspects. Among them was Zhang Xuan's name. You guys have to work hard. Next, Zhang Linayu. A girl with a cold expression walked out of the crowd. In terms of appearance, she was definitely superior to the girl from before, but not many people in the academy dared to look at her. After all, she was known as an ice woman in private. Zhang Xuan had a feeling that he had heard this name before, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. Suddenly, a cold voice entered his ears. Just because you scored full marks in the test doesn't mean that you'll get a good job. I hope I won't see you at the farm or construction site. Zhang Xuan turned around and met a pair of cold eyes. Sister, is there something wrong with your brain? Is it menopause? Anger appeared in Zhang Linayu's eyes. She didn't continue speaking and walked straight towards the pillar of light. It could be said that Zhang Xuan was an undeserved calamity. He clearly didn't do anything, but he was suddenly beaten up by Yin and Yang. He would never tolerate such a situation. I knew this woman would find trouble with you. If you hadn't come, she would have been second this year. Ha ha ha. Liu Tangshan didn't lower his voice on purpose. Zhang Linayu, who happened to hear this, gritted her teeth. Zhang Xuan suddenly recalled that Zhang Linayu was Liu Tangshan's classmate and competitor. He and Liu Tangshan were always in first and second place. No wonder you tricked me into participating in your graduation test. So you're just using me as a meat shield? Hee, this is called strategy. Although she's annoying, she still has the strength. However, I'm worried that I won't perform well. Wouldn't I have to ask you for help? Furthermore, you clearly could have completed the test long ago, but you insisted on pretending to be weak. I just wanted to show off your ability. Zhang Xuan rolled his eyes and ignored him. Suddenly, the color of the pillar of light in front of him changed. This time, 3 colors surrounded the pillar of light at the same time. In the next moment, the pillar of light dissipated, but 3 different elemental balls of light appeared around Zhang Linayu. Classification: Combat class, class name, Elementalist, rare, good. Dean Jiao couldn't help but shout, as expected of the 3rd place in the test. There's indeed potential in having a high mental strength value. At this moment, his tense heart relaxed a lot. No matter what, he had a guarantee. In the class change array, many students were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Their eyes were filled with envy. I don't think our academy has seen an elementalist for 10 years, right? That's right. Moreover, she's a three-elemental elementalist. I really can't imagine how terrifying her strength will be in the future. Why can't you give me such a heaven-defying class? Zhang Linyu raised her slender neck and looked at Zhang Xuan like a proud white swan. Next, the first place in the test, and also the only student in history to score full marks, Zhang Xuan. When he heard that Dean Jiao had stacked all his buffs in one go, he could already imagine how many people would roll their eyes at him if his profession wasn't good. Ignoring Zhang Linyu's provocative gaze, Zhang Xuan walked into the pillar of light. Strange, why did the surrounding temperature drop so much? One of the students shuddered. At the same time, Zhang Linyu, who had been staring at the pillar of light, suddenly realized that the pillar of light had turned pitch black in a very strange way. Crack, crack. The sound of grinding teeth could be heard. Then, countless rotten arms that revealed white bones stretched out from the pitch black pillar. Zhang Linyu's heart skipped a beat. What was this? She didn't realize that the three elemental light balls around her had disappeared. Zhang Linyu believed that she had a comprehensive understanding of professions, but she had never known that there would be such a profession that made one's hair stand on end. The countless arms struggled to extend outward. Then, countless skeletons that were only left with bones actually crawled out. At this moment, the originally silver-white space darkened at an extremely fast speed. It was as if the sky was about to turn dark. An oppressive atmosphere spread in space. Zhang Linyu looked up, and her pupils constricted. The space above was actually covered in a liquid-like black color. Countless skeleton arms crawled out. The extremely eye-catching white color in the black made one's scalp tingle. What? What the hell is this? All the students below were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Some of the timid ones even began to tremble. Is the abyss coming again? Are we going to die? I don't think so. There's a magic array set up by Suminian here. How can the abyss invade so easily? I can't take it anymore. Liu Tangshan gulped and looked at Zhang Xuan. This guy was really ridiculous. Oh? What profession is that? Dean Jiao's eyes lit up. He could clearly see the three elemental light balls around Zhang Linyu enter her body. It had to be known that elementalists were considered a relatively special class among classes. The elemental light balls that displayed a few colors during the class change proved that one could master a few elements. As for the three balls, they were elemental spirits. After changing occupations, they would be attached to elementalists and could provide combat assistance in various aspects. Of course, this didn't mean that she could only use these three elements. Instead, the corresponding three elemental skills were more convenient to nurture and advance. There was even a chance of obtaining a forbidden spell with the corresponding attribute when awakening a new skill. Forbidden spells were terrifying skills that could easily destroy the world. Because of this, elementalists were also known as a secondary epic profession. To be able to make an elementalist's elemental spirit feel fear, Zhang Xuan's perfect score is really extraordinary. At this moment, in the class change array, one could hear a little soft sobbing from time to time. There were already timid girls who were so frightened that they cried. However, in the next moment, the gray space instantly regained its light. All the black instantly condensed into a pearl that was as deep as ink and dripped onto Zhang Xuan's forehead. At this moment, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Classification, Support Class, Class Name, Necromancer, Unique Hidden. How is this possible? The frost on Zhang Linyu's face completely dissipated. She couldn't believe that this person, who was 1 year younger than her, had actually changed his class to the only hidden class she had never heard of. As the name suggested, Zhang Xuan's class was an unregistered class advancement, and it was the only one in the world. However, when the students below saw the class that Zhang Xuan had obtained, many of them had a hint of disdain on their faces. I was scared to death. I thought the abyss had run in. I didn't expect it to be the only hidden profession. This is going to be fun. I wonder if there's room for his profession to grow. I don't think so. I heard from my grandfather that there were many such special professions in their generation, but in the end, they were basically trash. Moreover, it's even classified as an auxiliary category. In any case, I'm already prepared to watch a joke. In Longzai country, the only hidden class had another name, Loud Thunder but Small Rain. Zhangzhuan's class change was indeed the only one in the world, but he wasn't the first person to have such a special class change. Other than the top scorer of the Northwest region last year, Zhang Anya, who was also Zhangzhuan's sister, there were actually very few people in history who had a hidden profession that could achieve anything. I didn't expect it to be such a special profession. Zhangzhuan's breathing quickened. Last year, Yi had also changed her class to the only hidden class, the Whisperer. Ignoring the gazes of the others, Zhangzhuan suppressed his joy and walked towards Liu Tangshan. Suddenly, a voice stopped him. As expected, he's number one. He actually awakened such a rare profession. When Zhangzhuan turned around, Dean Jiao had already arrived in front of him. As the Dean, Jiao Zhen looked like a humanoid gorilla under the enhancement of his profession. Even though Zhangzhuan was 1.8 meters tall, he was much smaller than him. What abilities does your profession have? Can you show me? It'll be easier for me to record the files. No problem, Principal. As he had just changed his class, Zhangzhuan didn't have the time to check the specific information. He only knew that in the Pillar of Light, he saw hundreds of millions of undead creatures pounce on a 1,000-meter-tall abyssal behemoth and eat its flesh. Moreover, the corpse of the last abyssal behemoth stood up again and turned to pounce on the other abyssal monsters. Of course, he didn't know that what he saw was completely different from what others saw. He opened his personal interface. Name, Zhangzhuan, class type, support class, class name, Necromancer, unique, level, 1, health, 100, physical stamina, 10, spirit, 25, equipment, none, undead space 05, class skill 1, painful battle, level 1. Target will lose 3% of all attributes. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Effects will increase with level. Class skill 2, summon death contract, level 1. Summon a skeleton warrior with an initial grade of iron. Summon quality will increase with skill. Mages generally had a much higher spirit than other professions. The average spirit was around 5. However, the mage class was weaker than the other classes in terms of physical stamina. This was because other professions usually had a detailed division of agility, endurance, and strength values, but the mage panel only had 3 stamina values combined. Due to the class, the stamina value of the mage panel was equivalent to about 1/3 of the value of the other 3 classes. You win some, you lose some. However, if he wanted to show it, a painful battle was definitely not possible. Wasn't it a joke to release the Dean? Then summon the death contract. Thinking to himself, Zhangzhuan activated his skill and deducted 12 points of mental strength. From the looks of it, his mage class used quite a lot of mana. A black vortex slowly appeared. Then, the ground broke open, and a zombie with rotten skin crawled out of the ground. Crack! Crack! With a sound of grinding teeth, the zombie crawled into the vortex. Then, a skeleton with only bones left stepped out with a long saber. Well, Zhangzhuan felt that his class advancement wasn't bad, and the pre-summoning style just now wasn't low either. However, this iron skeleton warrior looked shabby no matter how he looked at it. 2 balls of blue flame that were about to extinguish floated in the eye sockets of the skeleton warrior. As for the skeleton, it looked a little white and dazzling. It swayed as if it would fall apart at any moment. The long saber in its hand was covered in rust, which was commonly known as the breaking wind saber. At this moment, the skeleton warrior's interface appeared. Skeleton warrior, iron, level 1, health, 50, agility, 8, endurance, strength, 10, spirit, 0, skill, none. To be honest, this skeleton's interface was more comprehensive than Zhangzhuan's values, and it was more in line with the characteristics of undead creatures. It seemed that as long as it didn't die, it wouldn't be a problem for this skeleton warrior to continue fighting with its lack of endurance consumption. However, his H.P. and agility were a little lacking. Moreover, his attack method was only ordinary. Zhang Xuan remembered that the creatures summoned by high-level summoners could use basic skills at the beginning. However, in general, it was neither good nor bad. He could slowly nurture it in the future. At this moment, Ding Jiao's large hand touched the skeleton warrior. At this moment, Zhang Xuan also received a notification from the skeleton warrior. Detected life form approaching. Possible attack. Do you want to counterattack? No. Must not. Not bad. When he came into contact with the skeleton warrior, Jiao Zhen saw its interface information. The three sizes were indeed much weaker, but to be able to react so quickly to the threat of approaching was already not bad among level 1 summoned creatures. The only pity was that Zhang Xuan's class was an auxiliary class. This class could also deal damage, but it was much more difficult to nurture than other combat-type mage classes. Most importantly, he didn't know what stage a necromancer could reach. Ding Jiao retracted his hand and said with a smile, "All right, there's no way to evaluate the level of this profession at the moment. What stage you can be divided into in the future will depend on your hard work." Then, he turned to the students below and said, "Everyone, continue changing classes." After Ding Jiao left, the students around Zhang Xuan took a few steps back in tacit understanding. This skeleton was really challenging their mental endurance. The students present had seen summoners before. However, they only summoned small monsters, elves, and so on. At the very least, they were just cats and dogs. This was the first time they had seen someone summon a skeleton. Furthermore, the series of dark performances just now made the students think of the abyss for some reason. However, there were exceptions. Liu Tangshan took the initiative to approach. "Kid, you're not bad. You actually awakened such a special class. Although it's a support class, don't worry. When I change my class to a martial artist, you can follow me. Do you believe that this skeleton can kill you? TSK. You can say that when Big Brother returns from his job transition." Coincidentally, Liu Tangshan's name was also called at this moment. He flexed his muscles at Zhang Xuan and quickly walked over. A few years ago, Liu Tangshan had heard from some unknown source that one could become a martial artist by training diligently. Therefore, in the past few years, he had been playing with his life to improve his physical fitness. Zhang Xuan was also looking forward to him getting what he wanted. After all, he had always seen this kid's hard work. Suddenly, he realized that Zhang Linyu was staring at him like he was her enemy. Didn't he only get first place once? Why was this woman so fragile? He was speechless. Retrieve. Zhang Xuan ordered the skeleton warrior to return. The data of the undead space also changed. Undead space 1-5, iron, skeleton warrior level 1x1. After looking at the information about the undead space in detail, Zhang Xuan realized that it was still a little different from the summoning space of a summoner. Both could store summon creatures and could be expanded as their levels increased. However, the latter's summon creatures needed to be fed like pets and needed to be treated for injuries. On the other hand, his undead space could repair the damage of the summoned creatures on its own, and its speed wasn't slow. The recovery rate was about 6 HP/1 minute. From the looks of it, compared to traditional summoners, his class had a considerable advantage. After all, skeleton warriors were tireless. Moreover, when he thought of the scene he saw when he changed his class, Zhang Xuan was sure that his growth in this class would definitely not be low. However, he didn't know which class he should upgrade in the early stages. "Brother! I told you that my training was useful." Zhang Xuan's thoughts were interrupted. He turned around and saw Yu Tangshan calling him from afar with an excited expression. Classification: Combat class, class name, Martial Artist, Rare, another rare one. Ding Jiao, who was in front of the screen, was already smiling like a flower. It looked like this year would definitely not be worse than last year. "You're really lucky." Liu Tangshan didn't care about Zhang Xuan's teasing. He directly opened his information panel. "Come on, let's compete." Zhang Xuan glanced at it. "I don't want it." Are you scared? Yes, 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 you're right. A martial artist versus a mage. This was clearly bullying. Who didn't know that the statistics of martial artists from level 1 onwards were extremely exaggerated? After that, there were no more outstanding classes. When the last girl walked out of the Pillar of Light, the class advancement this time finally came to an end. As Jiaozhen had expected, this year's class change was indeed much better than last year. There were 3 rare combat professions. Apart from Zhang Linyu and Liu Tangshan, there was also a skinny boy who had changed his profession to a weapon master. On the other hand, there were 10 combat professions below rare. There were no support professions that were rare, but there were 30 of them below it. As for the rest, most of them had changed to the lifestyle class. It could be said that some were happy, while others were sad. The silver space flowed with light, and everyone returned to the field. At this moment, Dean Jiao's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Students, you've already completed your class change. There will be professionals from the combat and support classes who will distribute weapons to you according to your class division. At that time, you can also join the newbie dungeon to increase your levels. Before that, you can find a suitable classmate to team up with. The lifestyle class will also have special instructors to tutor them one-on-one. Everyone can learn the life-building skills of various corresponding professions. The entrance examination in 10 days is very important. Everyone, don't slack off. After all, this concerns whether you can enter the academy you like. I also hope that everyone will work hard to improve themselves for the future of mankind. The students of the lifestyle class were arranged to be sent away first. The rest of them boarded the car arranged by the academy and left Xinyuan Academy. Those who had changed to support and combat professions were sent to a high-end district. Everyone had already been arranged to their corresponding rooms. They would stay here for the next few days before the entrance examination, but there was no restriction on whether they could stay in the academy. This place only provided a better living condition. Zhang Xuan actually still wanted to return to his hut, but he still had to distribute weapons and equipment tomorrow morning. After all, most students wouldn't bring their own weapons after changing classes. They could only rely on the academy's arrangements. Otherwise, it would be a problem to clear the novice dungeon barehanded. Therefore, they could only stay for the night. Ding dong. The electronic door lock sent out an notification. Zhang Xuan had just taken a shower and walked over to open the door. Zhang Xuan was stunned for a moment. What's the matter? It was Zhang Linyu. Initially, he thought it was Liu Tangshan because he didn't know this batch of students. Zhang Linyu had also changed her clothes, and her slender figure was just right. Although she was about 1.7 meters tall, she still had to raise her head when facing Zhang Xuan. It was also from this angle that Zhang Xuan caught a glimpse of some beautiful scenery. At this moment, Zhang Linyu stretched out her hand. There was a bank card lying on her fair palm. What do you mean? I'd like to know more about your profession and that skeleton summons. It's a reward, not much, but... I think I saw something incredible. A voice suddenly interrupted Zhang Linyu. Liu Tangshan walked over from the other side with an I understand expression. He had originally planned to have a meal with Zhang Xuan. But from the looks of it, it seemed like he had come at the wrong time. Looking at the 2 people standing at the door, he immediately gave Zhang Xuan a thumbs up. It was only then that Zhang Linyu realized that Zhang Xuan was only covered with a towel. She immediately avoided his gaze. Brother, you are awesome. A rich woman actually came looking for you? 2 cold gazes shot straight at Liu Tangshan, and he quickly shut his mouth. If you're sick, please treat it. If you really can't, I'll find a hospital for you, okay? My profession doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right, big sister? Zhang Xuan was usually very civilized, but that was only on the premise that he didn't meet such people. If it wasn't for these 2 encounters, Zhang Xuan wouldn't have minded telling her his information. But to be honest, this woman was really annoying. You. Forget it. It's just a hidden profession anyway. Don't be unable to even reach the advanced level when the time comes. Otherwise, the value of your first place will be a little ridiculous. Oh, by the way, I forgot to remind you that the minimum requirement for the Four Sages Academy is a second transition at level 15, and it only accepts support professions above the rare level. Zhang Linayu's face turned cold. Her disdainful words seemed to have announced Zhang Xuan's death sentence. And? Zhang Xuan's eyes were filled with disdain. As far as I know, the entry requirement for a combat profession is level 18, right? Moreover, many people died because of their arrogance during the process of leveling up. You have to be careful. Don't forget that you only got third place. You're not even second place. Where did you get the right to be so sarcastic in front of me? You. Zhang Linayu's expression instantly turned ugly. These words had clearly pierced her heart. Although Liu Tangshan, who was listening from the side, felt very happy, he felt that these words had also scolded him. I was wondering why I couldn't find you three. Zhang Xuan turned around and saw Dean Jiao walking over with something. Dean. Liu Tangshan hurriedly greeted him, but what greeted him was a smack on the head. If you're not going back to prepare for tomorrow's dungeon, why are you running around? Liu Tangshan was stunned. He didn't do anything, okay? Then, Dean Jiao said to Zhang Linayu, who was about to turn into an eggplant from anger, you should go back and adjust yourself. We still have to enter the dungeon later. Feeling a little aggrieved, Liu Tangshan left first. Jiao Zhen entered Zhang Xuan's room and closed the door behind him. Zhang Linayu was left alone. Zhang Linayu stared coldly at Zhang Xuan's door for a long time before gritting her teeth and leaving. In the room, Dean Jiao said helplessly, you brat, save some face for the lady. You can't blame me for this, Dean. She was the one who insisted on finding trouble. It's not like you didn't see it. If it were anyone else, Zhang Xuan would probably have started arguing. However, Jiao Zhen had taken care of him for a year after all. Moreover, he was the dean, so Zhang Xuan still had to show him some respect. Lin Yu is just too headstrong. She doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. After all, she was born into such a family. Forget it, let's not talk about her. You should be taking the Four Sages Academy this year, right? Zhang Xuan nodded. He wasn't interested in that woman's matters, but if she provoked him the next time they met, she would be slapped. Needless to say, Yi had been at the Four Sages Academy for more than a year. He wondered if she was doing well. Dean Jiao placed the things on the table and continued. It's actually more difficult for support professionals to get into the Four Sages Academy. Usually, only rare and above second transition professions have a chance, although your profession is as special as your sister's. However, she's already a special case in the past 100 years. According to the information, there are less than 3 hidden professions that have reached the rare rank, and there has never been a support profession. I'm only telling you this so that you can be mentally prepared. Don't be too disappointed when you can't get in. Dean Jiao actually didn't want to attack this genius young man who scored full marks in front of him. However, every year, there were many people like him who did foolish things because they couldn't accept changing professions. Zhang Xuan was stunned. No wonder those people looked at him differently, especially Zhang Linayu. He only knew that Ji's only hidden class, the Whisperer, was very powerful. At that time, almost the entire population of Xinyuan City was discussing this new class. Otherwise, Yaya wouldn't have been the top scorer in Xinyuan City. Moreover, there was indeed not much information about the hidden profession, so Zhang Xuan didn't know that it was so complicated. After sending off the principal, Zhang Xuan lay back on the bed and began to study the skills and characteristics of his profession. He opened the information panel and saw that his mental strength had almost recovered. He summoned another skeleton warrior. As a summoned creature, its value in all aspects was indeed a little inferior. Was it really impossible for him to get into the Four Sages Academy with his profession? Ding! Detected that the host has changed class and obtained the only hidden class, Necromancer, requirements met. Begin binding to the God's Chosen system. God's Chosen system binding complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the only hidden passive, Amplification dice. Congratulations to the host for awakening the only hidden talent, distribution of pain. The host has a chance of triggering God's chosen when leveling up. Zhongxuan was stunned for a moment before he was delighted. He had read a lot of novels since he came from a good family, so he was naturally very familiar with the system. He opened his personal interface. Name, Zhongxuan, class type, support class, class name, Necromancer, unique, level, 1, experience 0.00%, health, 100, physical stamina, 10, spirit, 25, equipment, none, necromancy space 05, class skill 1, painful battle, level 1. Target will lose 3% of all attributes. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Effects will increase with level. Class skill 2, summon death contract, level 1, summon a skeleton warrior with an initial grade of iron. Summon quality will increase with skill. Only hidden passive, amplification dice. Amplification dice, the effect of all professional skills of mages is randomly increased by 520 times. There is a 50% chance of triggering the lucky dice. Profession skills are released with the greatest effect. Only hidden talent, distribution of pain. Distribution of pain, the mage's own damage is transferred to the summoned creature. Overall, Zhongxuan's interface didn't seem to have changed much. However, the two additional unique talents and skills were a little ridiculous. First of all, the passive amplification dice could be said to be ridiculously powerful. Take his professional skill, painful battle, as an example. After using it, it could make the target lose a small amount of attributes. However, with the amplification of the amplification dice, the effect of the painful battle skill would randomly increase by 5 to 20 times. Moreover, there was a heaven-defying luck dice effect behind this talent. In other words, if the face was good, 60% of the monster status would be deducted. The ridiculousness of this talent made Zhongxuan lose control of his expression. As for the hidden talent, he would call it the strongest talent. This was because although a summoner's combat strength wasn't weak, it was only because his summoned creature was strong. The combat power of a summoner was actually no different from fighting 5 weaklings. Moreover, because of their profession, summoners couldn't wear equipment that could increase their HP to increase their survivability. Therefore, the survival of summoners had always been a huge problem. Many summoners had their hometowns stolen by inconspicuous monsters. With this talent, as long as the summoned creature was still alive, Zhongxuan would definitely not be harmed. If he could summon thousands of summoned creatures in the future, would he still need to consider survival? Furthermore, as far as Zhongxuan knew, even summoners and mages who could specially summon elemental spirits didn't have such a heaven-defying talent. As for the final gods chosen, Zhongxuan only saw a few simple introductions. The host will accumulate energy when leveling up. When the energy level is full, you will randomly obtain a hidden talent. Current energy points, 03, although he didn't know what talent he would obtain, since it was given to him by the system, it naturally would not be too bad. After calming himself down, Zhongxuan activated the death contract. A black vortex appeared, and the zombies that broke out of the ground crawled through the vortex. A skeleton warrior stood in front of his bed in a daze. Then, another skeleton warrior appeared. This was the one he had placed in the undead space. The summoned creatures placed in the undead space could be summoned at any time. It was quite convenient. After all, although Zhongxuan's 25 points of mental strength seemed very high, summoning it once consumed 12 points. If he stored it in advance, he would be less passive in battle. Looking at the two skeleton warriors again, there was no difference in their appearance at all, and they both looked half dead. However, as the summoner, Zhongxuan saw something completely different. Skeleton warrior, iron, level 1, health, 1000, agility, 160, endurance, strength, 200, spirit, 0, skill, none. This was the skeleton warrior that had been summoned after being amplified by the dice. It had also triggered the effect of the lucky dice. Therefore, the originally ordinary skeleton warrior's all-round attributes had increased by 20 times. After the enhancement, the skeleton warrior's various stats were already at the level of a level 8 elite monster. With their current level 1 standards, they could even kill ordinary level 7 monsters. Most importantly, its interface level was only level 1. At the same level, be it monsters or any class advancement, they paled in comparison to the current skeleton warriors. Even a martial artist who was known as a hexagonal warrior was no exception. This could no longer be described as ridiculous. With such an absolutely loyal humanoid combatant by his side, Zhang Zhuan no longer needed to consider whether he would be attacked. However, when he looked at the first summoned skeleton warrior, its interface didn't change at all. It seems that the effect of the dice only works on unused skills. The next moment, the first skeleton warrior was swallowed by the vortex that appeared behind it. Skeleton warriors with such a value obviously took up a lot of space. Of course, the one he summoned at the beginning was no exception. Spirit, 13 plus 6, Zhang Zhuan's spiritual power had actually recovered by 6 points. This discovery also surprised him because he had never heard of summoning classes retrieving summoned creatures to replenish mental energy consumption. However, he didn't have the time to think about this now. After consuming another 12 points of spiritual power, a second skeleton warrior that had been enhanced appeared. This one didn't trigger the lucky dice, but it also increased the overall value by 16 times. Overall, it wasn't bad. What Zhang Zhuan needed to do next was to recover his mental strength through the meditation he learned in the academy. This was also a way to replace rest. In the academy, because of the protection of the array formation, releasing skills didn't consume mental strength. However, it was different outside. Moreover, mages consumed a lot of mental strength, so their recovery speed was slower than other professions in the early stages. The next day, when the bell rang, Zhang Zhuan summoned another skeleton warrior. At this moment, there were 5 skeleton warriors holding tetanus sabers standing in front of his bed. This scene looked a little strange. Currently, 3 of the 5 skeleton warriors summoned had triggered a multiplier of up to 20. The remaining 2 were 17 and 16 times, respectively. However, even the one with the worst attributes was basically comparable to a level 8 warrior or fighter in all aspects. Zhang Zhuan still had 9 points of spiritual energy left, which was within his estimation. At that time, if he encountered any trouble in the dungeon, he could remove a skeleton warrior at any time and summon another one. It's settled. Zhang Zhuan was naturally talking about the Four Sages Academy. With the strength of his current profession, the only thing he needed to consider was how to quickly level up. Before leaving, Zhang Zhuan put away the 4 skeleton warriors. It was a little troublesome to bring out so many summoned creatures. After calling Liu Tangshan, the 2 of them took the special car arranged by the academy and headed to the novice dungeon. Xinyuan First Academy wasn't the only academy in Xinyuan City. There were about a dozen academies of various sizes in the entire city. Although these academies weren't as famous as Xinyuan First Academy, there were close to 200 students who had changed into non-living professions. With the number tags they had received yesterday, Zhang Zhuan and the other man queued up to settle the relevant procedures. Old Jiao, I heard that you have another hidden profession this year. You're even siblings with last year's top scorer. What level is he at? Hurry up and tell me. This year's top scorer might be from your academy again. That girl's performance last year really surprised me. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't control her profession well, I feel that she could have become the top scorer in the Northwest District. A few deans surrounded Dean Jiao and spoke one after another, but their focus wasn't on 1 or 2 rare job transitions in the past. Dean Jiao smiled. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this year. Zhang Zhuan has indeed changed his class to the only hidden class, but unfortunately, it's a support class. Also, I've probed it. Although it has the ability to summon, the data of the summoned creature is average. It's probably only an advanced class at most. The deans present might not believe what others said, but the person who said this was Jiao Zhen. Immediately, a trace of pity appeared on their faces. What a pity! It should be difficult for such an outstanding and dazzling child to enter the Four Sages Academy. Let's pay attention to those three little fellows. Needless to say, Zhang Linayu's family background is there. She can enter even if she uses money. She might be the top scorer this year. As for the other two, that Liu student is very good. Martial artists are the main force. Before the novice dungeon, the students received the weapons and equipment issued by the academy. Zhang Xuan's weapon was a staff. Novice staff, spirit plus 0.5, spirit recovery increased by 0.3/hour, a bonus that even a mosquito's leg couldn't compare to. As for the other parts, they were all level 1 basic set equipment, so there was nothing strange about it. However, there were also people whose equipment was obviously different from others. These people were usually children from rich families. His skeleton is so scary. A sweet voice with a trembling voice rang out. Zhang Xuan turned around and saw a heavy armor warrior dressed in priest attire. As for the boys beside her, a priest was holding an iron sword, the dark mage was carrying a large shield, and the most ridiculous one was the archer. He was actually wearing a tank suit? Yee, don't be afraid. That skeleton is just a support class. It's not as powerful as your combat class. That's right. Don't worry. When we enter the novice dungeon, we'll help you kill monsters. We'll get you to level 5 today. It was obvious that these three fellows had never seen a woman before. Zhang Xuan couldn't be bothered with them. It was a question whether such a strange team could survive for 2 hours. Student Zhang, retract your summon creatures for the time being. Don't affect others. At this moment, teacher Sun Kaiyang, who was in charge of distributing equipment, arrived in front of Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan didn't waste any time and kept the skeleton warriors he had summoned. Thank you, Instructor Sunday, I knew you were the best. It's fine. Are you used to this priest equipment? I'll treat you to a meal when you come out of the novice dungeon tonight. I want Western food. He had only taken a few steps when Zhang Xuan heard a nauseating conversation behind him. Now everything seemed to make sense. How about it? Go into the dungeon with me, and you'll be my support. You can't miss this opportunity. Liu Tangshan walked over from the side and grabbed Zhang Xuan with a frivolous expression. I refuse. TSK, can you not know what's good for you? Come, quickly agree to the team's application. Zhang Xuan knew that Liu Tangshan was worried that no one would want him. After all, in the novice stage, the role of support was limited. For example, the 3% attribute deduction from his original class skill was really useless to the monsters in the newbie dungeon. However, there was no need for him to worry about his insufficient combat strength as a support. However, in order to let Liu Tangshan enter the dungeon in peace, Zhang Xuan explained, I've already found a girl to enter the dungeon with me. What? You're looking for a woman behind my back? Liu Tangshan's shout attracted many gazes. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but glare at him. Tell me, who is so blind? The speechless Zhang Xuan ignored him. Liu Tangshan rolled his eyes and went to find a team. There were many people who were willing to team up with a martial artist. It wasn't that Zhang Xuan was unwilling to enter the dungeon with Liu Tangshan. After all, the two of them had known each other for more than 10 years. Although teaming up would provide a maximum of 80% XP bonus depending on the number of people, if they split it equally, each monster's XP could at most obtain 60% of the original. It was just that there was strength in numbers, so it was easier to kill monsters. Therefore, he had planned to solo the novice dungeon from the beginning. Yaya had done the same last year. This was the only way he could meet the entry-level requirement of the Four Sages Academy as soon as possible. Arriving in front of the dungeon, Zhang Xuan opened the dungeon interface and clicked on the solo challenge. As his figure gradually disappeared, many gazes were attracted. Is this guy crazy? I remember that he's called Zhang Xuan. He scored full marks on the graduation test this time. Is it because his profession isn't good and exciting? Possibly. In the past, they had heard of a lot of people choosing the solo dungeon, but they were all from the combat class. It was really a first for the support class. At this moment, a cold-looking girl walked out of the crowd. Under everyone's gaze, she also chose the solo dungeon. Zhang Linyu didn't know why Zhang Zhuan, a member of the support class, dared to open the dungeon alone. However, she would definitely let Zhang Zhuan understand the difference between a support class and the main C class. Interesting. Guess who was the first person to choose the solo dungeon? Dean Jiao saw the data and immediately used this question to arouse the curiosity of the other deans. I think it should be Zhang Linyu. Her competitiveness is extraordinary. Not necessarily. After all, there are many high-level combat professions who can enter the novice dungeon alone. However, the most likely one should be that martial artist. Since old Jiao asked this, it's definitely not a serious answer. I guess some reckless brat barged in. On the vast grassland, a breeze blew from time to time. When a large patch of grass was slightly lowered by the wind, the figures of some small monsters could be vaguely seen. The monsters in the novice dungeon were all below level 10. The monsters in each level were in different areas. According to the level of the monsters, level 1 to 10 were divided into 4 areas. The first 9 levels were divided into 3 areas, and the last area was a level 10 boss. However, no one had been able to kill the boss in so many years. Zhang Zhuan was currently in a level 1-3 novice dungeon area. Most of the monsters wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Moreover, there would be instructors monitoring and protecting the entire level 1 to 3 area to prevent any accidents from happening to the students. Moreover, for safety reasons, if one wanted to enter a higher level area, they had to reach the corresponding level. With the protection of the academy and such a plain environment, as a novice dungeon, it was most suitable for newbies to practice how to fight. After all, the attack power of those level 1 monsters was pitifully low, and they didn't have any fancy skills. However, there were also disadvantages. It was really not easy to find monsters on such a large plain. Summoning a prepared skeleton warrior, Zhang Zhuan gave an order in his heart. Kill the demonic creatures in the nearby area. Swoosh. Speaking of which, this was also Zhang Zhuan's first time in actual combat. He still had to be familiar with the control of the skeleton warrior. Upon receiving the order, the skeleton warrior ran forward. In the blink of an eye, it had run more than 10 meters. This speed should be comparable to some assassins, right? The skeleton warrior quickly locked onto a target. A rabbit covered in long fur was hiding in a patch of grass. It wasn't eating grass, but some kind of creature. The sharp teeth in its mouth also explained its diet. However, it didn't realize that the death god's saber was already raised above its head. Monster long-haired rabbit, level 1, ding. Level 1 long-haired rabbit killed. Experience plus 10. Zhang Zhuan had just received the message from the skeleton warrior when he received a kill notification. Before the level 1 long-haired rabbit could react, it was instantly killed by the skeleton warrior. The plain area of the novice dungeon wasn't small. Although the long-haired rabbit was a level 1 monster, with its small size and speed, it was a little difficult for ordinary professionals to kill it. However, in front of a skeleton warrior with 3 digits of agility, this advantage could be said to be insignificant. However, one shouldn't think that the creatures in this world were as harmless as those in the ordinary world. When the game world descended and humans obtained various professions, the originally non-aggressive animals also evolved greatly under the influence. This long-haired rabbit was instantly killed because the skeleton's value was too overwhelming. Otherwise, just that mouthful of sharp teeth would be enough for an ordinary support to suffer. Zhang Zhuan opened the interface. His experience had increased by 1%. In other words, with his current level, he could level up by killing 100 level 1 long-haired rabbits. The skeleton warrior didn't stop and continued to search for its next target. From the looks of it, it was clearly a waste of talent for the skeleton warriors to stay here and kill monsters. Therefore, Zhang Zhuan released 4 more skeleton warriors. Then, the 4 skeleton warriors charged in the other 4 directions with their sabers. ding. Level 1 Long-Haired Rabbit Guild. Experience plus 10, ding. Level 1 Long-Haired Rabbit Guild. Experience plus 10, ding. Level 2 Hedgehog Rat Guild. Experience plus 10, dot. Continuous system notifications sounded. A skeleton warrior had encountered a level 2 monster, a rat covered in sharp needles. Level 2 Hedgehog Rat. There was a huge difference between a level 2 monster and a level 1 monster. It had a certain warning range and would actively attack nearby targets. In terms of skills, it also had an additional impact and role. In the novice dungeon stage, very few people were willing to provoke the hedgehog rats. This was because not only would this thing cause blood loss that was troublesome for newbies, but it would also be difficult to deal with its spiked shell. However, there was a saying that went, "Strength makes the brick fly." In front of the skeleton warriors, who had the absolute numerical advantage, the level 2 hedgehog rats were like the level 1 long-haired rabbits. Killing them was as easy as cutting tofu. Moreover, as time passed, the advantage of skeleton warriors not having endurance consumption slowly became apparent. Ordinary summoned creatures might have to rest after fighting for a while. However, the skeleton warrior had no need for this at all. Unless it was destroyed, it was almost impossible to injure the skeleton warrior except for the monsters in the third region. Hence, in less than 5 minutes, Zhang Xuan's experience had increased by 45%. This efficiency was really good. Moreover, as the skeleton warrior disappeared from his field of vision, Zhang Xuan was surprised to discover that he had obtained a blurry topographic map. Through the terrain information provided by the 5 skeleton warriors, Zhang Xuan also discovered something. The range of the skeleton warriors' battle was currently about 150 meters. These 5 skeleton warriors were all within this range. However, at this moment, he noticed the information sent back by one of the skeleton warriors because only its kill notification had a level 2 monster. The novice dungeon simulated the real environment outside, so they didn't provide the students with a map. Moreover, every time they entered, the terrain of the next dungeon would change. Therefore, one usually had to slowly explore the dungeon. It would have been fine if he hadn't discovered the level 2 area before, but now that he had, Zhang Xuan naturally won't continue to waste time in the level 1 monster area. Although it was only one level away, the experience points of the monsters had doubled. After the order was given, the skeleton warriors in the other direction quickly approached the level 2 monster area. Ding. Level 1 Long-Haired Rabbit Guild. Experience plus 10, ding. Level 2 Grey Rat Guild. Experience plus 20, ding. Level 2 Forest Monkey Guild. Experience plus 20, dot. As he killed his way forward, Zhang Xuan confirmed his guess through the continuous system notifications. This was the right direction. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan's body flickered and disappeared without a trace. He welcomed his first upgrade. Prompt: Your level has increased to level 2. Zhang Xuan looked at the time. Less than 10 minutes had passed. If it was an ordinary class, they would probably still be at half the experience points. However, Zhang Xuan wasn't too surprised about this upgrade. After all, the killing efficiency of the 5 skeleton warriors wasn't a joke. He found a suitable seat and sat down. He let the skeleton warriors search for the surrounding monsters, but he left one by his side to protect him. Opening his personal interface, Zhang Xuan realized that the increase in various attributes could be said to be negligible. Only the spirit column doubled and was currently at a value of 50. To be honest, the mage class really used their spirit to exchange for all other stats. Even if all their attributes were increased by 1 level, they would only increase by a few points. However, the number of storage spaces in the undead space had doubled. Next, Zhang Xuan had to think about how to choose a class skill to upgrade. His current level was low, and he needed exactly 3 skill points to choose a class skill for the first time. Generally, every class needed to add skill points to a skill as the main damage output skill in the early stages. After the skill level reached a certain level, it would also increase greatly. Of course, the higher the level of the skill, the higher the skill points required. Because it was irrevocable, The upgrade of the professional skill had to be carefully chosen. The upgrade of Zhangzhuan's first class skill didn't have much meaning, although support classes usually upgraded this skill to support their teammates. However, with such a powerful skeleton warrior, did he still need to support others? Moreover, it could be used even in a level 1 painful battle. With the increase in the amplification rate of the dice, the effect released would definitely be much stronger than the skills of many second transition support professions. Therefore, he finally added all his skill points to the death contract. The level 2 summon death contract was still to summon an iron level skeleton warrior. The interface probably wouldn't increase much. However, it was another matter if it had the amplification dice effect. Zhangzhuan retrieved a skeleton warrior and recovered 3 points of spiritual power. 16 points of spiritual force was exactly the consumption of a level 2 summon death contract. As the black vortex appeared, a level 2 skeleton warrior appeared in front of Zhangzhuan. From the outside, there was no difference between a level 2 skeleton warrior and a level 1 skeleton warrior. However, the rust on the blade was less. However, this only looked the same. At this moment, the health points of the level 2 skeleton warrior in front of Zhangzhuan had increased by 1000 points, agility by 40, and strength by a terrifying 100 points. Although the level 2 skeleton warrior was still at the iron level, its HP was already comparable to a warrior above level 10. Not to mention, he also had the strength of many high-level high-tech warriors. This strength was already on par with the level 8 monsters in the novice dungeon. Of course, the original improvement would definitely not be so exaggerated. Upon leveling up, one would gain 50 health points, 2 speed points, and 5 strength points. Coincidentally, this summoning had triggered the effect of the lucky dice, so the level 2 skeleton warrior summoned obtained an increase of 20 times its original value. The only disadvantage was that the consumption of mental strength wasn't a small problem. However, it was very troublesome for other newbies to recover their mental strength in the novice dungeon. Zhangzhuan didn't have such worries at all. The level 2 skeleton warrior beside him was actually no different from a mini-boss to those low-level monsters. Even if a level 3 berserk wild boar casually attacked, it would be very difficult to cause effective damage. Zhangzhuan sat on the ground and entered meditation. In just a few minutes, his experience bar had increased by 2%. Due to the increase in level, the skeleton warrior's maximum range of movement had also increased to 400 meters. Currently, he has already reached the area of level 2 monsters. Not only were there many types of monsters here, but there were also a lot more of them. He only needed to focus on recovering his mental strength. Ding! Level 2 Hedgehog Rat Guild. Experience plus 20, ding! Level 2 Swift Wasp Guild. Experience plus 20, dot. Half an hour later, Zhangzhuan opened his eyes because the monster kill notification had stopped ringing. At this moment, under the exploration of the 4 skeleton warriors, a map with a radius of 800 meters had already appeared on his interface information. These were all areas that the skeleton warriors had explored. However, the monsters in the area had already been wiped out. The efficiency of the skeleton warriors was obvious. Moreover, according to the interface, not a single one of the 4 skeleton warriors was injured. This was simply an experience reaping machine. Zhangzhuan looked at the time. He had been in the instance dungeon for almost an hour, and his experience bar had reached 95.10%. Looks like I'll have to change locations. On the first day that all the cadets entered the instance dungeon, they were only given 6 hours. Firstly, it was for safety reasons. Secondly, it was to give the cadets time to adapt and buffer themselves. With the enrollment requirements of the 4 Sages Academy, it was obviously impossible to reach the requirements for the second transition just by killing monsters in the novice dungeon in 10 days. One had to know that after reaching level 15, one needed a huge amount of experience to complete the second transition. Therefore, Zhangzhuan had already thought of a strategy for leveling up. That was to reach level 9 as soon as possible in the novice dungeon. Only then could he obtain more experience. This was because the experience required to level up would increase exponentially with each level. At around level 7 or 8, killing a monster of the same level might increase the experience by less than 0.00%. Therefore, in the past, students would apply to the academy to go to the suburbs of Xinyi City after reaching level 8, although level 5 was the minimum requirement to go out. However, the lowest level of wild monsters in the suburbs was level 10, and the monsters in the wild weren't as gentle as those in the novice dungeon. In the past, at least 30% of the level 8 students who died outside on the first day of going out had died. Therefore, other than students who were absolutely confident in their own strengths, most of them would choose to level up to level 8 in the novice dungeon. Just as Zhang Linyu had said, because it was a support profession, the requirements of the Four Sages Academy would be even higher. Every year, the Four Sages Academy would only recruit the top 50 students in the country, and the minimum requirement was the second transition. Even if they reached the top 50 but didn't reach the second transition, the Four Sages Academy wouldn't accept them. The competition was intense. On the other side, Dean Zhao and the other deans were staring at the big screen seriously. The data of the students kept changing on the screen. Strange, why did this advanced warrior quit the dungeon? Nothing is certain. Maybe because she's a girl, she doesn't have a perfect grasp of her profession. But did you notice? That necromancer is a little unusual. I noticed it too. He's the first to level up by 2 levels. In all these years, I've never seen a support type class level up faster than a combat type class. Suddenly, the door opened and a muscular man appeared at the door. Seeing this, Dean Zhao immediately called out, "Old Zhang, come and take a look. Your daughter's performance this year is really not bad." Zhang Longhai was the head of the Zhang family in Xinyi City and Zhang Linyu's father. "Dean Zhao, you're too kind. Although this girl isn't bad, Xinyi City is a place with outstanding talents. It won't be easy for her to get a good ranking." Zhang Longhai sat down. Although his figure wasn't as big as Dean Zhao's, he gave off a mighty and domineering feeling. Dean Zhao smiled. "A rare profession is already very good. We were just saying that she might be able to become the top scorer this year. After all, it's been a long time since a 3-element elementalist appeared. The last time they appeared, there were only 2 elements. Didn't a hidden class appear?" Upon hearing this, Dean Zhao was stunned. "You seem to have grasped the information quite quickly. That child indeed has a hidden profession, and he even got full marks for the graduation examination this year. However, his profession is an auxiliary profession. Look, it's him." Dean Zhao pointed at Zhang Zhuan's message on the screen. "Support class? And it's a solo dungeon entry?" Zhang Longhai was a little surprised when he saw the information on the screen. Although novice dungeons were basic dungeons for newbies, they didn't give XP for free. Generally, only rare combat type classes could guarantee that they wouldn't suffer in a solo dungeon. At this moment, Zhang Zhuan's level information on the screen changed. Zhang Zhuan reached level 3. At the same time, he received a request from his interface. "Student Zhang Zhuan has applied to enter the level 4-6 area. Do you accept?" How is this possible? Level 3. The key is still solo grinding. I want to know how a support type mage like him can deal with the increasing number of monsters behind him. That's unlikely, but it's indeed a little ridiculous for a support type mage to level up 3 levels so quickly. The few deans present stared at each other. Then they seemed to have thought of something. Everyone looked at Dean Zhao at the same time. In this situation, it was obvious that he was hiding some information. "What are you guys looking at me for? He's really just a support class." In order to quickly find enough monsters to level up in the newbie dungeon, Zhang Zhuan naturally couldn't continue to be a hands-off boss. However, unlike most of the other students who were overwhelmed by level 3 monsters, Zhang Zhuan could be said to be extremely relaxed. This was because the 10 skeleton warriors in front of him had already helped him clear all the monsters along the way. Ding! Level 3 Berserk Wild Boar killed. Experience plus 30, ding. Level 3 Regenerated Viper killed. Experience plus 30, ding. Level 3 Regenerated Viper killed. Experience plus 30. In fact, at level 3, wild monsters already had a certain characteristic. Although they weren't too difficult to deal with, they would more or less cause some trouble for newbies. Take the Berserk Wild Boar for example. If the party didn't have a tank, the Berserk Wild Boar's charge might cause the party to lose a lot of HP. The venom of a monster like the Regenerated Viper was average, but if it didn't use elemental damage or high damage attacks, it would quickly revive. Moreover, these monsters lived in groups. Unfortunately, this kind of fancy skeleton warrior with hundreds of strengths was still as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. At this moment, his body flickered with light again. Prompt: your level has increased to level 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the maximum energy level and triggering God's Chosen. Ding. Congratulations to the host for your only hidden talent, Spirit Recovery. Before he could see what the hidden talent he had obtained was, he decisively applied to the academy first, because after reaching level 3, he could apply to enter the level 4-6 area. With the strength of the few skeleton warriors in his hands, he could completely kill in a level 4-6 area. While waiting for the application to pass, he opened his personal interface. The increase in basic attributes wasn't much different from before. It was still focused on spirit strength. Although he had obtained 5 skill points, upgrading the level 2 summoning death contract to level 3 required 6 skill points. Coincidentally, it was stuck at the upgrade gap. Zhongzhuan wasn't in a hurry, because even a level 2 skeleton warrior was enough for him to kill randomly at his current stage. When he saw this new hidden talent, he was immediately shocked. Only hidden talent, Spirit Recovery. Spirit Recovery: when the mage's spirit strength is below 60%, all friendly units within a 3-meter radius will have their spirit strength restored by 0.5/s. Duration: 10 seconds. Cooldown: 20 seconds. The recovery effect will increase with the level. The luck dice's bonus will be permanently triggered. This hidden talent didn't look good at first glance, but the ridiculous thing was the last few words. Simply put, as long as Zhongzhuan's spirit was lower than 60%, he would be able to recover 10/s of his spirit. Moreover, be it the spirit recovery's range or duration, it could be increased by 20 times. Previously, he was still thinking about whether he should stop meditating for a while after reaching level 4 to recover his spirit and upgrade the level of the skeleton warrior. Although the stats of a level 1 skeleton warrior wouldn't be lower than those of a level 5 or 6 monster in all aspects, he still wanted to be safe. But now, these concerns could be ignored. He raised his staff. As the black vortex appeared, he summoned a level 2 skeleton warrior and deducted half of his spirit strength. At this moment, a pale green light began to spread above his head. Soon, this light covered a radius of 60 meters. Zhongzhuan's breathing quickened as he watched his spirit strength, which was originally only 20 points, rapidly increase at a frequency of 10/s. Wasn't this a fking mobile spiritual spring water? Swoosh! 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 3 pitch black vortexes appeared at the same time. If other summoners saw this scene, they would probably think that Zhongzhuan had gone crazy. This was because no matter how powerful a summoner's summoned creature was, he would retain a portion of his spirit strength to protect their lives. Moreover, the consumption of a summoner's skills was usually ridiculously high. For example, Zhongzhuan's current level 2 summoning death contract consumed 35 points of spirit strength each time he used it. 3 skeleton warriors holding long sabers appeared in front of Zhongzhuan. Their bones had a jade-like luster. The originally flickering blue flames in his eyes had also become much more condensed. They looked like balls of ghostly flames. Although it was only 1 level higher than the level 1 skeleton warriors, it was clearly much more domineering. As for the value, these 3 all received a 20-fold increase. Glancing at the interface of the level 2 skeleton warrior, Zhongzhuan continued to summon. This was because while he was looking at the interface, his spirit strength had recovered by 100 points. To be honest, this was even more satisfying than playing a cracked version of the game. Level 4-6 area has been opened. Attention! The Berserk Wild Boars are about to attack. Zhongzhuan received the notification and a smile appeared on his face. He came just in time. At this moment, his skeleton warriors had all been replaced with level 2, and there were 10 of them. This enhanced spirit recovery was simply too ridiculous. This was because not only did it increase the recovery amount and range, but the recovery time had also reached a terrifying 200 seconds. That was why there were 10 level 2 skeleton warriors in front of him. The tremors on the ground were getting more and more obvious. Zhongzhuan could vaguely hear angry howls coming from ahead. This was a test that one had to go through to apply to enter the level 4-6 area. Its purpose was also to test if the students had the ability to enter the higher level area. Go, kill them all. Based on Zhongzhuan's understanding, there were 2 ways to pass through the Berserk Wild Boars. The first was to kill them all. However, this method was basically impossible. Because the number of Berserk Wild Boars was as high as 500, and they would maintain a Berserk charging state the entire time, ordinary students would choose the second method. That was to avoid being hit as much as possible and think of ways to dodge the charging wild boars. This was also the most effective method. A few red-eyed wild boars appeared in Zhongzhuan's field of vision. Then, the horizon in front of him was covered by a black mass. The endless howls sounded rather terrifying. On Zhongzhuan's side, the 15 skeletons fanned out in 2 rows. Under his orders, the ghost flames in the eyes of all the skeleton warriors flowed. Then, they turned into meat grinders and rushed towards the wild boars in front. Ding! Level 3 Berserk Wild Boar killed. Experience plus 50. Hearing the first kill notification, Zhongzhuan was stunned for a moment. This was because he had dealt with many Berserk Wild Boars before, but they had only given him 30 experience points. Could it be that killing wild boar monsters gives extra experience? As more and more kill notifications sounded, Zhongzhuan's eyes gradually revealed a hint of ecstasy. What Berserk Wild Boars? Can you add 1,000 more for me? At this moment, Zhongzhuan's experience bar was rising rapidly, as if it had been injected with water. Even he couldn't bear to watch the ridiculous speed of the increase. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a fish that had escaped the net. A berserk wild boar that had luckily dodged the skeleton warrior's attack rushed in his direction. After all, the number of skeleton warriors was limited, so it was normal to miss one. He thought for a moment and gave an order to the skeleton warrior, who was about to turn around and chase after him. Stop the chase and hold the line. When Zhongzhuan saw that the wild boar with bloodshot eyes was charging towards him without any regard for its life, he decisively raised his staff. It had been so long since he had fought a painful battle. He could use this monster as an example. A faint black, soul-shaped object appeared at the top of the staff. Then, it quickly floated towards the wild boar and invaded its body. The berserk wild boar, which had looked like its wife had run away, instantly wilted. Other than his fierce expression, his speed was no different from a tortoise crawling. He checked the interface of this berserk wild boar. Good lord, a level 3 monster's total value was equivalent to a level 1 long-haired rabbit's. After the level 1 painful battle, 60% of all its attributes were deducted. It's amazing if it's used well. Zhongzhuan sighed. Then he walked up, raised his staff, and ruthlessly swung it at the wild boar's head. Health minus 40, he seemed to have used all his strength, but the damage he caused was really unbearable. However, although his attack only dealt a few dozen points of damage, the herd of wild boars in front of him would at least last for a while. This one was just enough for entertainment. 1 minute later, the berserk wild boar, which had withstood dozens of attacks from Zhongzhuan, finally had its HP depleted. It might never have thought that it would be killed by a mage with a normal attack in its life. At this moment, a golden light flashed on Zhongzhuan's body. He had leveled up again. Prompt: your level has increased to level 4. Zhang Xuan immediately added all his skill points to the Summoning Death contract. Summoning Death contract, level 3, 2 vortexes appeared in front of Zhang Xuan, and 2 level 3 skeleton warriors appeared. This time, the skeleton warrior's interface was much higher than level 2. At the same time, a faint green light appeared above his head. Spirit recovery was activated. Immediately after, more black vortexes appeared. Abundant spiritual energy was so domineering. A total of 5 level 3 skeleton warriors were summoned and immediately joined the battlefield ahead. At this moment, the charging of the wild boars was gradually coming to an end. As Zhang Xuan walked forward, he summoned new level 3 skeleton warriors. He had to reach level 6 as soon as possible because there would be another wave of wild boar-like monsters when he reached level 7 to 9. If that was the case, Zhang Xuan would probably be able to reach level 7 by the time he was halfway through the dungeon. At that time, he might be able to try reaching level 8 today. Although there were quite a few monsters here, the experience points were too little. Old Jiao, tell us the truth. Did you hide it from us on purpose? Cut the crap and remove his beard. This old thing is getting more and more dishonest. He even dares to fool us. I'm innocent. I really didn't hide it from you. Dean Jiao was pressed onto the table by the other deans like a pig. A piece of his beard had already been pulled out. Zhang Longhai, who was sitting at the side, looked at the screen silently. There was a hint of shock in his eyes that couldn't be erased. No one expected Zhang Xuan to be the first to reach level 3 as a support-type profession. This was clearly not what Dean Jiao had described. Therefore, the deans immediately held him down because it was obvious that they had been deceived. At this moment, Dean Jiao was simply suffering. He really wasn't lying. Zhang Xuan's professional skills were indeed average. He had seen it with his own eyes that day. How could it be fake? What's going on? He's already level 4. Zhang Longhai's shocked voice attracted the attention of the others. Dean Jiao took the opportunity to break free, covering his chin as he dodged to the side. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened as he looked at the screen. He even cursed. Holy SHT! What's going on? The other deans were even more dumbfounded. Zhang Xuan had clearly passed the review less than 10 minutes ago, so how did he suddenly reach level 4? At this moment, the entire room was terrifyingly quiet. One could even hear Dean Jiao's heavy breathing. At this moment, Zhang Longhai said slowly with a serious expression, if I remember correctly, the individual monsters of the Berserk Wild Boar Pack provide more experience than ordinary monsters, right? That's right, but it's only 60% more experience than normal monsters. It's impossible to level up. A dean said this in disbelief. This speed completely exceeded his understanding. That's right. Only after killing 500 Berserk Wild Boars will the experience provided be enough for a level 3 professional to level up. As soon as these words were spoken, the heads of all the deans present buzzed. Kill 500 Berserk Wild Boars? Zhang Longhai also knew that this matter sounded a little ridiculous because it was absolutely impossible to destroy 500 Berserk Wild Boars. Therefore, this was only a theoretical possibility. At this moment, everyone's minds were in a state of temporary downtime. If someone had said this to them in the past, they would definitely let the other party check their brains. This was obviously an international joke. But the reality in front of them forced them to seriously consider this completely impossible theory. This is all the information about Zhang Xuan's class. As for whether he unlocked any special skills after leveling up, I don't know. Dean Jiao quickly displayed the information that Zhang Xuan had recorded on the screen. He didn't want to be pressed down and have his beard pulled out again. Everyone in the room immediately leaned over. This might be the first time in history that the deans of the various academies have paid so much attention to an inconspicuous hidden profession. Strange, Zhang Xuan's class stats seem to be quite average in all aspects. It's a little like a combination of a mage and a summoner. That's right, it looks a little out of place. Moreover, Zhang Xuan's 2 class skills aren't that good either. How did he do it? Zhang Longhai looked at Zhang Xuan's interface and pondered, but for a moment, He couldn't figure out what was going on. Forget it, let's wait for him to come out first. At that time, all the problems will be solved. On a rugged mountain in the novice dungeon, a level 6 armored turtle was crawling in the middle of the road. As the top monster in this area, its ridiculous defense could be said to be daunting to all newbies who had just entered the dungeon. Armored turtle, level 6, H.P. 500, defense, 600, agility, 22, skills, recoil, impact. Suddenly, a white skeleton quickly approached. Sensing danger, the armored turtle immediately retracted its head. However, in the next moment, its entire body had already been split into two. Ding! Level 6 armored turtle killed. Experience plus 60, a level 3 skeleton warrior stood on the spot with a cold saber in his hand. Zhang Xuan, who was watching the battle from the side, nodded in satisfaction. Then, he decisively summoned the remaining 19 level 3 skeleton warriors. He knew that the more difficult monsters to deal with in this area were the armored turtles, so he specially made a test to see if he could kill them with one slash. The main thing was that according to the data, this thing wasn't strong enough. When the time came, he would open up a skeleton team. He didn't want to waste time because of this. After all, other level 6 monsters could provide the same experience. However, from the looks of it, his worries were clearly unnecessary. In front of a level 3 skeleton warrior with 700 strength, even though the armored turtle was said to be able to withstand the full strength attack of a level 10 warrior, it was still as fragile as paper. A total of 20 level 3 skeleton warriors were lined up in a row. The 600 meters in front of Zhang Xuan had already been covered. Do it! Leave no one alive! After the order was given, the skeleton warriors with jade-like bones began to advance quickly with their gleaming sabers. Ding! Level 6 Death Vulture killed. Experience plus 60, ding! Level 4 Demon Eye Squirrel killed. Experience plus 40, ding! Level 5 Ghost Spider killed. Experience plus 50, dot. In the level 4-6 area, the monsters were no longer evenly distributed according to their levels. Moreover, they were all quite aggressive. Some would even run faster to chase the class changers. This was also why, after class changers reached level 3, they had to face a wave of tests. If they couldn't withstand the impact of the wild boars, these students would immediately leave the novice dungeon. This was because the protective mechanism wouldn't cause any harm to the students. This was also a threshold. After all, in the future, if they didn't have the ability to deal with danger outside, they would die. After half an hour, Zhang Xuan's experience bar had increased by 80%. For the past half an hour, he hadn't stopped walking. He was either running or crossing the river. It could be said that he had perfectly explained what running was. Those who didn't know better would think that he was being chased by a level 6 monster. However, in fact, wherever he went in this area, there were basically no living monsters. After level 3, the skeleton warrior's combat strength and exploration range had increased further. Previously, there might have been fish that escaped the net, but now, as long as it was a living creature, it would definitely not have the chance to escape. Another 10 minutes passed, and with a flash of blue light, Zhang Xuan's level increased again. Prompt: your level has increased to level 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the maximum energy level and triggering God's chosen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for your only hidden talent, powerful enhancement. Zhang Xuan looked at the interface in confusion. Only then did he realize that the energy level required by God's chosen had been reduced from 3 to 2. However, this new hidden talent. Why did it look more or less like a BT? Powerful enhancement. The skill points obtained from a mage leveling up are converted into the same amount of powerful skill points. One powerful skill point can increase a mage's skill level by 1, no level restriction. It must be known that no matter what class it was, the skill points provided by leveling up were uniform and fixed. The skill points provided were +3 for every level, but the consumption of class skills would increase exponentially with the leveling up. Under normal circumstances, A level 10 mage would at most have a level 7 class skill, except for special equipment. However, with this hidden talent, Zhang only needed to spend one skill point to directly upgrade his skill level. Currently, Zhang's summon death contract has been restored to level 1, and he currently has 34 powerful skill points. Only a child would make a choice. I'll level up all my class skills. He decisively strengthened both professional skills in his hands. Class Skill 1, Painful Battle, Level 5, Class Skill 2, Summon Death Contract, Level 5. It had to be said that the skill points were amazing. There was no need to consider how much XP was needed to level up the skill. After upgrading his two professional skills to the same level as his own, Zhang still had 24 skill points left. Currently, Zhang has 2 level 5 professional skills. If it were any other profession, they would have to at least level up to level 10 to upgrade the 2 profession skills to this level. Moreover, after this upgrade, Zhang realized that not only had his spiritual power increased a lot, but there were also 10 more positions in the undead space. In other words, he could summon another 10 skeleton warriors on his current foundation. Looking at the level 5 summon death contract, Zhang's breathing quickened. The level 3 skeleton warrior interface was already so ridiculous. What level could a level 5 skeleton warrior reach? As black vortexes appeared one after another, a pale green light enveloped an area of dozens of meters. A few minutes later, a total of 30 skeleton warriors appeared neatly by a river. Every one of them had reached level 5. The current level 5 skeletons have completely shed their shabby appearance from level 1 to 2. The surface of each skeleton's crystal clear bones was covered in a faint dark glow. It looked as if they were covered in a layer of black flames. Their weapons had also evolved from the original tetanus saber to a cold ghost head saber. H.P. 4500, Agility 400, Strength 800. This was the terrifying interface of the current level 5 skeleton warrior. Moreover, just by looking at it, a level 5 skeleton warrior gave off a rather intimidating feeling. That's what I want. Zhang was a little excited. It seemed like there was hope for the scene he saw back then to come true. He retracted his emotions. Now wasn't the time to be happy. His time was very tight. He had to hurry up and kill monsters. This was because there was only one chance to enter the novice dungeon on the first day. If he couldn't reach level 8 today, he would have to wait until tomorrow. His profession couldn't wait for the next day like others. I have to go faster. At the same time, in other novice dungeons, Liu Tangshan's team was filled with girls who looked extremely eye-catching. Of course, these girls took the initiative to form a team with Liu Tangshan. Firstly, Liu Tangshan was already very handsome. Secondly, his profession was popular everywhere. Relying on the innate professional strength of a martial artist, he led the girls to barely reach level 3 and applied to the academy to enter the level 4-6 area. Zhang Linyu, another student who had soloed the novice dungeon this time, had already passed a berserk wild boar group. Elementalists were famous for their AO attacks, so she relied on her class advantage and exquisite elemental coordination to successfully kill nearly 100 berserk wild boars. This killing efficiency could be said to be one of the best among this batch of students. If nothing unexpected happened, she should be the first student other than Zhang to advance to level 4. Most of the rest were still around level 2. Of course, the slow progress of leveling up was mainly a problem in the early stages. Although all the students in the novice dungeon had learned a lot of relevant knowledge, it was still just a theory. Fortunately, the current teams were already familiar with each other. In another hour, most of them would be able to successfully reach level 3. However, there were also exceptions. There was clearly a high-level heavy soldier on a certain team, but the entire team had already been crippled and eliminated by a level 3 berserk wild boar. An hour later, in the level 4-6 monster area, Zhang slowed down his pace, but it wasn't that he was running out of stamina. It was because running in a novice dungeon consumed very little stamina. Of course, this was also because of the protective mechanism. The main reason was that he suddenly realized something that he had overlooked. An hour had passed, and his experience had only increased by 70%. In the past hour, he had killed no less than a few thousand monsters in the novice dungeon. Although their levels were different, it was time for him to level up. Moreover, after leveling up, his efficiency in farming maps had also increased a lot. Therefore, he specially controlled a skeleton warrior to kill a level 6 armored turtle from afar. He realized that his experience bar hadn't moved at all. Sigh, the higher my level is, the more XP I need from monsters. After understanding what was going on, Zhang could only accept this fact. So what if his progress was slower? After all, it was impossible for him to directly run to the last area. Zhang couldn't help but think of Zhang Anya. He was really curious about how this girl managed to reach level 8 the next day. With his current progress, he should only be able to reach level 6 in about an hour. However, if Zhang thoughts were known by the other students, they would probably be envious. This was because Zhang current level was already one that most students could only reach on the second day. Some people might need an entire day to level up from level 5 to 6. If someone could reach level 5 at this time, some people would probably suspect that it wasn't cheating, such as the few deans at this moment. Could it be that this kid is wearing some divine artifact? Why do I feel that the XP consumption from doubling his level doesn't seem to work on him? Can your divine artifact be worn by a level 1 student? Right now, the most likely possibility is that his professional skill is special, but as for what it is, it's really not easy to guess. I really hope that this is a sport. That way, I can bring Zhang to the hospital for a checkup. This speed of leveling up makes me a little afraid. Could it be that some big shot's child is pulling strings? Zhang Longhai was the first to retort. That's impossible. Those adults wouldn't do such a thing for their descendants. Moreover, even if they got in through the back door, don't you think this leveling speed is too ridiculous? The few among them didn't deny Zhang Longhai's words. Putting aside the fact that this matter involved the future of mankind, no one would dare do anything secretly. Even if there was, the level limit of the novice dungeon couldn't be broken so casually. Novice dungeons only allowed level 110 academies to enter. If not for this setting, they would have long thought of a way to barge in and investigate. This kid has leveled up again? Dean Jiao said in shock. Everyone's breathing stopped at this moment. At this moment, Zhang system request was sent over again. Student Zhang has applied to enter the level 7-9 novice area. Do you accept? Everyone was silent for a long time. At this moment, they were at a loss for words. Let's pass first. When he comes out, everything will be clear. On the plains of the dungeon, Zhang slowly released the level 6 skeleton warrior to replace the original level 5 skeleton warrior step by step. 10 minutes had passed since the notification for the level up. He had already updated his class skill level as soon as he leveled up. At this moment, the two class skills that Zhang had at level 6 had both reached level 6. It must be known that for other classes, upgrading a level 5 professional skill to level 6 required at least 60 skill points. This required at least level 8 to 9 before they could accumulate enough skill points. Therefore, it was impossible for a level 6 professional to even have a level 6 profession skill. Zhang, who had reached level 6, had his attributes updated once again. His undead space had already been expanded to 35, and his spiritual force had also reached 400. Although a level 6 summon death contract would consume 150 points of spiritual force each time it was used, Zhang had never worried about spiritual force. Looking at the level 6 skeleton warrior that he had summoned, the H.P. of the level 6 skeleton warrior that had perfectly triggered a 20-fold increase had already reached 5,000 plus, and its strength had already reached 1,000. Even the weaker ones had around 800 strengths. To put it bluntly, the current skeleton warrior interface looked like it had the potential of a mini-boss. With these numbers, Zhang could probably do whatever he wanted in the novice dungeon. Of course, the boss was an exception. The boss of the novice dungeon had 300,000 HP. Of course, this wasn't a mandatory challenge. Its existence was only to remind all the students that the outside world was very dangerous. Up until now, no student had been able to withstand its attack, let alone kill it. Last little cuties, I'm here for you. These words naturally referred to the monsters in the last stage. Zhongxuan had already completed his summoning, and the new skeleton team was prepared to face the next attack. Level 79 zone has been activated. Attention! Giant needle wasp is about to attack. Zhongxuan had never encountered such a monster before, but in the next moment, a yellow dark cloud suddenly floated over from the sky. He could vaguely hear a dense buzzing. A large area ahead was covered in shadows, and it quickly spread to the location of the skeleton warrior team. Zhongxuan looked up and saw palm-sized wasps gathering in the air. Their huge numbers gathered into a ball, and each of their tails had an exaggeratedly large stinger. Giant needle wasp, level 6, H.P. 500, strength, 610, defense, 50, agility, 100, skills, giant needle assault, corrosive poison, passive, self-destructs when fatally injured. Looking at the monster's information, Zhongxuan quickly made adjustments. All the skeleton warriors gathered around him. At this moment, a level 6 skeleton warrior with the lowest value bent its body. The next moment, it shot into the sky like a cannonball, targeting the swarm of bees. Swoosh! After the skeleton warrior approached its target, it suddenly slashed forward, instantly cutting apart the two giant needle wasps. Zhongxuan kept staring at the two wasps, but even when their corpses fell to the ground and turned into specks of colored residue, Zhongxuan didn't see them explode. Ding! Level 6 giant needle wasp killed. Experience plus 100, ding! Level 6 giant needle wasp killed. Experience plus 100. The vigilance on Zhongxuan's face disappeared, and the swarm of bees that were attacked immediately locked onto their target. A large group of giant needle wasps rushed towards Zhongxuan. Although they seemed to understand the principle of capturing the leader first, it was a pity that they had to go through the skeleton warrior first. Countless skeleton warriors bowed at the same time and shot into the air. Although the giant needle wasps were very fast, the level 6 skeleton warrior was even faster. Their agility, which had barely reached 100 points, couldn't be compared to the skeleton warriors, even if they had the advantage in the air. Soon, countless system notifications sounded crazily. Every time the skeleton warrior jumped into the air and swung its saber, it could kill 2 to 3 giant needle wasps. One could imagine how terrifying the experience Zhongxuan could obtain in one go. The experience bar that was originally crawling like a tortoise began to increase again as a large number of giant needle wasps landed on the ground. Ding! Level 6 giant needle wasp killed. Experience plus 100, ding! Level 6 giant needle wasp killed. Experience plus 100, ding! Level 6 giant needle wasp killed. Experience plus 100. The rate of death of the giant needle wasps was too fast, so much so that the experience notifications that Zhongxuan heard later had already connected into a sound wave. A layer of yellow precipitation quickly accumulated on the ground. Zhongxuan tasted it out of curiosity. It was honey. The taste wasn't bad, but it was a pity that he couldn't put it in his backpack. After another 5 minutes, Zhongxuan's experience bar had reached 70%. This could be said to be very ridiculous progress. Looking at the dense swarm of bees in the sky, Zhongxuan felt that this was a gift for the students. Although the giant needle wasps were very aggressive, their health points were equivalent to those of a level 3 berserk wild boar. The skeleton warrior's attacks were even easier than cutting vegetables. If this swarm doesn't run and there are enough of them, I think I can reach level 8. However, just as he was thinking about it, Zhongxuan suddenly realized that the increase in experience points had stopped. There were only 1 or 2 notifications left. Looking at the bees that were getting smaller and smaller in the sky, Zhongxuan's heart instantly turned cold. At least let me level up. But suddenly, Zhongxuan looked at the ground. He clearly felt the ground tremble. Immediately after, the ground in front of him cracked open, and a roar suddenly came from the crack. Roar. Prompt: Underground Bear King, boss, is about to appear. What the hell? Before Zhongxuan could react, a giant bear that was more than 10 meters tall appeared in front of him. Name: Underground Bear King, boss, level 10, HP 300,000, strength 2,000, defense 460, agility 80, skills: Earthquake Strike, Berserk Rotation, Bear King Sonic Wave, FCK. Did I offend the heavens? Zhongxuan really didn't expect the dungeon boss to appear. Was it because he had killed too many monsters and couldn't stand it anymore? Attention! The Underground Bear King is about to release Earthquake Strike. Zhongxuan was already prepared to retreat before he heard the increase, but a huge claw had already slammed down. With his pitiful agility, he had no chance of dodging the terrifying impact. Boom! A huge pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters appeared. Hit by this attack, Zhongxuan ended up lying in the deepest part of the pit. Then, the Underground Bear King retracted its claws and turned to look at the layer of yellow honey on the ground. Zhongxuan crawled out of the pit that was a few meters deep and looked at the Underground Bear King with a hint of anger. Damn it, are you really courting death? Originally, Zhongxuan's plan had no intention of killing the novice dungeon boss, but now he has changed his mind. At this moment, the two skeleton warriors had already shattered into skeletons. The distribution of pain talent had taken effect. The skill damage of the Underground Bear King was originally only about 5,000, but with the increase in level difference, it dealt 8,000 damage to Zhongxuan. Otherwise, with the terrifying strength of the Underground Bear King, even a level 10 heavy armor warrior would die twice. At this moment, Zhongxuan noticed that the other skeleton warriors weren't being attacked by the boss. Due to the departure of the beast and the appearance of the Underground Bear King, he had forgotten to give the order. After the skeleton warriors lost their target, they were all stunned on the spot. However, the Underground Bear King acted as if it couldn't see anything. It ate the honey on the ground and would send the skeleton warriors flying with its claws if they got in the way. Skeleton warriors HP -1,000. Zhongxuan raised his staff and used spirit recovery to recall the crippled skeleton warrior. Then, 3 new skeleton warriors stood beside him. At this moment, Zhongxuan was already filled with killing intent. No matter what, he had to pay with his life. The 35 skeleton warriors quietly surrounded the Underground Bear King, who was eating heartily. With Zhongxuan's order, all the skeleton warriors instantly pounced forward. Health -500, health -500. Dozens of health notifications flashed on the boss body, and the Underground Bear King's health was deducted by nearly 20,000. The Underground Bear King, which was attacked, instantly roared angrily. Its huge claws suddenly slapped a skeleton warrior in front of it. However, the skeleton warrior didn't dodge and allowed it to hit its body. At the same time, it raised its arm like an emotionless machine. During this period, the remaining skeleton warriors also began to swing their sabers again. The intense pain made the Underground Bear King's eyes turn red. Its wide arms smashed violently at the skeleton warrior who was lying on its body and waving its saber. However, skeleton warriors with agility above 400 wouldn't be hit by such an attack at all. Under the terrifying number of skeleton warriors and the high attack frequency, the Underground Bear King's health began to decrease at a stable speed. Remaining HP 70%, remaining HP 50%, remaining HP 30%. Doesn't this boss have any killing moves? It looks so weak. Seeing that the boss was crippled, Zhongxuan couldn't help but complain. Other than the Underground Bear King using its skill at the beginning, Zhongxuan only saw it swinging its bomb without any pattern. However, at this moment, Zhongxuan suddenly realized that the Underground Bear King's HP was no longer decreasing. It suddenly spun crazily, and all of the skeleton warriors were instantly sent flying. At the same time, their health points collectively decreased by -1,000. Attention! Underground Bear King is about to release Bear King Sonic Wave. Zhongzhuan's face darkened. He shouldn't have talked so much. Roar. The underground Bear King opened its huge mouth and accumulated strength for a moment. Then, a wave of almost tangible sound waves pierced through the entire plain. None of the demonic beasts nearby that were affected were spared. They instantly exploded into a ball of blood mist. Zhongzhuan, who was 100 meters away, didn't expect the range of this attack to be so ridiculous. Moreover, the terrifying speed made him unable to react in time. Buzz. This terrifying sound wave hurt Zhongzhuan's eardrums. At the same time, the 4 level 6 skeleton warriors that had suffered damage exploded. This roar actually caused a terrifying 20,000 points of damage. I didn't expect the underground Bear King to hide such a ridiculous attack. No wonder no one has ever succeeded in soloing this thing. Zhongzhuan didn't know that previously, there had been teams that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and wanted to kill the underground Bear King. However, up until now, no team had been able to survive the underground Bear King's first round of attacks. The most fortunate thing was that the skeleton warriors, who were also in attack range, didn't lose any HP. However, after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem strange. The skeleton warriors weren't creatures and couldn't hear sounds. Naturally, they wouldn't be injured by the sound wave attack. Fortunately, he summoned them this time. If it had been a living creature, he would have been sent out of the dungeon today. He turned to look at the underground Bear King. After releasing the sound waves, it was obvious that its body had become much shorter, and it was no longer as rash as before. Zhongzhuan knew that his chance had come. All the skeleton warriors surrounded him again. The few that had exploded earlier were also replaced by Zhongzhuan. He had just noticed that the sound waves had no effect on the skeleton warriors. The explosions were completely because of the distribution effect of the hidden passive. But thinking about it, skeletons didn't have hearing to begin with. Even if an ant bites an elephant, you deserve to die. Health minus 35,000, health minus 35,000, health minus 35,000. Under the weakened state, the underground Bear King would receive additional damage. Therefore, every skeleton warrior could deal 1,000 damage with a single slash. The remaining 30% HP was emptied in the blink of an eye. With a painful howl, the insufferably arrogant boss finally fell unwillingly. 3 minutes. Zhongzhuan only used 3 minutes to kill the novice boss with 300,000 HP. This also included the time when Zhongzhuan was ambushed at the beginning. Ding. Killed underground Bear King. Experience plus 1,000. Zhongzhuan, who was originally excited, was stunned. What the hell was this? After double checking, his expression darkened, and he cursed, "What the FCK?" Zhongzhuan thought that no matter what, this boss was still the face of a novice dungeon. Even if he didn't increase his experience by 2 levels, it shouldn't be a problem to fill up the remaining portion of his experience bar, right? However, such a big boss only gave him 1,000 XP. Was it trying to get rid of a bigger? It's all their fault. If they hadn't held me back, I definitely wouldn't have left the novice dungeon early. Instructor Sun, you have to stand up for me. In front of the novice dungeon, Chu Han, who was wearing a priest's uniform, was standing in front of Supervisor Sun Kaiang and complaining pitifully with tears in her eyes. Not far away, a few boys on the same team were suffering. They thought that they could protect a girl even if they randomly matched up, but reality proved that they were wrong. It was impossible for a qualified team to not have a proper front row. From the start, they shouldn't have been able to fight on the front lines with such weak professions. Now that they had left the dungeon early, there was a high chance that they wouldn't be able to find anyone to regroup tomorrow. Then it would probably be very difficult for them to enter the academy. Don't worry, I'll arrange a new team for you tomorrow. As Instructor Sun spoke, he reached out and pinched Chu Han's face intimately. The boys were dumbfounded. Was there actually such a good thing? However, just as they were about to go over and look for Instructor Sun, they were glared at. At this moment, A blue light flashed in the novice dungeon. Someone was about to leave the dungeon. The boy's attention was attracted by this, and at this moment, Chu Han seemed to be gloating. As the first party to leave the novice dungeon, these people couldn't wait for someone to accompany them. The blue light disappeared, but before they could see who it was, they felt the surrounding temperature drop significantly. In the next moment, dozens of skeletons holding ghost heads and sabers suddenly appeared out of thin air. Everyone's expressions changed. The terrifying skeletons looked like monsters from the abyss. The blue flames in their eyes danced with the wind, making people feel afraid. Other than Sun Kai-ing, who was a teacher, all of the students' minds were blank at this moment. All of the knowledge they had learned in the past about dealing with monsters had been sucked dry at this moment. The boy closest to him was so scared that his pants were wet. Sun Kai-ing, who was the first to recover from his shock, turned around to escape, but he realized that Chu Han was actually hugging him tightly in fear. "Teacher, don't leave me behind, I beg you. Be good. Let go of me first. I'll inform the other instructors to come over." Zhang Xuan, who was standing in front of the dungeon, was also stunned by the whiteness in front of him. He was in a hurry to leave the dungeon, but he forgot that the skeleton warrior would follow him out. In the next second, all the skeleton warriors disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened in front of the empty dungeon. With so many skeleton warriors, it was best not to show them off. Someone actually came out earlier than me? Zhang Xuan noticed a few students who were scared silly not far away. However, Zhang Xuan wasn't in the mood to comfort them. He had to ask Instructor Sun some questions. At this moment, Instructor Sun was trying his best to pull Chu Han off his body. However, in the next second, he looked in the direction of the dungeon in disbelief. The group of white skeletons had actually disappeared? However, he soon noticed Zhang Xuan. In an instant, he seemed to have thought of something. Seeing Zhang Xuan walk towards him from afar, he subconsciously dragged Chu Han back a few steps. At this moment, Zhang Xuan was a monster from the abyss in his eyes. "You! Don't come over!" Zhang Xuan stopped inexplicably and looked at the vigilant instructor. "Sunday instructor, is it inconvenient for you now? I'm just asking a question. I won't disturb you." Previously, he could tell that Instructor Sun and that female student had an extraordinary relationship, but he didn't expect the two of them to be so brazenly sticking together. But at this moment, a few powerful oars appeared. Dean Jiao and the other deans rushed over. Seeing his savior, Instructor Sun pointed at Zhang Xuan and reported loudly to Dean Jiao. "Dean! Abyssal monsters appeared here just now. He summoned them. Dean, save us. It was so scary just now. Dean, I don't want to die." The students who came back to their senses also cried and shouted, but then Dean Jiao roared. "Will you shut up?" The pressure of a fourth transition warrior made the students hold back their tears. Then, Dean Jiao and the other deans walked straight to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan was a little embarrassed to be surrounded by them. Why were there so many people all of a sudden? Why did you leave the dungeon early? With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to reach level 7 today. Did something happen? If there's any problem, just say it. After you're done, I'll give you another chance to enter the dungeon. You still have a lot of room for growth. It's a pity to quit so early. Now, Zhang Xuan was in high demand in Dean Jiao's eyes. It was indeed a little troublesome to make an exception, but he believed that with Zhang Xuan's performance, he could completely deal with the higher-ups. Every year, a student's level on the first day would determine their future heights. For example, last year's Zhang Anya had reached level 5 on the first day after the dungeon ended, and had almost reached level 6. Judging from Zhang Xuan's performance just now, this might be a legendary class. As soon as these words were spoken, the students and Instructor Sun, who were still immersed in fear, immediately widened their eyes. Was he blatantly opening the back door? However, that wasn't the main point. Zhang Xuan's performance just now was clearly abnormal. Dean, be careful. This student must have already become an abyssal envoy. We all saw him summon a group of abyssal monsters with our own eyes. I saw it too. Dean, this is all true. The few students present would never forget that terrifying scene for the rest of their lives. That was definitely something that could only be displayed after signing a contract with the Abyss. The Abyssal Envoys were actually those who signed an agreement with the Abyss for the sake of obtaining power. Such people usually have average professions. Some of them were even lifestyle professionals. After signing an agreement, they would obtain powerful professional skills, but they would also be corroded by the Abyss and become its lackeys. Zhang Xuan's mind was filled with question marks. He didn't even know when he had become an Abyssal Envoy. Dean Jiao turned around impatiently and scolded, "You bunch of trash who were eliminated from the start, shut up obediently. Do you believe that I'll disqualify you from entering the dungeon tomorrow? Even if an abyssal monster appeared, wouldn't you be so scared that you would turn around and run?" Instructor Sun's face alternated between green and white. The other students hurriedly lowered their heads. Then, all the deans looked at Zhang Xuan. "I only have one question. The first is how much XP is usually given by the novice boss, Underground Bear King?" The deans were stunned. Zhang Longhai, who was at the side, couldn't give a specific answer. This was really their knowledge blind spot. The first condition to obtain monster experience was to kill monsters, and in so many years, there had never been a student who could kill the Underground Bear King. All the students who had the ability to see the Underground Bear King were instantly killed. This was the same across the country. Of course, the Underground Bear King was nothing to these 4th Revolution or even 5th Transition Deans. Anyone could kill the Underground Bear King like a chicken. After all, it was only a level 10 boss. However, because of the dungeon restrictions, they couldn't enter for a test. Dean Jiao was puzzled. "Why are you asking this? Are you planning to attack it after leveling up? The Bear King's level is too high. It's even much stronger than many level 20 bosses outside. It's better if you don't have any ideas about it. Of course, if you want to see its strength, there's naturally no problem. No, I've already killed it, but I only gained 1000 XP, so I came out to ask what's going on." As soon as Zhang Xuan spoke, the entire place fell into dead silence. At this moment, even the calm Zhang Longhai was slightly shocked. The dean's hearts skipped a beat, and the expressions on their faces became more exaggerated. How was this possible? For a moment, they were indeed frightened, but now that they came back to their senses, killing a novice boss was really a joke. As the guardian boss, the Underground Bear King had a total of 300,000 HP. His strength was about the same as the HP of many level 10 in the tank class. In other words, the Bear King could wipe out a warrior's health bar with a slap. Other than a few students present, some had experienced the novice dungeon before, including Sun Kaiyang, so they naturally knew how terrifying the Bear King was. Moreover, the Underground Bear King only had a chance of being attracted by a specific item after level 8. It was even more impossible for a student who had yet to pass the 3rd stage to encounter it. Student Zhang Xuan, actually, your profession is already very impressive. There's no need to lie like this. That's right. You can't do this again in the future. It won't be good for your growth. We will help you apply to enter another dungeon. Good luck leveling up. The deans denied this possibility. They would rather believe that Zhang Xuan could reach level 10 today than believe that a level 6 novice could kill the Underground Bear King. Seeing that the deans didn't believe him, Zhang Xuan was a little helpless. However, he really had no way to prove that he had really killed the novice boss because all the monsters in the novice dungeon wouldn't drop items. "When you dealt with the giant needle wasps, did you kill many giant needle wasps?" "Yeah, about 1,000. Facing Zhang Longhai's question, Zhang Xuan answered truthfully. "Then take a look at your interface and see if you've achieved anything." Zhang Xuan did as he was told. He didn't know this person's identity, but someone who could come with Dean Jiao definitely had a high status. It was just that his gaze seemed a little familiar. According to Zhang Longhai's understanding, the Underground Bear King had yet to obtain the first skill. If Zhang Xuan really did it, he would definitely unlock the hidden achievement. And this is? Zhang Xuan checked his interface and didn't see any achievements. However, he realized that a few large golden words had appeared on the originally bare title column below his name. On it, one could vaguely see the image of a bear roaring at the sky. It was domineering. When did this happen? Zhang Xuan really didn't notice when he had obtained such a title. Could it be that he was too anxious to leave the dungeon and didn't notice? I don't have any achievements, but I've been given a title. Zhang Xuan's answer made the deans look at each other. Zhang Longhai was also a little disappointed. Dean Jiao looked even more dissatisfied. He couldn't figure out why Zhang Xuan was so unreasonable after entering the dungeon. This lie was extraordinary. Achievements were usually unlocked after achieving a milestone mission. It could provide a certain amount of attribute bonuses to the job changer. As for the title, typically, those who had a title were all top-notch big shots who had achieved a certain peak achievement. Moreover, they were unique. In other words, there was only one in the entire world. For example, Chen Yun's title, Magic Sage Hand. Even Zhang Longhai, who had participated in countless abyssal battles, didn't have one. One had to know that he was a 5th transition force blader, which showed how rare he was. Zhang Xuan's potential wasn't bad, but he had to change his habit of lying. However, in the next moment, a golden light appeared above Zhang Xuan's head. As the red bear head raised its head and roared angrily, 5 mighty and domineering golden words appeared. Title, Bear King Conqueror. Everyone who had intended to teach Zhang Xuan a lesson was instantly stunned. At this moment, the deans looked like their eyes were going to pop out. Zhang Xuan really obtained a title. When a class changer chose to publicize their title, everyone could understand their specific way to obtain it by looking at the title. At this moment, everyone could clearly see the source of this achievement. In the distance, the students' minds went blank when they saw this scene. Didn't they say that only some experience level 90 national big shots could obtain titles? What the hell was this? Instructor. Instructor Sun, is that real? Chu Han covered her mouth in shock. Although she didn't know much about professions, she still knew what titles symbolized. I don't know either. Maybe we were too frightened just now and hallucinated. Zhang Longhai, who was at the side, was the first to recover from his shock. He looked at Zhang Xuan with a more solemn gaze. He really wanted to know how this level 6 novice in front of him had killed the underground Bear King. When Zhang Longhai was young, he once challenged the underground Bear King with his youthful vigor. However, he had only met a few students and was instantly killed. Therefore, he knew very well that this boss was an insurmountable mountain for newbies. Us old men are still too inexperienced. We have no choice but to admit defeat. I feel that Zhang Xuan's class is at least rare. Perhaps it's a legendary class. Old Jiao, why are there monsters in your academy every year? What a good kid. We old fellows have lived for so long, but we can't even come up with a title. But you. The shock on Dean Jiao's face had already turned into ecstasy. With such a treasure this year, Xini Yuan First Academy was going to show its face. Although Zhang Anya was the top scorer in Xini Yuan City last year, other families also had top scorers. Her excellence wasn't so outstanding in the country. In the end, she entered the Four Sages Academy in 30th place in the country. As for this year, Dean Jiao couldn't guarantee that she would be the top scholar in the country. At the very least, she would be in the top 5. You're currently the first to kill a novice boss, so we don't know how much XP you have. However, you definitely didn't quit the dungeon just to ask for XP, right? Facing Zhang Longhai's sudden question, Zhang Xuan didn't deny it. He then looked at Dean Jiao. I feel that since I've already killed the novice boss, there's no need for me to continue staying in the novice dungeon. Dean Jiao, I've already thought about it. I want to enter the Four Sages Academy, so can you give me a certificate to leave the city? I'm close to level 7 now. Then, Zhang Xuan displayed his personal level information. Although the surrounding people already knew that Zhang Xuan leveled up quickly, seeing it with their own eyes still shocked them a little. At this moment, the deans looked at Zhang Xuan with greedy eyes. Why couldn't they get such a ridiculous student? No problem. I'll arrange it for you immediately. Dean Jiao agreed readily and immediately operated his personal interface. To him, he only needed to transmit Zhang Xuan's information and data to the city guards. Although the other deans still had questions, they tactfully didn't say anything. This was because they also knew that, at this stage, leveling up was the most important thing for newcomers. Gold would always shine, so there was no need for them to be anxious. According to his class, the reason why he could kill the Bear King should be because of the class skill that can weaken attributes. Moreover, it's a negative status that can be stacked. There's a high chance that this attribute deduction is still area of effect. Otherwise, it's impossible to deal with so many monsters at once with just his skeleton summons. This profession is promising in the future. Zhang Longhai looked in the direction Zhang Xuan had left and analyzed. He could only guess at this possibility. Otherwise, he really couldn't figure out how Zhang Xuan could kill the underground Bear King. Compared to their shock, Zhang Xuan, as the person involved, didn't have much emotion because this thing was useless. In terms of practicality, titles couldn't compare to some special achievements because titles didn't add any personal attributes. To put it bluntly, they were just showing off. He would rather get an achievement or something. At this moment, outside the dungeon, a bunch of lifestyle students were looking in the direction of the courtyard where the dungeon was located. Although they had lost the chance to go to the front lines, they were looking forward to this year's dungeon situation the most. As the first to come out, Zhang Xuan naturally attracted a lot of discussion. Why does he look so unfamiliar to me? He's the one who scored full marks. However, from the looks of it, he seems to have been eliminated in advance? As expected, there's a saying that's right. No matter how well you do, it's better to change your class. Although my friend is only an intermediate class changer, at least he won't be eliminated so early. Forget it. Can't we just shut up? I'm embarrassed for you. I'm telling the truth. His hidden class is obviously very ordinary. Could it be that you want to say that he cleared the dungeon in advance as a support class? Alright, stop making sarcastic remarks. Zhang Xuan wasn't interested in the discussions of the surrounding students. He walked out of the courtyard and got into the car arranged by the school. In order not to be too conspicuous, Zhang Xuan turned off the level and title display when he came out. Of course, they couldn't see anything. Zhang Xuan arrived in the northern district of Xianyuan City. His target was the Longzai Exchange Center, which was located at the center of the northern district. The exchange center was officially affiliated with all municipalities in the country. There, one could sell the various materials and equipment they obtained. At the same time, one could purchase all the items and resources on the market as long as one could afford gold coins. Of course, the intermediary exchange would also charge a 1% commission. Naturally, the existence of the exchange center wasn't solely for the sake of trading. Usually, it would also issue some crusade missions that provided rewards. It was also to coordinate the conflicts between the various large guilds. Moreover, the city guards were also affiliated with the exchange center. Zhang Xuan had only heard of it in the past, but this was the first time he had entered an exchange center. There were hundreds of magic crystals floating above the exchange center that could connect to the information at the exchange center from all over the country. Most of what people wanted could be found. After completing the transaction, the magic crystals would transfer the item data to their backpacks. Unlike the hustle and bustle outside, although this place was packed with people, it wasn't noisy at all. Zhang Xuan arrived in front of a magic array that had just been empty. A blue magical power instantly enveloped him. Identity verification passed. Name, Zhang Xuan. Contribution points, 0. Authorization level, level 9. Permission to use the exchange center. All certified class changers had the lowest level of authority at level 9. One needed to obtain contribution points in the future to unlock higher level authority. Zhang Xuan was no exception. The virtual data in the exchange center clearly listed all kinds of items, weapons, materials, recovery potions, and so on. Zhang Xuan could only take a look. With the 100 gold coins in his pocket, he could only buy some potions to recover his energy. However, he wasn't worried about spirit strength at all. As for weapons, he couldn't even afford an iron grade weapon, let alone a silver grade one. Looking at the information on the data panel, Zhang recorded the value of some low-level materials. Wolf skin, recover price is 25 gold coins. Goblin bone, recover price is 10 gold coins. Misty flower, recovery price is 35 gold coins. As for missions, there weren't many of them. Most of them were missions to collect materials. The reward for missions was relatively higher than the price of selling materials alone. Most of these missions were issued by lifestyle alchemists and pharmacists. Lifestyle classes needed to undergo life skills training, and training was naturally indispensable. It consumed a large amount of materials, so such low-level materials would never worry about not being sold in the market. The area outside Xinyuan City was filled with level 10-20 monsters, so it wasn't too difficult to collect these materials. Through life skills training, life professions could also obtain a certain amount of experience and unlock higher level life skills to contribute more to the entire country. After looking around, Zhang suddenly discovered a crusade mission that had just been issued. To be honest, such a mission was quite rare. Quest requirement: obtain the Goblin King's bone marrow. Mission reward: 150,000 gold coins. Access: level 15 Goblin King dungeon. Note: nightmare difficulty and above has a probability of dropping. To be honest, the mission reward was quite a lot. When Zhang saw it, he was slightly tempted. However, the heavens would definitely not give him a free meal. According to his understanding, the Goblin King dungeon was located in a pit 50 kilometers away from the northern suburbs of Xinyuan City. The distance wasn't far, but the minimum level requirement to enter such a dungeon was level 12. Zhang clearly didn't meet the minimum level requirement to enter. As for the difficulty level of the dungeon, it was divided into normal, elite, nightmare, and hell. Zhang had only read about these 4 levels in the textbooks. As the level of the dungeon increased, the difficulty would increase by several times. Nightmare difficulty dungeons usually require a complete and powerful team to clear. As for the hell difficulty, it was best not to even think about it. There was nothing else to see. No matter how high level the materials were, it was useless for Zhang to remember them. After buying some food, he left the exchange center. The next step was to leave the city. Level 17? Level 6 Necromancer? When the guard saw the information displayed on the magic array, he immediately looked at Zhang in confusion. He couldn't figure out why the academy would allow a level 6 support class student to leave the city, and it was even approved by the dean. One had to know that the monsters outside were all at least level 10. Usually, it was already very difficult to deal with them with a difference of 2 levels, let alone 4. However, the institute would definitely not joke about such things. There might be something special about this youth's profession. Verification passed, but the monsters outside aren't comparable to those in the novice dungeon. You have to be careful. If things go wrong, you can give up on anything. You have to stay alive, understand? Zhang nodded in response. Thank you for your concern. I'll be careful. After passing through a few meters of doors, Zhang arrived outside the city. A faint, rancid smell mixed with the smell of blood entered his nose. Even the blue sky looked a little red. Outside, it was no longer a hotbed of protection. Zhang walked forward and soon disappeared into the depths of the wilderness. Stepping into the forest, he could vaguely see many dark red marks on the surrounding trees. They were all left behind by the accumulation of blood over the years. On the ground of the same color, it was impossible to tell that it was summer. Not far away, a beast's roar could be heard. From the sounds of fighting, it seemed that the professionals were fighting monsters. As he walked forward, Zhang saw another priest who had lost her breath. Her upper body had already been torn apart, and her internal organs had been completely dug out. It seemed like she had been dead for a few days. Such situations were common outside the city, and no one would collect their corpses. Arriving at an empty space, Zhang summoned the 35 skeleton warriors in the undead space. At this moment, he noticed a monster spying on him in the distance. "It's time for you to shine." A skeleton warrior rushed over. When the skeleton warrior approached the monster, its interface information appeared. Bizarre Wolf, Level 10, H.P. 1600, Strength, 301, Defense, 160, Agility, 212, Skills, Companion Summon, Sudden Attack. The bizarre wolf glared fiercely at Zhang. Although its intelligence wasn't high, it knew that Zhang was the priority. To be honest, Level 10 wild monsters were indeed different. This panel was completely incomparable to the monsters in the novice dungeon. Moreover, looking at the monster's fierce gaze, it seemed like it would pounce on him and eat him at any moment. This monster's stats were actually not bad in all aspects. Its thick skin was just enough to test the skeleton warrior's level. The bizarre wolves were monsters that occupied this forest and lived in groups. Although their attack wasn't high, it was very easy for them to summon their companions. Therefore, the battle usually had to be ended as soon as possible. The bizarre wolf had already quietly adjusted its position. Then, it suddenly rushed towards the skeleton warrior, its fangs extremely bloody. However, in the next moment, it actually exerted strength in its hind legs when it was in midair. When it came into contact with the skeleton warrior, it suddenly jumped in another direction, and its target changed to Zhang. Your IQ is much higher than the monsters in the novice dungeon, but unfortunately, you're just a beast. The skeleton warrior exerted a little strength and instantly rushed under the bizarre wolf. The saber was also aimed at its abdomen and instantly slashed across. Swoosh! With the sound of flesh being torn apart, the bizarre wolf in the air fell heavily to the ground. Its abdomen was completely cut open. Health minus 1300, then, it struggled to get up and turned around to escape without hesitation. However, in the next moment, its head and body were separated, and the last 300 health points were instantly emptied. Ding! Level 10 Bizarre Wolf killed. Experience plus 300, obtained Wolf Fang X1, obtained Wolf Skin X1. 2 items appeared in Zhang's personal backpack. After a class change, everyone would have an exclusive backpack that could be used to store all kinds of items, including food and water. Moreover, the items dropped would automatically be picked up when they were close. As the inventory capacity increased, alchemists could also increase the inventory capacity. However, each upgrade generally cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and they were multiplied. Originally, Zhang had tried to put the skeleton warrior in his backpack, but unfortunately, he couldn't put the summoned creature inside. Otherwise, if he hoarded 1,000 of them at once, wouldn't he be carrying an army of skeletons with him in the future? This confrontation with the monster allowed Zhang to roughly understand the strength of the level 10 monster. The previous slash that dealt 1300 damage was completely successful because this slash hit the bizarre wolf's weakness, which was its abdomen. Even if he didn't attack the weak points, under normal circumstances, he could kill a level 10 monster with 2 slashes. All the skeleton warriors followed Zhang's will and flew away like wild horses. Level 10 Bizarre Wolf killed. Experience plus 300, obtained Wolf Fang X2, obtained Wolf Skin X1, killed level 10 Arrow Porcupine, experience plus 300, obtained Arrow Cluster X1, countless notifications of killing and obtaining items came one after another. To Zhang, it sounded like a connected soundtrack. Before Zhang could check what he had obtained, a new notification covered it. His XP also began to increase at a rapid rate. In less than 10 minutes, a white light flashed on his body. Prompt: your level has increased to level 7. Zhang was overjoyed. He had really made the right decision to come here. If he was in the novice dungeon, he wouldn't be able to level up so quickly even if he died of exhaustion. At this rate, it shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the second transition before the school entrance examination. After raising the skill levels of the 2 professions, Zhang Xuan activated the summon death contract without even looking. 3 black vortexes suddenly appeared, and green fluorescence instantly began to spread from the top of Zhang Xuan's head, covering an area of 200 meters. Another 4 level 8 skeleton warriors joined in the sweep. Zhang Xuan specially left one behind to protect himself. The main reason why Zhang Xuan chose to farm monsters in the forest was because he didn't want to be seen by other professionals, even though the skeleton warrior was his summoned creature. However, such a large number would inevitably attract attention. When the time came, people like Instructor Sun who lied about the invasion of the abyss would more or less affect his farming speed. The forest was more dangerous than the plains in every aspect. The dense trees and shrubs gave many monsters a chance to hide. If they weren't careful, they might be ambushed. Moreover, the field of vision would also become very poor. It was very easy to get lost at night, so not many professionals were willing to enter this place. However, the various drawbacks of the forest weren't a big problem for Zhang Xuan. First of all, the skeleton warriors weren't afraid of sneak attacks. They weren't class changers and didn't feel pain or fear. There was definitely no monster in this forest that could insta-kill the skeleton warrior. As the 39 skeleton warriors went deeper, a huge forest map quickly appeared in Zhang Xuan's mind. Complex terrain? Impossible. This Lin Yu girl is really not bad. She's already level 5. That's right. From the looks of it, she'll definitely be able to enter the 4 Sages Academy this year. I wonder if she'll. Halfway through their discussion, an notification popped up on the screen. Student Zhang Linyu has exited the novice dungeon. Everyone knew that she was planning to leave the city in advance. The novice dungeon, which had been silent for a long time, flickered with light. Zhang Linyu exited. She glanced around and snorted before retracting her gaze. The students present were all at level 2 and they didn't catch his eye at all. As for that guy, he should still be at level 3, right? At the thought of this, a mocking smile appeared on her lips. Then, she walked out without stopping and met Dean Jiao and Zhang Longhai. Father, Principal, I request leave to train in the suburbs. This time, I will definitely be number 1. Seeing the arrogance on Zhang Linyu's face, Dean Jiao, who had wanted to change the topic, didn't know what to say. I'm not sure if I can get first place, but an hour ago, a level 6 student left the dungeon early. Hearing Zhang Longhai's words, the arrogance on Zhang Linyu's face instantly dissipated. She was in disbelief. What? In the northern suburbs of Xianyuan City? It had to be said that the number of monsters in the wilderness was completely incomparable to the novice dungeon. Zhang Xuan's experience bar was already at 96.8%, and he was very close to leveling up. The 39 skeleton warriors were like merciless harvesting machines. All the monsters they encountered became Zhang Xuan's experience points without exception. Compared to other professions, Zhang Xuan was no different from picking up experience points in the past 2 hours. He had even accumulated a large pile of materials. The endurance of mages and priests in battle was limited by the high consumption of spirit strength. For frontal combat professions such as knights, they also had to consider the endurance consumption of long-term combat. Especially before the equipment and skills in the early stages were formed, any profession would be restricted to a certain extent, even a hexagonal warrior like a martial artist. However, Zhang Xuan had no such concerns at all. As a summoned creature, the skeleton warrior would only consume a certain amount of spirit energy at the beginning. Most importantly, the skeleton warrior didn't have the endurance of other classes and summoned creatures. In other words, as long as it wasn't blown up, it could keep slashing. However, the speed at which he gained experience was much slower than before. The skeleton warriors had already cleared out most of the monsters nearby. Ding! Level 10 Wild Gorilla Guild. Experience plus 300, prompt, your level has increased to level 8. After another 10 minutes, Zhang Xuan reached level 8 with the last experience notification. The first thing he did was to open the skill panel and use 2 strong skill points to upgrade his class skills. Zhang was slightly excited when he saw the introduction of the 2 professional skills after they were upgraded. There's finally a change. Class Skill 1, Painful Battle, Level 8, causing the target to lose 5.5% of all attributes. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. 5% probability of spreading to the surrounding 4 enemy units. All effects increase with level. Class Skill 2, Summon Death Contract, Level 8, Summon a Bronze Skeleton Warrior. All class advancement skills would undergo huge changes and upgrades after Level 8. Zhang was no exception. Logically speaking, Zhang had to be at least level 11 to obtain a Level 8 profession skill. This was all thanks to the powerful skill points. Zhang was a little excited by the new effect of his first class skill. 5% probability of spreading. If he was lucky and there were enough monsters, at least dozens of monsters would have their attributes deducted. This effect was simply heaven-defying. As the strongest support in the 3rd stage, the most powerful debuff skill could only deduct 25% of the opponent's attributes. Moreover, it could only take effect for 4 units at most. With this skill, even if Zhang didn't need the skeleton warrior to protect him, he wouldn't have to worry about his personal safety in the future. I wonder what level a bronze skeleton warrior can reach. Zhang thought to himself as he waved his staff. A vortex that was clearly much larger than before appeared. As the vortex gradually froze, a black hole that was like a huge mouth that could devour people appeared in front of him. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones colliding came from the black hole. If one listened carefully, they could vaguely hear zombie-like growls. If other professionals saw this scene, they would definitely inform the troops in charge of defending the abyss. Even Zhang, as the summoner, felt a sense of oppression. As the sound became clearer, a skeleton warrior covered in bronze armor walked out of the black hole. Zhang walked forward and sized it up carefully. He was quite satisfied. The bronze skeleton warrior in front of him had completely shaken off its original weak feeling. Coupled with its bronze armor, it gave off a feeling of full strength. The 2 balls of flame in his eye sockets were completely replaced by 2 terrifying lights, as if they had come from hell. Moreover, the weapon in its hand had also changed. This bronze skeleton warrior had been holding a spear from the beginning, as if it was a warrior about to charge. Looking at the interface again, Zhang's mood became even better. Skeleton warrior, bronze, level 8, health, 6500, agility, 560, endurance, protector durability, 2000, strength, 1300, spirit, 150, skill, life-risking strike, causes 300% damage to the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior will be paralyzed for 1 minute. Although the attributes of the bronze skeleton warrior weren't much different from those of a level 7 iron skeleton warrior. However, the durability of the protective equipment had appeared on its interface. There was also a skill that had never been seen before behind the skill column. The durability of the protective equipment was actually the damage that the defensive equipment could offset. Originally, the durability of this bronze skeleton warrior was only 100, but after the increase of the lucky dice, it reached a terrifying 2000. This was even thicker than the health bars of all level 10 or even level 11 monsters. As for its new skill, it made Zhang reveal an unconcealed smile. This skill looked simple, but it was actually just a hammer attack. At first glance, it didn't look like much, but don't forget, a bronze skeleton warriors had 1300 strength. Excluding the monster's defense, the life-risking strike could deal at least 3500 damage. Who could withstand monsters below level 15? It's a pity that the weapon has changed. Otherwise, if I were to slash at it with a saber, the visual effect would be. Zhang no longer cared about this loss. He recalled all the skeleton warriors. From the beginning, he hadn't received any experience notifications. This meant that all the monsters in the 2,000 meter map area in his mind had been cleared. The spirit consumption of a level 8 skill had increased by a lot. Summoning it required a total of 200 points of spirit. However, to Zhang Xuan, who had spirit recovery, this consumption wasn't a problem at all. Moreover, when he had entered the forest, he had discovered that his spirit recovery rate would also increase with his level. Now, his spirit recovery speed has reached 35/s. Zhang Xuan raised his staff as he entered the depths of the forest. Two black holes appeared in front of him. As the fifth bronze skeleton warrior appeared, Zhang Xuan, who was glowing above his head, was stunned for a moment. This skeleton warrior's weapon had actually changed from a spear to its original ghost head saber. Zhang Xuan specially looked at the interface of this skeleton warrior. In terms of attributes, it was no different from the previous skeleton warrior with a spear. Could it be a hidden effect? He looked at the skill and saw that it didn't have any special hidden effect. However, he quickly solved the case. It turned out that he had obtained another hidden talent. Thinking about it carefully, it was not strange. Zhang Xuan had obtained a hidden talent when he was level 6 previously. Now that he had risen to level 8, 2 energy points were just enough to obtain a random hidden talent. Only hidden talent, Army Halo. Army Halo. When a mage releases a summoning skill, there is a 35% chance of summoning an army unit. The probability increases with the skill level. Current activated army, skeleton army, soldiers, 2-5. After activating all soldiers, you will obtain an army enhancement. Skeleton King's Protection, 50% chance of regeneration for fallen skeleton warriors. Zhang Xuan, who had just calmed down a little, became excited again. If he activated the army's amplification, wouldn't he be able to leave everything to others in the future? Thinking of this, Zhang Xuan decisively stopped in his tracks. Then, he increased the speed at which he released his skills. The death contracts were activated one after another as if they were free. Black holes began to appear one after another. However, half an hour later, Zhang Xuan realized that something was wrong. During this period, he summoned no less than 400 times, but he hadn't even seen a third profession. All he summoned were sabers and spears, skeleton warriors. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but doubt himself. Had he actually been so unreasonable? He didn't believe it and continued to summon more than 100 times, but this time, he finally recognized reality. This must be the legendary law of conservation in Europe and Africa, right? Every time Zhang Xuan summoned a skeleton warrior, it basically triggered the lucky dice. It wasn't surprising that it couldn't spawn other soldiers. However, he now had a team of 45 skeletons. Among them, there were only 25 saber skeletons and 20 spear skeleton warriors. I'll level up first. I'll farm again when I have the chance in the future. After walking for half an hour, the level of the monsters Zhang Xuan killed along the way was also gradually increasing. Ding! Level 11 Mountain Tai Ape Guild. Experience plus 400, ding! Level 12 Dead Tree Vine Guild. Experience plus 500, ding! Level 13 Dark Knight Bat Guild. Experience plus 600. In front of a bronze skeleton warrior, there wasn't much difference between level 10 and 13 monsters. Even a monster like the Dark Knight Bat, which had an aerial advantage, would be jumped into the air by the skeleton warrior to assassinate it. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck, and a cold voice sounded, "Don't move, or I'll send you back to see your Abyss Master." A female assassin wearing a tight green suit and a mask was approaching at some point in time. Her level was unknown. The female assassin was about to continue speaking, but in the next second, the skeleton warriors that weren't around her instantly surrounded her. Being pointed at by dozens of spears, the female assassin's hand that was holding the saber couldn't help but tremble. She didn't expect the skeleton's speed to be so ridiculous. Zhang Xuan slowly turned around and looked at the girl in front of him. He said coldly, "If I were the Abyss Envoy, you would have died long ago. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Don't kill me." The female assassin's originally cold voice was suddenly replaced by a clear and trembling voice. Zhang Xuan didn't react for a moment. Seeing that Zhang Xuan didn't react, She actually took out a large pile of gold coins. Her voice was actually a little teary. "I'll give these to you. I really didn't do it on purpose." Even through the mask, Zhang Zhuan could see that pair of watery eyes. He was instantly speechless. So this was a paper tiger? All the skeleton warriors retreated, and the female assassin instantly went limp. She sat on the ground, her chest heaving violently. She knew very well that Zhang Zhuan's gaze just now was murderous. Zhang Zhuan had only spared her life not because he had any tender feelings for the fairer sex. In this day and age, beauties were the source of calamity. If she hadn't spoken first, she would have been stabbed into a sieve by now. Currently, the speed of a bronze skeleton warrior was comparable to that of a second or even third transition assassin. Since she had appeared here, she was definitely not strong. However, this also made Zhang Zhuan realize a problem. When he faced the assassin class, he had to be careful of the other party's stealth. "You!" Growl. The female assassin clutched her stomach and hesitated for a moment before looking at Zhang Zhuan. Can you give me something to eat?" The assassin class's stealth required continuous consumption of endurance. If one's endurance was exhausted, one needed to eat in time to replenish their endurance. This female assassin had her eyes on Zhang Zhuan from the very beginning. Zhang Zhuan wanted to refuse. After all, this person had wanted to kill him before. However, he suddenly thought of something and decisively took out some food he had bought previously. The girl unguardedly lifted her mask. Her eyes were still a little red, and her eyes revealed her clear stupidity. Her face was also filled with immaturity. It was difficult to imagine that she was actually an assassin. She ate without hesitation, as if she wasn't worried that Zhang Zhuan had tampered with the food. Soon, the girl finished most of the items and finally leaned against the stone in satisfaction. "I'm really sorry. At first, I thought you were an abyssal envoy. I didn't expect you to have a hidden class. My name is Zhu Yi. What's your name?" Zhang Zhuan wasn't surprised that she could see his class. From the moment she took out so many gold coins, Zhang Zhuan realized that he had met a rich person with a low IQ. "There's no need to stand on ceremony. I have a condition for letting you go. Do you have any tools that can protect me from assassins? Treat it as compensation for the food. To prevent assassins from getting close." "Yes, I'll bring it to you immediately." After Zhu Yi finished speaking, she immediately took out an item from her backpack. "This is for you. Obscure Pearl, accessory, equipment level, 140, equipment restriction, none, effect, detects stealth units within a 50-meter radius." When Zhang Zhuan received the item, although he had already guessed that she was a rich lady, he was still a little surprised. Putting everything else aside, accessories without level and class restrictions were worth at least 1,000,000 yuan on the market. Moreover, they were priceless. Not to mention, there was also a range detection effect. "We're even." Suppressing his emotions, Zhang Zhuan put it on. Such accessories could be turned off and displayed, so he didn't have to worry about being seen. "Thank you for not fussing over it and treating me to food again. I'm going to continue looking for the Abyss Envoy. See you again if fate allows." Zhu Yi put on her mask and disappeared into stealth mode. However, from Zhang Zhuan's point of view, the invisible Zhu Yi's exact location was displayed until she was 50 meters away. It's a pity that the lucky dice can't increase the effect of the equipment. If the lucky dice were also useful for equipment, Zhang Zhuan would really have nothing to worry about in the future. It would be great if he could get any high-level equipment with double the effect. But then again, how did Zhu Yi survive until now? Zhang Zhuan had almost recovered after eating. He stood up, and all of the skeleton warriors immediately appeared beside him. Zhang Zhuan decided to clear out the monsters first since this was already the level 13 area. Ding! Level 13 Ferocious Lizard Guild. Experience plus 600, ding! Level 13 Snake Eagle Guild. Experience plus 600, 45 bronze skeleton warriors were mobilized. Although the level 13 monsters had improved a lot in all aspects, to the skeleton warriors, it was just one more shot or one more slash. The deeper he went, the denser the monsters became. Although this was something that ordinary professionals had to be cautious of, Zhang Xuan had no such worries. The more monsters there were, wouldn't it prove that he had more experience? Therefore, the speed at which his experience bar increased didn't slow down because of the increase in his level. After 3 hours, his experience had already increased by 55% by the latter half of the night. It's so late. There's actually a class changer in the forest? According to the information sent back by a skeleton warrior, a professional was teaming up to hunt monsters 1,000 meters north. Zhang Xuan moved deeper into the forest. He didn't really want to interact with professionals he didn't know. Coincidentally, most of the monsters nearby had been killed. Currently, he was level 8. If he could encounter more monsters above level 14, he could reach level 9 before dawn. Even though Zhang Xuan needed to spend an entire night to level up, if it was any other professional of the same level, it would take at least 3 days to level up. Speaking of this, Zhang Xuan has been thinking about a problem ever since he entered the forest. How did Zhang Anya reach level 17 in 10 days? He had relied on the heaven-defying system enhancement to have such a terrifying leveling speed, but relying on these wild monsters in the wild, it was obvious that it would be difficult to level up in a short period of time after reaching level 12. Not to mention that the second transition also required a large amount of experience. Could it be the Goblin King's novice dungeon? After thinking about it, this was the only answer. The Goblin King novice dungeon was the only one in the level 10-20 area. The monsters inside could provide more XP, and the Goblin King, as a level 15 monster, could also provide a lot of XP. However, Zhang Xuan was still unable to participate in the Goblin King novice dungeon because the lowest level he could participate in was level 12. It seemed that he had to reach level 12 as soon as possible. Otherwise, at this speed, he wouldn't have much time left for the second transition. However, as he walked, he suddenly stopped. According to the obscure pearl, a stealth unit was quickly approaching him. The orb could only show the stealth unit, but it couldn't show whether it was a monster or a professional. However, with this speed, even a rank 2 assassin might not be able to possess it. Zhang Xuan immediately summoned the skeleton warrior. At this moment, the stealth unit was less than 30 meters away from him. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing in the depths of the dark forest. 10 meters. At this moment, the skeleton warrior standing beside Zhang Xuan immediately entered a guard state. In the next moment, it suddenly slashed forward. Squeak! With a strange scream, Zhang Xuan saw blood splattering a few meters in front of him. However, he couldn't see what kind of monster it was with his naked eye. Not only was there no deduction of HP, but there was also no relevant information on his interface. Kill it! Immediately after, the skeleton warrior chased after the monster and swung its saber at the spot where the blood droplets fell. Another stream of blood spurted out. The sneaky monster that was attacked also launched a counterattack against the skeleton warrior. A piece of the skeleton warrior's shoulder armor was bitten off. Just this attack alone reduced the durability of the skeleton warrior's armor by 1,500 points. However, the skeleton warrior wasn't to be outdone and slashed back. For a moment, the invisible monster's figure actually vaguely appeared. Stealth units would be forced out of stealth after taking a certain amount of damage. Reality proved that it was as Zhang Xuan had expected. Thud. Health minus 1,000, the skeleton warrior resisted the sneaky monster's attack. This time, even the last bit of its armor durability was depleted. Immediately after, its counterattack finally showed a notification that its HP was decreasing. Health minus 500, the monster revealed its dark form. Zhang Xuan had also obtained information about the monster when he summoned the second skeleton soldier. Fury, mutated hidden rat, level 15, health, 2,000 5,000, strength, 1,000, defense, 500, agility, 500, skills, plague invasion, armor piercing bite. No wonder the skeleton warrior could not kill it after a few slashes. This monster had gone berserk. Berserk monsters were actually affected by the aura of the abyss. The affected monster's attributes would be greatly increased in all aspects, and they would also be very aggressive. This was why this mutated hidden rat was only level 15, but it had a panel equivalent to a level 20 elite monster. It was rare for a monster to be able to withstand the skeleton warrior's attack. With a thought, the skeleton warrior protecting him rushed forward in the next moment. The mutated hidden rat also arched its body and bared its huge and sharp fangs. The skeleton warrior's saber instantly arrived above the mutated hidden rat's head. The blade of the saber seemed to flash with a ray of light, and in the next moment, it ruthlessly cut into its head. H.P. Minus 20,000, a huge number floated above the head of the mutated hidden rat. This attack directly emptied its health bar. The skeleton warrior instantly fell into a dead silence, and the light in its eyes completely dimmed. The mutated hidden rat fell to the ground and twitched. Then, it completely lost its life. Ding! Level 15 Berserk Transformation, Mutated Hidden Rat Guild. Experience plus 2500, obtained Abyssal Crystal Fragment X1, obtained Rat Hair X2, Zhongzhuan's eyes widened in shock. Was the damage of this slash real? He originally wanted to see how much damage the skeleton warrior's life-risking strike could cause, but he didn't expect it to be so ridiculous. That number couldn't even be dealt by a monster with 0 defense. Not to mention that this monster had a defense of 500. But soon, Zhongzhuan figured it out. The effect of the amplification dice was effective on professional skills, and the skeleton warrior was summoned through professional skills. Its skills should also be affected by the amplification dice. Thinking about it this way, the previous number seemed very reasonable. When he thought about how he could deal tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of damage in the future, Zhongzhuan felt inexplicably excited. I didn't expect that I would underestimate the hidden potential of the skeleton warrior. However, Zhongzhuan had a new plan. Berserk monsters were actually quite rare in the wild. Zhongzhuan only heard the newspaper publishing it once or twice a year, and it was impossible for there to be only one such monster every time it appeared. Due to the influence of the abyss, berserk monsters basically moved in groups and would take the initiative to search for and attack the class changers they encountered. Since one had appeared here, there must be more berserk monsters nearby. Zhongzhuan wasn't someone who would sit and wait for death. Instead of waiting for them to find him one by one, he might as well take the initiative to attack. One had to know that this level 15 berserk monster provided Zhongzhuan with several times more experience than the underground Bear King. All the skeleton warriors received the order and began to quickly radiate in all directions. Sensing the information that was sent back one after another, Zhongzhuan finally discovered something. He quickly advanced into the depths of the dense forest in the northwest. Not long after, he saw a knight who was about to die being gnawed on by a blue spider monster that was about 2 meters long. Madness, blue poison spider, level 15, H.P. 6500, defense, 400, attack, 700, agility, 433, skills, venom cannonball, neurotoxin, spider breath. At this moment, half of the female knight's body had already been eaten. When she died, she saw Zhongzhuan appear behind a tree in the distance and used all her strength to ask for help. Save! Save me! Before she could finish her sentence, the blue poison spider's fangs pierced her heart, cutting off her last bit of life. Then, the blue poison spider seemed to sense something and turned to look in Zhongzhuan's direction. Seeing that there was a class changer, its instincts made it give up on the delicious food in its mouth. Then, it adjusted its posture and approached Zhongzhuan step by step. At the same time, its fangs swayed. However, just as it was about to charge at Zhongzhuan, its entire body suddenly smashed heavily into the ground. H.P. Minus 25,000, a skeleton warrior had stuck half a spear in the blue poison spider's head. At this moment, it was also paralyzed. Ding! Level 15 Berserk Transformation, Blue Poison Spider Guild. Experience plus 2500, obtained Poison Fangs X2, Obtained Abyssal Crystal Fragment X1, A. What is this? Only then did Zhang Zhuan notice that there was a material called the Abyssal Crystal Fragment in his bag. However, he had never heard of this material. However, now wasn't the time to care about this. He would figure it out when he returned to the exchange center. Arriving in front of the paralyzed skeleton warrior, Zhang Zhuan recalled it and summoned a new one. 2 berserk monsters provided nearly 5,000 experience points. This was much faster than finding ordinary monsters to kill. The current Zhang Zhuan was equivalent to holding a small nuclear bomb. As long as it wasn't a monster with a blood-locking mechanism within level 20, the skeleton warrior could kill it in one strike. As for the poor knight, because of her death, her name and other information had all been given an X. At the same time, under the corrosion of the poison, her appearance could no longer be seen clearly. The female knight was level 20. This was the only information that Zhang Zhuan could see. Recalling the commotion he had heard earlier, Zhang Zhuan guessed that the female knight must have run out from that direction to inform him. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the value of the berserk monster. In this day and age, it was very normal for a class changer to die. He would just have to wait for others to deal with the corpse collection. Everyone, hold on. Wu Yan has already gone to report. The guards will rush over to support us soon. But I saw a blue poison spider go after her. Could it be? Impossible. She's a level 22nd transition knight. No matter how fast that spider is, it can't catch up to her. Everyone, hold on. In a huge open space, more than 10 class changers from the Sky Guild were fighting to the death with dozens of berserk monsters around them. Captain Wu Tongyu repelled a level 15 blue poison spider with a slash. The blue poison spider's speed immediately decreased significantly. At the same time, the symbol of frost appeared above its head. As a second transition professional frost warrior, he could deal with one berserk monster alone, but now, dozens of them had appeared. This was something none of them had expected. Looking at the berserk monsters that surged up again, Wu Tong's mood became even heavier. Finally found it. Zhang Zhuan arrived nearby. It could be seen that the combat arrangements of these professionals were very orderly. Knights and warriors were in charge of the front lines, while priests and mages were in charge of buffing and dealing damage at the back. As for the assassins, they wandered around the battlefield and waited for an opportunity to attack the heavily injured berserk monsters. However, the difference in numbers between the two was too great. Moreover, under the various amplification attacks of the berserk monsters, the priest's H.P. was clearly unable to keep up. After counting, there were about 4 berserk monsters. A few of them were already on their last breaths. Zhang Zhuan released all the skeleton warriors in the undead space. Then, all the skeleton warriors charged towards the berserk monsters. It's over. Wu Tong looked at the large number of armored skeletons that suddenly appeared from the side of the forest. Despair immediately rose in his heart. It was already very difficult for them to deal with so many berserk monsters. Now that so many skeletons had appeared, their outcome could be imagined. Even if he was poisoned, he could only watch as the skeletons rushed towards the other members. PFFT. A level 15 mutated hidden rat was killed by the skeleton in one strike, and the skeleton seemed to have run out of electricity and stopped moving. Instant kill. Wu Tong was stunned. However, he also realized that the skeleton's target was actually a berserk monster. 1, 2, 3. The berserk monsters fell one after another. Although there were also berserk monsters that sensed it, with the skeleton warrior's 560 agility, no monster could escape the skeleton warrior's life-risking strike. Zhang Zhuan, who was leaning against a tree, was laughing so hard that his mouth cracked. His experience returned to the water infusion state in the novice dungeon, or even more ridiculous. Ding! Level 15 Berserk Transformation, Blue Poison Spider killed. Experience plus 2500, ding! Level 15 Berserk Giant Rock Python killed. Experience plus 2500, ding! Level 15 Berserk Transformation, Sonic Toad Guild. Experience plus 2,500. A tide of skeletons instantly covered the battlefield. The berserk monsters that originally had the absolute advantage were all killed in less than 2 minutes. The members of the Sky Guild were all dumbfounded. Who were they? What had happened? There were so many berserk monsters, but were they all killed? What was that skeleton? It could actually instantly kill a berserk monster with thousands of health points? The strangest thing was that the skeletons slowly disappeared after the attack. At this moment, everyone's minds seemed to have stopped working. It had to be known that they had only severely injured a few of them even after using all their strength. Killing them was even more impossible. Just like that, they had lost no less than 10 people. Everyone, maintain the formation. Don't let down your guard. Wu Tong was the first to calm down. All the guild members immediately regrouped. The surroundings were deathly silent. The dozens of profession changers didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that the strange skeleton from before would rush out and attack them. On the other side, Zhang Xuan was beaming with joy as he checked his experience bar. Now that he was already at level 9, he had an additional 5% experience. There were also a lot of materials in his backpack. He was earning a fortune. He had just confirmed that these were all the berserk monsters. However, just as Zhang Xuan was about to leave while summoning a new skeleton warrior, he suddenly noticed a system notification. There are items that need to be picked up manually. Please come closer to pick them up. Looking at the direction of the notification, it was the location where the berserk monsters died. Although he didn't know what it was, the items dropped by the berserk monsters were definitely not bad. Zhang Xuan walked out from behind the tree. The people in the magic barrier noticed him and immediately gripped their weapons tightly. The mages and priests also prepared their skills. However, when they saw who it was, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. Level 9? And the only hidden class of the support element? This was the depth of the forest. The average level of the monsters was above level 13. Since when were they so tolerant of newcomers? Zhang Xuan ignored them and walked straight to the corpse of a dead monster. When he got close, a black bead floated out. Item, Abyssal Orb. Zhang Xuan didn't care what it was for. After putting it in his backpack, he continued to search for the next corpse that had a reaction. On the other side, Wu Tong was stunned for a long time before he suddenly realized that they were collecting the spoils of war. They had received the system notification from the beginning that there was an item that needed to be picked up manually, but they hadn't dared to act trashly. He quickly walked over. Although he didn't know where the skeleton came from, he was sure that it had nothing to do with this level 9 support in front of him. Little brother, it's not good to take other people's spoils of war, right? Zhang Xuan glanced at him and continued with his work. This was the first time in Wu Tong's life that he had been ignored by a level 9 rookie. At this moment, a priest in the guild couldn't stand it anymore and reprimanded him. Hey, he's talking to you. Where are your manners? Our captain is asking you a question. Zhang Xuan stopped what he was doing and turned around to curse. Where did you guys get the face to say that it's your spoils of war? Did you guys get 1 XP from these dozens of monsters? Half of a team of more than 20 people was killed. You guys are really shameless. Zhang Xuan wouldn't be polite to a fellow who didn't know his place. After saying that, he continued with his work. All the members of the Sky Guild were stunned. The strong sense of shame made many people look angry. Wu Tong was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. However, at this moment, 5 to 6 skeleton warriors appeared beside Zhang Xuan. Everyone present had seen how terrifying this skeleton warrior was. They quickly swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths, and their previous anger instantly dissipated. The female priest who had been clamoring earlier turned even paler. She quickly hid behind a knight. Seeing that the other party didn't continue speaking, Zhang Xuan's face was filled with disdain. If he had known earlier, he would have appeared with the skeleton warriors from the beginning and saved himself the trouble of listening to their chatter. Following the system prompt, Zhang Xuan dissected a few more corpses and obtained a total of 6 abyssal orbs. As far as he knew, Such items that needed to be picked up manually were usually rare materials. After completing the pickup, Zhang didn't stay any longer. He left with a few skeleton warrior bodyguards. Captain. Captain, is there something wrong with this person? That's right. Why does he look like the Abyssal Envoy? After a long time, a member of the Sky Guild asked softly. The others also made guesses. A level 9 support class brought along such a ridiculous skeleton warrior and easily killed a berserk monster that they couldn't deal with. Even if it was the only hidden class, it was clearly illogical. Under this premise, there was only one possibility to meet all the conditions: the Abyssal Envoy. Wu Tongdong had the same thought at the beginning because everything that happened was too bizarre. But soon, Wu Tong seemed to have thought of something. Then, he turned around and instructed, "Everyone, take it that we've fought the boss for nothing today. Everyone, reorganize yourselves and return to the camp first." Everyone had question marks on their faces. Shouldn't they inform the city's guards as soon as the Abyssal Envoy appeared? Seeing everyone's puzzled gazes, Wu Tong said slowly, "His level shows that he's only level 9, but he can have a level 9 summoned creature. At first glance, it's indeed very strange. But if the other party is an Abyssal Envoy, we should be the ones dying now. There's no need for him to attack these monsters that are also affected by the power of the Abyss. Did you still remember that professions above the 5th transition can buy a hidden level item at the exchange center?" With Wu Tong's reminder, everyone suddenly came to a realization. Upon reaching the 5th transition, a class changer could purchase a consumable item called the Phantom Mask, which could only see the level information set by the other party for the duration of the effect. The president of the Sky Guild, the 5th transition Holy Swordsman, Zhujlin, only had one, but he had never used it before. The Phantom Mask wouldn't affect one's level or abilities, but it would restrict one's ability to enter dungeons. Moreover, the minimum level allowed to enter dungeons wouldn't be adjusted. Coupled with the fact that the item itself costs more than 100 million yuan, professionals above the 5th transition would usually not buy such an item. No wonder he was so rude. So he's a hidden big shot. Fortunately, I wasn't in a hurry to speak at first. It's over. I said that just now. Will he secretly target me in the future? The priestess was about to cry. If she provoked a 5th transition big shot, she might accidentally die someday. Inside a nest, Zhang sat on the corpse of a blue poisoned spider. As he summoned the level 9 skeleton warrior, he looked at the items he had obtained in his backpack. In the harvest just now, Zhang also obtained a large number of monster drops, including dozens of abyssal crystal fragments and the 6 abyssal orbs. Zhang had never seen these 2 items before when he was killing monsters. He guessed that they would only drop from berserk monsters. The strange thing was that these 2 items didn't have specific uses. There was only a line of introduction filled with the aura of the abyss. As he didn't have enough level authority, Zhang couldn't open the remote exchange center yet. The specific value of these 2 materials could only wait until he returned. As for those fellows from the guild, Zhang didn't even bother to think about whether they would take the initiative to hunt them down or if the berserk monsters would come knocking on his door. However, if the other party had continued to speak without thinking, Zhang would have killed them all. In such a situation, Zhang could have killed them all to prevent any trouble. As for him, he didn't make a move at the beginning because they were all humans. Everyone had to contribute to the future of humanity. However, the attitude of those people behind him really made Zhang very unhappy. When he summoned the skeleton warrior, he was already mentally prepared. If they still didn't know what was good for them, Zhang would definitely not give them a chance to leave alive. Most of the people in that group were already in a bad state. A skeleton warrior could instantly kill a berserk monster with 6,000 HP. With a single slash. Which 2nd transition class could have this much HP? It wasn't that Zhang was cold-blooded. If he let go of those people who didn't know what was good for them, there would be endless trouble in the future. After resting for a while, Zhang set off again with a total of 50 level 9 skeleton warriors. The attributes of a level 9 skeleton warrior had reached a higher level. Currently, the area was still within the range of level 15 monsters, but at this level, there were already monsters appearing in groups of 3 to 5. This was very troublesome for ordinary class changers. This was because the combat power of monsters that moved in groups had increased by more than one level. Therefore, ordinary class changers would avoid more than 3 monsters that moved in groups. However, this was much more convenient for Zhang Xuan. Perhaps it was because he had come into contact with berserk monsters before, but at this moment, Zhang Xuan no longer cared about level 15 monsters. His skeleton warrior could completely do whatever it wanted in the forest. Another massacre began. After that, there wasn't much commotion. Zhang Xuan steadily farmed until the next morning. As another nest of blue poison spiders was wiped out, he finally reached level 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the maximum energy level and triggering God's chosen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for your only hidden talent, Corpse Soul Disaster. Corpse Soul Disaster. After killing monsters, the sorcerer will extract souls. After accumulating enough souls, the sorcerer will randomly summon an evil spirit that will follow him forever. The quality of the evil spirit will increase with the sorcerer's level. Current soul accumulation progress, 0.00%. This only hidden talent didn't seem to be anything special at the moment. It could only be treated as a cumulative reward. After all, Zhang Xuan couldn't fill up the accumulated progress in one go. What he was more concerned about now was that he was only 2 levels away from the lowest level limit of level 12. It was now the 3rd day since he had left the academy, and there were still 7 days left. Zhang Xuan was confident that he could complete the first 5 levels in 5 days. The remaining 3 days were just enough for him to gain experience for the second transition. Zhang Xuan finally walked out of the forest. In front of him was a boundless desert, but he wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, he found a place to rest for a while and updated the levels of the skeleton warriors. This time, Zhang Xuan's undead space had expanded by 10. The number of level 10 skeleton warriors he could summon had reached 60. However, after a round of updates, Zhang Xuan still didn't obtain any other units of the skeleton warriors. This made him a little depressed. Why did he suddenly become so unreasonable? Moreover, Zhang Xuan spent about 10 minutes to complete the update of all the skeleton warriors for this upgrade. The main reason was that Zhang Xuan's class skill level had grown along with his level. However, the higher the class skill, the more mental strength it consumed. Currently, Zhang Xuan's spiritual energy was at 650 points, but releasing a summon death contract would consume 400 points of spiritual energy, and the painful battle would also require 300 points. Although his spirit recovery speed had also reached 55/s, Zhang Xuan was used to summoning skeleton warriors without restraint. He was more or less not used to it. Currently, the only way to solve this problem was to level up through equipment or staffs. However, the weapons and equipment that he could wear at his level could only increase his limited maximum mental strength by dozens of points at most. Forget it, I'll level up first. I'll think about the rest later. Zhang Xuan only left 5 skeleton warriors with him, and the rest were put into the undead space. Further ahead, they were no longer in the forest area. They could see very far at a glance. If they led dozens of skeleton warriors and walked casually in the sand area, it was inevitable that they would attract a lot of attention. After all, his summoning special effect and the appearance of the abyssal monsters did feel a little similar. Just as he stepped on it, he received a danger notification. Attention! The area ahead is dangerous. Please explore carefully. Looking at the red notification in front of him, Zhang Xuan continued forward without hesitation. Usually, when one reached a monster area above level 15, such notifications would appear if the level difference exceeded 5 levels. However, Zhang Xuan didn't need to worry about the level difference at all. Although Zhang Xuan had always relied on the skeleton warrior, he still had the painful battle that he had never used. Moreover, The Berserk monsters from before were much higher than the highest level 20 monster panel in the northern suburbs. After entering the sand, Zhongzhuan ordered the skeleton warrior to lead the way. Although the surface of the sand was calm, the danger hidden under the sand was no less than the forest. Bang! The spear-wielding skeleton warrior in front stabbed into the sand, and a green liquid immediately appeared. Ding! Level 16 Tsunami Sandworm killed. Experience plus 150, obtained Sandworm Chrysalis X1. Actually, Zhongzhuan had already discovered the existence of this monster within a 50-meter radius. Furthermore, within this 50-meter radius, there were no less than 40 similar monsters. This was all thanks to the obscure pearl. Although the sandworm couldn't become invisible, its hiding state underground was also considered stealth. The skeleton warrior retracted its spear, and a 2-meter-long brown sandworm was brought out. Earth Surge Sandworm, Level 16, H.P. 0750, Strength, 2000, Defense, 120, Agility, 700, Skill, Swift Thrust. Looking at the monster panel, Zhongzhuan finally understood why it was killed in one shot. This was a tadpole monster with very little HP. And very high attack. In terms of attack alone, it was equivalent to an elite monster around level 20. Moreover, its agility was the highest among the monsters Zhongzhuan had seen so far. One could imagine how satisfying it would be for a job changer who didn't have any detection methods to be ambushed by this thing. The number of such monsters in front also increased. Zhongzhuan summoned a few skeleton warriors. Under his control, the skeleton warriors quickly ran out. However, this skeleton warrior hadn't advanced far when a sandworm suddenly crawled out from below. Its sharp needles pierced into the skeleton warrior's armor. The skeleton warrior turned around and killed it with a slash. Zhongzhuan immediately opened the interface. Protective equipment durability, 1500 2000s. This time, Zhongzhuan had a rough idea. He summoned the first batch of 10 skeleton warriors and planned a general direction. The 10 skeleton warriors began to advance quickly in 2 rows. After this batch had walked far away, Zhongzhuan summoned the second batch. This cycle continued. Zhongzhuan made arrangements for the 50 skeleton warriors. The remaining 10 were left in the area of the obscure pearl to be in charge of cleaning up the fish that escaped the net. Ding! Level 16 Tsunami Sandworm killed. Experience plus 150, ding! Level 16 Tsunami Sandworm killed. Experience plus 150, dot. The intensive experience notifications rang out once again. Zhongzhuan had just leveled up not long ago, and his experience points had started to increase like they were being inflated. In less than 2 hours, Zhongzhuan's experience points had reached 50%. Although level 16 sandworms gave very little experience, their numbers were too dense. The skeleton warriors in the front row could encounter 3 to 5 attacks at the same time with every step. If it was a saber-wielding skeleton warrior, one slash would give Zhongzhuan about 1000 XP. Zhongzhuan was also paying attention to the skeleton warrior's condition at all times. If it had low health, he would immediately summon it to replenish it. Just like that, when the sun set, Zhongzhuan's body flickered again. Prompt: your level has increased to level 11. Zhongzhuan shook his numb arms. He should be the first person to cast a spell that exhausted his endurance, right? Looking at the map that the skeleton warrior had explored, Zhongzhuan realized that this desert was actually not very big. It was only about 4,000 meters in diameter. With the current control range of the skeleton warrior, it could completely cover it. On both sides of the desert were forests and mountains. From time to time, one could see people who had changed their professions around these 2 areas. However, there were no traces of a class changer in the desert. Zhongzhuan didn't find anyone along the way. In fact, he didn't know that this area was known as the Sandworm Death Zone. The class changers would rather take a detour than cross it, even if the monsters here were dense and their HP was low. Among class changers below level 20, even assassins weren't as agile as sandworms. Ordinary class changers could only kill 1 or 2 at a time at most, but the price was that their HP bars would disappear. However, the XP given by sandworms was pitifully low, even lower than that of level 13 monsters. Moreover, they didn't have any summon creatures that could share the damage. If they were stabbed by this thing, they would lose half their lives. As for class advancement players above level 20, they could explore higher leveled areas. There was no need to waste time here, hence, no one would enter this place once every few years. Zhang looked at the hidden talent he had obtained previously. He immediately raised his eyebrows, his face filled with question marks. Current soul accumulation progress, 44.22%. He had killed at least a few thousand sandworms in the past few hours. He had only accumulated less than 50% of the progress of so many monsters. Originally, Zhang had thought that the monsters here were densely packed. Not only could he harvest experience, but he could also quickly accumulate souls. However, reality was clearly very cruel. Zhang didn't know how big the sand was. If he left this place, it would be difficult for him to find a place with so many monsters. However, this also proved that when the soul's progress was maxed out, the evil spirit summon would definitely not be bad. In any case, he hadn't reached level 12 yet. The number of sandworms here could completely make up for the lack of experience. Zhang immediately continued forward. Soon, another 3 hours passed. Zhang suddenly saw a line of yellow words. Your backpack is full. You can't continue to pick up items. This was something Zhang hadn't expected. Back then, he couldn't afford a large capacity backpack, and he hadn't considered obtaining so many materials. He had no choice but to throw away some low-level materials in his backpack. He had already accumulated more than 10,000 sandworm chrysalises in his backpack. Zhang had never seen the price of this material in the exchange center, but it was dropped from a level 16 monster after all. Its value was higher than the drops of those low-level monsters. Boom! Just as Zhang threw away the items below level 13 in his bag, he heard a sound from underground. At the same time, a system notification with a red sign sounded. Attention! You have killed 10,000 sandworms and incurred the wrath of the Sandworm King. The ground began to sink, and Zhang's leg accidentally sank inside. Fortunately, the skeleton warrior immediately grabbed him. Zhang returned to the ground and ordered the skeleton warriors to lie down. After stepping on them, he immediately recalled all the skeleton warriors. However, some of them had already been swallowed by the quicksand. Zhang immediately lost contact with some of the skeleton warriors. The summoned skeleton warriors built human ladders under Zhang's feet one after another. Soon, Zhang was supported to the height of 4 floors. Zhang stepped on the skeleton warrior's ladder and looked around warily. At this moment, the skeleton warrior's ladder was still sinking. If Zhang had some understanding of the underground Bear King before, he had never heard of this boss called the Sandworm King. Currently, he only knew that killing 10,000 ordinary sandworms was the trigger condition. 2 black vortex doors appeared, and a new skeleton warrior appeared. It laid down at Zhang's feet and built a new skeleton ladder. As Zhang had leveled up and his summoning speed had been reduced, although he had been casting spells, the ladder built by the skeleton warriors was still decreasing. Another 2 minutes passed. Finally, when Zhang was less than 3 meters away from the flowing ground, the skeleton ladder stopped sinking. Zhang wasn't in a hurry to jump down and continued to summon a skeleton warrior. Although this one looked a little special, Zhang wasn't in the mood to pay attention to it. No one could guarantee that it wouldn't continue. The scent in the distance suddenly rose, and a huge sandworm crawled out. Looking around, the cross-section was about 5 meters long. Hidden Boss, Sandworm King, Level, 16, HP, 2 million, Strength, 2000, Defense, 50, Agility, 203, Skills, Sand Rush, Quick Sand Rush. The Sandworm King that sleeps underground will hunt down those who dare to harm its people. To put it bluntly, this last introduction meant that either he killed the king insect with 2 million HP, or he would be killed. In fact, Zhang Xuan was shocked when he first saw the HP of the Sandworm King because he remembered that the HP of a level 30 boss was at most more than 1,000,000. However, when he saw the other interfaces, Zhang Xuan's confidence immediately increased. "You're the Sandworm King?" Zhang Xuan landed on the ground. At this moment, he didn't have to worry about the Sandworm King releasing more quicksand. Generally, such large-scale skills would have a certain cooldown. For example, the Underground Bear King's sound wave attack. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hit it at all. It was also at this moment that he finally noticed that one of the skeleton warriors was holding a bow. Indeed, the heavens didn't disappoint those who worked hard. A third troop type had appeared. However, Zhang Xuan didn't have the time to look at the skeleton warrior's interface. No matter how slow the Sandworm King was, it was only less than 20 meters away from Zhang Xuan. A black hole appeared behind Zhang Xuan, and another skeleton warrior appeared. Then, all the skeleton warriors rushed forward in an orderly manner, except for the bowman. Health -2000, health -2000, a few damage numbers appeared on the Sandworm King's body, but this was clearly nothing compared to its HP. Zhang Xuan didn't dare to casually let the skeleton warrior use life-risking strike now. The paralyzed skeleton warrior would suffer a huge amount of additional damage. If it was all gone, Zhang Xuan wouldn't be far from death. Therefore, he had to ensure the number of skeleton warriors was enough. Bang! The Sandworm King's sharp horn pierced into a skeleton warrior's body. Zhang Xuan took the opportunity to dodge, and the skeleton warrior's head was embedded in the sand with the King Sandworm's head. Not only did its massive size give the Sandworm King a huge attack range and pressure, but it also gave its attacks a considerable inertia. This attack actually deducted 1000 HP from the skeleton warrior. On the other hand, the skeleton warrior's protective gear wasn't damaged at all. Zhang Xuan immediately understood. The Sandworm King's attack had the effect of ignoring protective gear. Fortunately, the Sandworm King's attack points weren't high. Otherwise, it would have been a little troublesome. As he retreated, he summoned a new skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior didn't waste any time. During this period, it kept attacking. The bowman relied on his 1000 agility to attack back and forth like a flea. Only then did the Sandworm King slowly pull its head out. However, Zhang Xuan suddenly noticed that two eyes that didn't originally exist seemed to have appeared on its head. Combined with the experience of playing games in his previous life and the professional knowledge he had gained in the past few years, Zhang Xuan guessed that this was most likely its flaw. At this moment, the Sandworm King was already prepared for its next attack. It was relatively slippery overall, and the skeleton warriors couldn't climb up, but Zhang Xuan now had archers. With the sandworm's next attack, a part of the sand caved in again. Zhang Xuan, who was hiding at the side, issued an order to the skeleton archers. The bowman slowed down, then stopped where he was, and immediately began to accumulate power. The sandworm slowly pulled its head up. The moment its eyes appeared, the skeleton archers released the bowstring. Boom! As the bowstring trembled, the arrow ruthlessly pierced into the Sandworm King's eyes. Immediately, it twisted crazily like an eel thrown into a pot of oil. HP minus 355,500. Suddenly, a ridiculous number floated up. Zhang Xuan, who was too shocked, forgot to dodge for a moment and was sent flying by the frantically twisting sandworm. The skeleton warrior naturally shared the damage of this inferior collision. After Zhang Xuan stood up, he immediately located the position of the bowman. How was this a bowman? This was clearly a nuclear bomb. The skeleton archers were no different from wooden stakes in their charged state. At this moment, they were already buried under the sand. After receiving the order, they quickly crawled out from under the sand. After rolling for a while, the sandworm finally stabilized and continued to search for Zhang Xuan's location. At this moment, Zhang Xuan summoned 2 more skeleton warriors. Unfortunately, there were still no archers available for him to summon. This time, the sandworm's attack speed was even faster. Zhang didn't even have time to summon the skeleton warrior to protect himself before he was smashed into the ground. P. Minus 2,900, nearly 3,000 points of damage were distributed by the skeleton warrior. Other than eating a mouthful of sand, Zhang didn't suffer any negative effects. Just as the Sandworm King's head was pulled out again, the archer, who had already finished charging, shot another arrow. P. Minus 450,000, another attack was aimed at the eye. This time, the Sandworm King's entire body stiffened, and it went limp. Seeing that the skeleton archers only had one attack left, Zhang took a gamble and released the summon death contract again. As the pitch-black vortex door appeared, a skeleton warrior walked out under Zhang's gaze. When he saw its weapon, a smile bloomed on Zhang's face. This time, the 35% chance didn't disappoint him. A second skeleton archers had appeared. Shoot it! The two skeleton archers gathered their strength and shot arrows at the Sandworm King. P. Minus 375,000, P. Minus 375,000, after a few attacks with ridiculously high damage, the 2 million HP of the Sandworm King was instantly emptied. All of this happened too quickly. Zhang himself was still a little dumbfounded. Even if he was cheating, he wouldn't dare to be so brazen, right? Ding! Level 16 Hidden Boss King Sandworm Guild. Experience plus 75,000, congratulations on killing a hidden boss and becoming a Sand King. Congratulations on obtaining the Hidden Shadow set, congratulations on obtaining the chapter of Earth Sand. Zhang ignored the series of generous rewards, and his experience bar increased by a large amount. However, he immediately opened the interface of the skeleton archers. Due to the change in combat style, its name had also changed. Skeleton Archers, Bronze, Level 11, Health, 5,500, Agility, 1,060, Endurance, Protector Durability, 1,000, Strength, 2,800, Spirit, 240, Skill, enter a charge state. The next 3 charged attacks deal 325% strength damage, cool down 100s, as expected of the third unit that he had spent so much effort to successfully summon. Although its health was about the same as the original level 6 skeleton warrior and the durability of its protective gear was much lower, its strength was clearly much higher. Excluding the buff from the lucky dice, the charging attack alone could cause nearly 10,000 damage. No wonder the charging attacks just now killed the Sandworm King instantly. Of course, the original damage would definitely not be so high. The first 2 powered up shots were because they hit the weak point. Generally speaking, the boss would receive additional damage when it was in a weakened or paralyzed state. For example, the Underground Bear King from before seemed to make much more sense, not to mention the pitifully low defense of the Sandworm King. If I can have a few more in the future, wouldn't that be? Congratulations on completing the first kill of the hidden boss, the Sandworm King. Would you like to see your personal information? Zhang's muttering was interrupted by the sudden notification. He decisively chose not to show it. After the hidden boss was killed for the first time, it would be recorded in the monster guide. The information of the first kill players would also be recorded, which meant that all players could see your name. It wasn't that Zhang wasn't willing to share the boss guide. Players who completed the first kill of the hidden boss would receive a large number of rewards. This could easily lead to the class changer being targeted. One had to know that it was very common to kill and rob in this world. Once, a class changer who was about to advance to the 6th transition was killed in the wilderness because he didn't keep a low profile. Therefore, at his current level, it wasn't a bad thing to hide his personal information. Outside the sand, a team of class advancement players with an average level of 15 was resting. At this moment, the team leader who was checking the map suddenly exclaimed, "Holy SHT, when did a hidden boss appear in the sand?" It wasn't just this party. Soon, this news spread among the class advancement players around the desert. Obviously, No one expected that there would be a boss in the desert that even the dog was unwilling to go to. It was not as if no one had explored before. A team of 30 people had once ventured deep into the sand, but in the end, they had found nothing. One after another, teams and solo players appeared near the edge of the nearby desert area. The desolate area that hadn't seen anyone for the past few years suddenly became much more active. Looks like someone noticed. Through the information sent back by the skeleton archers, Zhang Xuan learned about the situation on both sides of the desert. There were even people who had already started to form teams to enter the desert. Zhang Xuan wasn't worried that there would be class changers coming in a short period of time. Just the high-tech sandworms alone were enough to make them suffer. However, he had to open it quickly because the longer he delayed, the more people would be attracted to this place. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered. Zhang Xuan had no choice but to temporarily give up on leveling up. Next, under the vision provided by the two skeleton archers, Zhang Xuan began to advance along the center of the sand. It was also just now that Zhang Xuan realized that the skeleton archers actually had an excellent field of vision. Ordinary skeleton warriors' vision was probably similar to humans. However, the vision of the skeleton archers was 3 times that of the skeleton warriors. This ensured that Zhang Xuan wouldn't expose himself while obtaining information about the border areas on both sides of the desert. Finally, after walking for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Xuan discovered through the skeleton archers that there was no change in profession at the right side of the desert. He decisively changed his direction and approached as fast as he could. However, before he entered the mountain path, he sensed that there were about 5 stealth units within 50 meters. Zhang Xuan didn't stop. The moment he stepped into the mountain path, the surrounding stealth units quickly closed in. A few seconds later, several assassin class advancement players appeared behind him. "Brother, we won't kill you, but you have to hand over all the boss rewards. If it's convenient, I hope you can write down the method to trigger the hidden boss." The figure of a class changer appeared in front of Zhang Xuan, but his level information wasn't hidden. It was Luo Tao, a level 22 second transition professional ghost shadow assassin. Immediately after, around Zhang Xuan, another 6 to 7 class changers appeared to seal off all his escape routes. All of them were second transition professional assassins. At this moment, a few shadow-like patterns appeared under Zhang Xuan's feet. This was the Ghost Shadow Assassin's exclusive trap. Once it was triggered, the target's agility would decrease to 0 for 5 seconds. However, this kind of trap needed to be set up in advance. The other party was so well prepared. It seemed that he had been targeted long ago. "Thank you. You've taught me a lesson. The safest place is the most dangerous. You're welcome. We also promise not to kill you, as long as you do as we say." Zhang Xuan scoffed at this. Although his level was low, he wasn't stupid. There was no pity in the eyes of those assassins. The reason why they made hypocritical promises was none other than that the professionals who were killed would only drop some items. If they were unlucky, they might only drop materials. The next moment, 35 skeleton warriors instantly appeared. Luo Tao, who was closest to him, was pierced by 2 spears before he could react. The eyes of the other assassins trembled. Where did so many skeletons come from? However, they weren't in the mood to think too much. In the next moment, they all used stealth to escape. Unfortunately, their stealth was nothing in front of Zhang Xuan. As assassins, their agility was indeed higher than ordinary professions, but it was still far inferior to the level 11 skeleton archers. Swoosh! 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 As the 2 skeleton archers accurately shot a few arrows, a few screams came from both sides of the mountain path. If they were in the forest, it was indeed not easy to kill a second transition assassin. After all, bows and arrows couldn't turn. Unfortunately, they chose a mountainous area with no cover. In less than a minute, the corpses of the 3 second transition assassins were brought back by the skeleton warriors who had followed them out. The skeleton archers also brought back a survivor from another direction. The assassin couldn't understand why he couldn't escape from the strange skeleton even though he had already escaped far away and used the terrain to dodge the attack. "Brother, I know I was wrong. Can you spare my dog life? I can give you all my equipment as long as you don't kill me." Ignoring the trembling assassins, Zhang Zhuan said coldly, "How did you discover my location?" "Our boss, Luo Tao, is the one you dealt with in the beginning. Previously, in the novice dungeon, he obtained an item that allows him to obtain a high-altitude view within a 5-kilometer radius. However, the cooldown time is 5 days. Facing the surrounding skeleton warriors who were eyeing him covetously, this assassin didn't dare have any thoughts. After all, Luo Tao was an example. Zhang Zhuan nodded. So he had used a rare item. PFFT. Just as the assassin was about to continue begging for mercy, a spear pierced through his chest. His last expression of fear froze on his face. Zhang Zhuan had no intention of showing mercy to such people. If not for his special talent, they wouldn't have shown him any mercy even if they killed him. Moreover, from their familiarity, it was obvious that they were veterans in killing and robbing. Zhang Zhuan stuffed their dropped items into his backpack and left without stopping. This wasn't a safe place. The earlier he left, the less trouble he would cause. After entering the mountain range, Zhang Zhuan saw some job changers who were mining. They probably didn't know about the hidden boss, but Zhang Zhuan was much safer here. Some of the mining job changers had lower levels than him. This type of class changer was probably the altruistic type who relied on selling ores to survive in the main city. The country wouldn't force these class changers to level up because they would be better off mining to make some contributions on the battlefield. At this time, the sky was already completely dark. Zhang Zhuan lit a bonfire and opened his backpack. Previously, the boss reward he obtained was only a chapter of Earth Sand and a dropped backpack. The effect of the chapter of Earth Sand was similar to the obscure pearl. The wearer could sense the active units within a 200-meter radius. This was why the assassin was captured by the skeleton archers even though he had escaped the detection range of the pearl. The new backpack he obtained, Sandworm Shell, solved Zhang Zhuan's previous problem of filling his backpack. After all, it was an item dropped by a hidden boss. The capacity provided was almost equivalent to a level 40 backpack, which was 5 times the current capacity of his backpack. As for the other equipment, Zhang Zhuan didn't have the time to check them. He had to sort out the items dropped by the 5 unlucky fellows. The first thing he wanted to see was naturally the set equipment that he had obtained. This was something that only first clear class advancement players would have. Subsequent players could only randomly obtain one of the components. As for hidden bosses like this, most of them respawned around half a year ago. Stealth Equipment Set, Legendary, a set that is protected by the Sandworm King. After equipping 5 pieces, the Hidden Shadow can be obtained. Hidden Shadow increases the passive effect of each piece of equipment by 200%. When the wearer receives fatal damage, the wearer will trigger the Shadow of the Sand King, and will be immune to damage for 3 seconds. The ground within a 100-meter radius will turn into quicksand and devour all ground units, excluding the wearer. As soon as he saw the effect of the Hidden Shadow set, Zhang Zhuan was stunned. Putting aside the effects of the other parts, just the death immunity effect of the 5 sets alone could be sold for at least billions of gold coins. Not to mention that the Hidden Shadow set didn't have any class restrictions or ridiculously low level restrictions. Zhang Zhuan remembered that a set with such an effect usually had to be at least level 40. Zhang Zhuan opened the set gift box and clicked on the first piece of equipment. Crown of Hidden Shadow, Legendary, Class Restriction, None, Wear Restriction, Level 15, Second Transition, Equipment User plus 300 Spirit Upper Limit, plus 200 Attack, plus 12/S Spirit Recovery, Passive Effect, Equipment Holder has 2 or more pieces of set equipment. Equipment provides a 50% bonus, what the heck? Just by looking at the attributes of the first set, Zhang Zhuan's blood pressure rose. Was the effect of this single piece of equipment so ridiculous? Normally, equipment with such attributes would be at least level 50 and above. Suppressing his excitement, He continued to look at the other pieces of equipment. This time, he finally couldn't remain calm. This was simply a effing divine artifact. Zhang Xuan did some rough calculations. The enhancement provided by each set was almost equivalent to epic grade equipment at level 50. The enhancement effect of the 5 sets together was almost comparable to a level 60 legendary equipment. Although he couldn't wear it at the moment, just looking at this set directly highlighted one word: abnormal. With excitement in his heart, Zhang Xuan continued to check. Soon, he discovered the second treasure, but there was something wrong. Sand King gloves, legendary, class restriction, none, wear restriction, level 15, second transition, equipment user plus 600 strength, endurance consumption minus 35%, attack speed increased by 55%, passive effect, 30% of the user's strength is converted to agility. Active effect, impaling fang. The user's next 1-minute attack will ignore the opponent's defense. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Needless to say, this was also a divine artifact. Currently, equipment with active and passive effects are basically priceless on the market. However, although Zhang Xuan could use it, he wasn't interested in being a close combat mage. Moreover, from the description, it seemed like it was prepared for Liu Tangshan. As the king of close combat, a martial artist could fully unleash the effect of this weapon. DM, I worked so hard to kill the boss, but this is the only weapon I dropped for you. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but curse. However, he didn't intend to sell it, although the price of such legendary equipment with heaven-defying attributes wouldn't be cheaper than a Hidden Shadow set. However, Liu Tangshan had taken good care of Zhang Xuan and Zhang Anya, who came from poor families. He was also one of the few people who treated the two of them as biological siblings. He continued to check the other items that had dropped. Most of the remaining items were materials that he had never heard of before. The exact value can wait until he returned to the exchange center. There were also some that showed. Usually, this kind of item needed the help of an alchemist. This kind of item could only be obtained through alchemists. After alchemists convert it, there might be top-grade weapon embryos. It could also be some finished weapons. Of course, it was more likely that it was just ordinary weapons or materials. As for the items dropped by those guys, to be honest, Zhang Xuan was no longer interested in them. Although some of the equipment they dropped was also high level, Zhang Xuan wasn't interested at all. After rummaging through it, Zhang Xuan found an item that was currently on cooldown. Eagle Eye, accessory, equipment level, 2025, equipment restriction, assassin, effect, gain the vision of units within a 10-kilometer radius. Cooldown, 120 hours. Current cooldown, 114 hours. This should be the item that they discovered. Unfortunately, Zhang Xuan couldn't use it, and the cooldown was too long. It should fetch a good price. Zhang Xuan casually threw the remaining items into his backpack and left some food for them to eat. While resting, Zhang Xuan recovered the number of skeleton warriors. Currently, his mental strength could only summon 2 skeleton warriors at once. The third summoning interval would take about 6 seconds. The equipment was in his bag, but his level wasn't high enough. It was really torturous. Perhaps it was because he had successfully summoned the skeleton archers for the first time, but this time, he successfully summoned 3 skeleton archers. Although 2 of the interfaces weren't good and only received an increase of about 10 times, Zhang Xuan wasn't picky. He would replace them in the future when there was a suitable one. When the number of skeleton warriors recovered to 55, Zhang Xuan got up and continued along the mountain path. Ding! Level 17 Heavy Rock Turtle killed. Experience plus 1300, obtained Rock Armor X1. The distribution of monsters in the mountain area wasn't very dense. The professionals who came here were mainly collecting various materials, but Zhang Xuan wasn't in a hurry now. Currently, his XP progress is 79%. As a hidden boss, the Sandworm King gave him 150,000 XP at once. Because Zhang Xuan killed the boss alone, his XP doubled. He was still half a day away from the Goblin King Novice Dungeon. If he farmed along the way, he would be able to reach level 12. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The high-level monsters along the way gave Zhang 95% of his XP. Although the efficiency of the skeleton warriors in the mountains had decreased, they were still much faster than ordinary class changers. Considering that there were more class changers ahead, Zhang released more than 10 skeleton warriors on the spot. With his current experience, he could level up in about half an hour. Boom! The giant rock tortoise, which was covered in faint black flames, was directly hit by a bolt of lightning. Immediately, its back exploded violently, and a crack actually appeared on its hard shell. Health minus 400, Zhang Linyu drank a bottle of medicine and instantly replenished half of her depleted spiritual power. Then, she continued to cast spells, and a circle of water ripples appeared under the giant rock tortoise's feet. Sensing danger, the giant rock tortoise wanted to escape, but at this moment, another bolt of lightning struck down. The violent explosion made its body sink, and the flames on its back continued to burn as if they wouldn't be extinguished. At this moment, the water vortex under the giant rock tortoise's feet had also formed. In an instant, it was dragged in by a huge force. Ding! Level 17 Giant Rock Tortoise Guild. Experience plus 2600, obtained Drakarma Rex 4. Zhang Linyu looked at her remaining stamina and continued to move. However, it could be seen that she hadn't rested for a long time, and even her cold eyes were now bloodshot. For the past few days, she had been farming monsters with all her might. In order to maximize her efficiency, she bought XP amplification vouchers worth millions of gold coins on the market, along with countless mental potions. She had also successfully leveled up to level 90 yesterday. Now, she was only 40% away from level 10. She was confident that she could reach level 10 before midnight tonight. She just wanted to surpass that man. I don't believe that you can level up faster than me. Suddenly, Zhang Linyu noticed a skeleton running in front of her. This skeleton wasn't as shabby as the one she had seen before, and it looked a little threatening. However, for some reason, she subconsciously thought of Zhang. Zhang Linyu's eyes widened as she jumped onto a rock. She saw with her own eyes that a level 17 lightning snake with an agility of 600 was actually killed by a skeleton warrior in bronze armor. According to the information, this skeleton warrior was a summoned creature, but why would such a summoned creature appear in this area? A terrifying conjecture appeared in Zhang Linyu's mind. Although she didn't want to admit it, among all the professions she knew, only Zhang could summon skeletons. Impossible. On the other side, Zhang's XP had slowly reached 99%. The upgrade was right in front of him, but he suddenly frowned. Why is this woman haunting us? Zhang sensed that Zhang Linyu was actually following a summoned skeleton warrior. Zhang didn't have a good impression of this woman, so in the next moment, he recalled the skeleton warrior. Coincidentally, his experience bar was full at this moment, and a light flashed. System announcement. Your level has increased to level 12. Zhang recalled the skeleton warriors in the distance. After putting most of them into the undead space, he walked straight to the Goblin King dungeon. As the Goblin King dungeon was the only novice dungeon in this area, although the difficulty wasn't low, Zhang still saw many professionals along the way. Most of the players here were individual players who were waiting for the dungeon to cool down. This was because everyone had 2 chances to enter the Goblin King dungeon every day. After using it, they would have to wait for 8 hours for it to cool down. Although Zhang's level was the lowest here, it didn't attract too much attention. However, Zhang could vaguely hear that the topics they were discussing were actually related to him. Do you guys know? I heard that Luo Tao from the Poison Fiend Assassin Alliance went to look for the person who killed the Sandworm King, but they're all dead. I heard that too, but they're overestimating themselves. They can even kill a hidden boss, yet they still dare to go. It can't be helped. They're used to killing and robbing. I heard that this matter has alarmed the young master of the Poison Fiend Assassin Alliance. I wonder if he can find the murderer. I'm more curious about the profession of the person who killed the hidden boss. Looking at the index, that thing has 2 million HP. Moreover, I don't know how its death was triggered. It's too ridiculous. Zhang Xuan silently walked towards an underground entrance in front of him. When his level increased, he would naturally reveal how to trigger the Sandworm King. Now, they should just guess honestly. Walking into the underground entrance, Zhang Xuan saw many class changers at a glance. Most of them had already formed teams, and their average level was above level 14. There was no lack of second transition professionals among them. It could be seen that even if there were teams with second transition professionals, their losses weren't small. Zhang Xuan began to guess the strength of the Goblin King Novice Dungeon. Brother, there's no need for support in the team inside. It's better if you don't go in and try your luck. Go outside and announce that you'll form a team. There might be a main combat professional to guide you. A reminder sounded. It was a level 18 second transition sword knight who looked to be in his 30s. Thank you, but I'll pass. Zhang Xuan replied politely and continued walking forward. Sigh, why don't young people nowadays listen to words of advice? Zhang Xuan also knew that the person just now had good intentions. At this stage, it was usually very difficult for the support class to find teammates because they were the easiest to survive in novice dungeons. As a result, support professionals usually overflowed, which led to the combat classes having higher and higher requirements for them. It wasn't easy for ordinary support professionals to find a way to survive, let alone those like him who had a hidden class. However, Zhang Xuan didn't plan to form a team at all. Including the 2 cooldowns and the fixed time, he could only enter dungeons 4 times a day at most. He didn't want others to share the experience. When Zhang Xuan appeared in the underground space, he instantly became the most eye-catching existence. Many people looked at him with disdain and doubt. In this day and age, anyone can enter a novice dungeon. Moreover, it's a hidden support class? Ha ha, let's see how he's going to enter the dungeon. Don't tell me he's going to solo it? The 2 groups of soldiers didn't hide their ridicule at all. Zhang Xuan's face revealed a trace of impatience. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people here, he would have definitely taught them a lesson. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Xuan went straight to the dungeon. After confirming that he was in a solo team, 3 saber-wielding skeleton warriors appeared. Seeing Zhang Xuan disappear in front of the dungeon entrance with the skeletons, the 2 warriors were stunned for a moment. Although they couldn't see the specific interface of the skeletons, they were surprised to find that the 3 skeletons were also level 12. A level 12 support can summon a level 12 creature? Could it be some special tool? But he doesn't look like a rich kid to me. Who cares? Maybe he's just bluffing. So what if he can summon a level 12 creature? Can he replace a combat class? I reckon it won't be long before he has to leave the dungeon. In front of him was a door with a few broken arms. Behind the door, 2 goblins holding huge hammers were roaring at Zhang Xuan. Elite Giant Goblin, level 15, HP 5500, Strength 1500, Defense 380, Agility 240, Skills, Smash, Fury. Zhang Xuan decisively summoned 3 level 12 skeleton warriors. One of them went forward and slashed open the iron door. The 2 giant goblins also waved their hammers and rushed forward. The 3 skeleton warriors advanced alternately. Relying on their agility of more than 800 points, they easily dodged the huge hammers that were swinging down. Then, they slashed rapidly. HP minus 2100, HP minus 2100, HP minus 2100. 3 damage numbers flashed above the heads of the 2 giant goblins. They let out a painful wail and collapsed weakly in the next second. Ding! Level 15 Elite Giant Goblin killed. Experience plus 1700. Ding! Level 15 Elite Giant Goblin killed. Experience plus 1700. After confirming the strength of the monsters in the dungeon, Zhang Xuan decisively summoned all the skeleton warriors. To Zhang Xuan, who had dealt with the berserk monsters, the normal difficulty of the elite giant goblin was really not enough. However, this was Zhang Xuan's first time entering a dungeon. He had to clear a normal dungeon to unlock the subsequent difficulty. The entire passageway was filled with Zhang Xuan's skeleton warriors. At the end of the passageway, a few elite goblin archers with bows and arrows appeared. A few arrows hit the skeleton warrior's armor as if they were scratching an itch. As he gave the order, the massacre began. A total of 50 skeleton warriors marched forward like tanks. The few elite goblin archers blocking the passageway were instantly wiped out. Ding! Level 17 elite goblin archer killed. Experience plus 2000, ding! Level 17 elite goblin archer killed. Experience plus 2000, dot. At the end of the tunnel was a huge goblin camp. At this moment, dozens of elite goblins roared and rushed up. Moreover, a large number of elite goblins kept appearing at the intersection around the camp. Ding! Level 17 elite goblin archer killed. Experience plus 2000, ding! Level 17 elite goblin warrior killed. Experience plus 1900, dot. As the experience notifications rose and fell, Zhang Xuan walked straight into the camp. Suddenly, a very fast level 17 elite goblin carried something and rushed towards the place where the skeleton warriors were the densest. Boom! Zhang Xuan watched as the goblin detonated the thing in its arms. All the skeleton warriors within 10 meters were blown up. So it's the self-destructing infantry. At this moment, another goblin carried a bomb and rushed towards a few skeleton warriors not far away. However, it had only run a few steps when an arrow hit its head. H.P. minus 4100, a huge critical hit number appeared, and the goblin died. Are you the only ones with archers? Zhang Xuan sneered. The 5 skeleton archers above him had already found their positions. Next, it was a one-sided situation. Although there were many goblins, their agility couldn't compare to Zhang Xuan's skeleton warrior. Therefore, when the time reached the 5th minute, the last elite goblin in the camp was killed by the skeleton archer. Zhang Xuan had long since walked into a tunnel under the protection of more than 10 skeleton warriors. However, just as the skeleton warriors he had sent out walked out of the tunnel, a piece of wood smashed into them. Health minus 2000, Zhang Xuan walked out and saw a big fellow from afar. Elite Goblin General, level 19, H.P. 10,500, Strength, 3,500, Defense, 680, Agility, 540, Skills, General's Summon, Rage Throw. Based on the damage just now, Zhang Xuan guessed that the general's attack was similar to the Sandworm King's. Both had the effect of ignoring armor. Zhang Xuan didn't waste any time. More than 10 skeleton warriors instantly pounced forward. The goblin general's health was instantly emptied, but strangely, he didn't fall. Moreover, its H.P. was instantly restored to full. This made Zhang Xuan a little confused. Under Zhang Xuan's orders, the skeleton warrior attacked again, but this time, it didn't cause any damage to the goblin general. Only then did Zhang Xuan notice that a staff-like halo had appeared above the goblin general's head. The goblin general wasn't a mage, so it was impossible for it to cast a spell like this, because it had never even cast a spell. Then there was only one possibility. Zhang Xuan ordered the other skeleton warriors to spread out. This place wasn't big, and there were a total of 5 passable intersections around. It wasn't difficult to find living creatures. When the goblin general saw that the skeleton warrior was about to enter the intersection, it instantly roared angrily. Attention! The goblin general is about to summon the goblin army. As its voice echoed in the underground space, dozens of goblin cavalry riding hyenas appeared from all directions. Elite goblin cavalry, level 18, H.P. 4,500, Strength, 2,500, Defense, 280, Agility, 740, Skill, Fearless Charge. The goblin cavalry rushed towards the skeleton warriors that Zhang Xuan had sent out like a wave. A few skeleton warriors that had already reached the entrance of the cave were instantly bitten by the hyenas that rushed over. Immediately after, the goblin cavalry stabbed out with his spear. The skeleton warrior's chest was instantly pierced, and the huge inertia sent the skeleton warrior flying. H.P. minus 4,500. The level 12 skeleton warrior, which had close to 9,000 H.P., actually lost half its H.P. in an instant. Moreover, the durability of its protective gear was completely exhausted. However, the goblin cavalry's charging skill was the same as a knight's. It could instantly cause an attack that was several times stronger than its own strength, so this damage to the skeleton warrior wasn't strange. If it were any other professional of the same level, they would have been killed. The goblin cavalry didn't continue to attack. Instead, they lined up neatly and blocked all the intersections. Behind the goblin cavalry, dozens of elite goblin archers and elite spear goblins appeared. Seeing that the goblin general had summoned a small army, Zhang Xuan was certain that there was a secret to the goblin general's immortality at those intersections. At this moment, the goblin general walked up and looked at Zhang Xuan provocatively. Zhang Xuan also summoned all the skeleton warriors. The spear-wielding skeleton warriors formed an impenetrable wall in the front row. As for the 5 skeleton archers, they stood on high ground and prepared to face the attack. The best way to deal with cavalry was with spears and bows. Roar! As the goblin general brandished his saber and roared, all the goblin cavalry instantly accelerated. The goblin archers at the back also raised their heads and drew their bows. In the next moment, countless arrows rained down on the skeleton archers. Although the damage done by the goblin archers wasn't high, Zhang Xuan still ordered the skeleton archers to dodge the shots. There were too few skeleton archers at the moment, and it would be a loss if they were lost. However, this also caused Zhang Xuan to lose the means to stop the goblin cavalry. The first wave of goblin cavalry quickly approached. However, this situation wasn't a problem for him at all. Zhang Xuan didn't move. He raised his staff, and a ball of black energy appeared at the top of the staff. One could vaguely see a painful face. This ball of energy slowly floated towards the goblin cavalry, which was less than 10 meters away from him. Although the energy ball wasn't fast, with the goblin cavalry's charging speed, it was obvious that they couldn't dodge it. When it came into contact with the first cavalryman, the energy ball shattered like a bubble. Faint black energy instantly spread among all the goblin cavalry. It was also at this moment that the goblin cavalry approached the skeleton warriors in the front row. However, the originally agile goblin cavalry seemed to have taken a potion that slowed them down. Before they attacked, the spear had already pierced through them. Ding! Level 18 Elite Goblin Cavalry Guild. Experience plus 1,900, ding! Level 18 Hyena Guild. Experience plus 1,900, countless experience notifications sounded. At this moment, the goblin cavalry was as fragile as paper. The skeleton warriors who had completed the first wave of slaughter, retracted their spears. Only then did the goblin cavalry charge forward. The hyenas bit the skeleton warriors in the front row with ferocious expressions, but this time, most of the skeleton warriors dodged and immediately counterattacked. Many hyenas were directly turned into nucleic acid, and even the goblin cavalry on their backs were skewered with candied hawthorn. Although there were also skeleton warriors who were bitten because of the crowded terrain, the damage caused by the combo of the hyenas and goblin cavalry was especially dazzling. Health minus 150, charge. After Zhang Xuan gave the order, all the skeleton warriors rushed towards the huge cavalry formation like moths to a flame. However, what should have been the goblin cavalry's charge to break through the defense instantly turned into a one-sided massacre by the skeleton warriors. Although Zhang Xuan's skeleton warriors had yet to form a large-scale army, he didn't only have this professional skill. There was a 5% chance that the skill effect of the level 8 painful battle would radiate to the 4 surrounding units. Although the probability of a level 12 painful defeat had only increased to 10%, the amount of radiation had only increased to 7. However, after the effect of the amplification dice, The painful battle this time directly deducted 80% of all the Goblin Cavalry's attributes. Be it the Goblin Cavalry or their hyena mounts, they could be taken away with one slash. In less than a minute, the 70 Goblin Cavalry were all killed. The ground ahead that was covered with the corpses of Goblin Cavalry and hyenas was dyed a glaring dark red. The Goblin general behind roared in dissatisfaction. Immediately after, the Goblin archer released a second volley of arrows. However, this was nothing to Zhangzhuan's skeleton warrior. Countless skeleton warriors endured the damage of the arrows and charged forward crazily. The White Sea instantly swept through the goblins' defensive formation. Although the remaining goblins didn't have their attributes deducted, they were completely unable to compete with the skeleton warriors. The Goblin general also joined the battle with its saber. However, it was obvious that its attacks couldn't hit the highly agile skeleton warrior at all. Soon, its health was depleted again. At this moment, another formation flickered above its head. It had once again entered an invincible state. In the distance, Zhangzhuan watched everything silently. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his lips. Finally found it. The skeleton archers who had been sent to explore a few intersections responded. They discovered a few goblin mages casting spells at the end of a hidden intersection. Elite Goblin Mage, level 19, P. 3500, Strength, 500, Defense, 180, Spirit, 700, Agility, 140, Skills, Death Revival, Goblin Progenitor's Protection. Looking at the skill introduction, it was obvious that these guys had given the Goblin General the ability to be reborn. No wonder the Goblin General was desperately protecting the other intersections. As they were focused on casting spells, the Goblin Mages didn't notice the appearance of the skeleton archers. All the skeleton archers charged up at the same time. Ding! Level 19 Elite Goblin Mage Guild. Experience plus 2000, ding! Level 19 Elite Goblin Mage Guild. Experience plus 2000, 5 consecutive experience notifications sounded. All 5 Goblin Mages died suddenly. The Goblin General outside had lost its resurrection ability and was finally slashed to death by the skeleton warrior. Ding! Level 19 Elite Goblin General Guild. Experience plus 2000, moreover, as the Goblin General fell, the remaining goblins stopped resisting like soldiers who had abandoned their armor. Zhangzhuan had no pity for them. He wiped them out as quickly as possible. After this round of battle, Zhangzhuan's experience had increased quite a bit. Compared to the monsters outside, the elite monsters in the dungeon were still quite valuable. System announcement. The passage to the Goblin Palace is about to open. The other intersections began to close. Zhangzhuan hurriedly summoned the skeleton archers back. Then, a passageway that led directly to the underground appeared in front of him. Finally, we've reached the final stage of the novice dungeon. When he reached the end, Zhangzhuan saw the Goblin Palace that was actually surrounded by gold, silver, and jewelry. At the front was a huge throne. Sitting on it was a giant goblin more than 10 meters tall. It was still sleeping soundly and clearly didn't know what was happening outside. Boss, Goblin King, level 20, P. 400,000, Strength, 4,500, Defense, 900, Agility, 103, Skills, Wrath of the King, Great Counterattack, Kingdom Guard. Boss characteristic, uncontrollable, unaffected by debuff. The standard boss panel seemed to be much worse, but the hidden boss and the dungeon boss couldn't be compared. All the skeleton warriors appeared and quickly approached. At the same time, the 5 skeleton archers had also found the best position to charge their shots. Zhangzhuan had learned about most bosses from the Academy's system. The Goblin King in front of him had a total of 5 stages and would revive a total of 4 times. The first stage purely depended on whether the damage was up to standard. If it couldn't be killed within 5 minutes, its defense would double, and it would last until the 5th stage. Swoosh! 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 5 powered-up arrows hit the Goblin King's head, and a few large numbers appeared above its head. HP. Minus 70,000, p. minus 43,000. In an instant, more than half of the Goblin King's health was depleted. It opened its eyes and stood up angrily. Its terrifying roar spread throughout the entire palace. However, just as it got up, the other skeleton warriors had already rushed up with the second wave of arrows. Another two large numbers of 70,000 damage appeared. Its health bar was completely emptied, and its huge body fell. However, just as Zhongxuan was about to welcome the second stage, the system notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations on killing the level 20 boss Goblin King. Experience plus 50,000. Congratulations on obtaining Goblin War Boots, level 12 wearable. Congratulations on obtaining the Goblin Technique Book, level 10 wearable. Congratulations on obtaining the Goblin King Ring, level 15 wearable. Seeing the series of rewards that dropped from the Goblin King, Zhongxuan was stunned. Didn't they say that there were 5 stages? He confirmed again and again that the Goblin King had really been killed. We're almost done. Let's try to clear the dungeon in an hour. Healer, pay attention to your position, and don't let the archers hit you. You'd better take care of your damage output. You almost doubled the Goblin King's defense every time. If we fail, it'll be your fault. In front of the Goblin King Novice Dungeon, a party that was preparing to enter was bickering. This kind of situation wasn't uncommon on other teams, so the others were used to it. At this moment, a golden light flashed at the entrance of the dungeon, signaling that a team had successfully passed. Everyone immediately cast curious and envious gazes over. There were even a few priestesses who took the initiative to walk over. Although there were dozens of teams present, only a small portion of them could clear the Goblin King Novice Dungeon. Most of them were forced to withdraw halfway through the battle. Of course, those who were stubborn died inside. Sigh, the treatment for clearing the level is indeed different. There are so many beautiful sisters waiting to be posted. I'm so envious. When will I be able to pass it too? But I haven't seen a team enter the dungeon for almost 2 hours. How many guards will the Goblin King summon after such a long time? No, I remember there was a support professional who entered the novice dungeon by himself. It couldn't be him, right? Don't talk nonsense. How can a support professional solo battle the Goblin King? Have you forgotten how much HP that thing has? He's probably already been smashed by the giant goblin. Furthermore, other teams with high-level professions need half an hour to clear the novice dungeon. He's only been in there for less than 10 minutes. It's obviously impossible, right? The golden light dissipated, and Zhongxuan left the novice dungeon. When the surrounding class changers saw him, everyone fell silent. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Zhongxuan actually came out alone? He was a support professional. The 2 warriors who had mocked him earlier were so shocked that their jaws dropped. As a combat class, they had to farm for about an hour with their support professional, but this level 12 support professional actually took 10 minutes to solo battle it. In fact, it wasn't just them. Zhongxuan didn't understand what was going on because the book had clearly written that the Goblin King had 5 lives, but he had indeed insta-killed the Goblin King. Could it be that there are other ways to clear the level? Just as he was thinking about it, a few class changers walked over. One of them was the sword knight who had reminded Zhongxuan before. He walked up and said with a smile, "Little brother, I really underestimated you. You've set a new record. The fastest time to clear the Goblin King Novice Dungeon is 30 minutes, but you shortened it by 3 times. My name is Cao Qian. Can I ask how you cleared it?" The surrounding people pricked up their ears. This was a huge opportunity. If they missed it, they would have nowhere to regret it. Zhongxuan shook his head. "I'm not sure either." When Cao Qian heard Zhongxuan's reply, he walked forward and took out a bag of gold coins. "Here are 200,000 gold coins. Brother, take it as a favor. How about that?" 200,000 yuan for a novice dungeon guide was a reasonable price. Zhongxuan also wanted to earn this money, but he really didn't know how to answer. However, Zhongxuan suddenly thought of the goblin general who had revived twice, and the goblin mage who was hiding. I don't want your money, but do you know how to kill goblin mages when you're clearing dungeons? Goblin mage? It's not in this dungeon? Cao Qian looked at Zhang Xuan in confusion. If he hadn't seen Zhang Xuan clear the dungeon in 10 minutes with his own eyes, Cao Qian would have thought that Zhang Xuan was just a rumored guy. Hearing this answer, Zhang Xuan had a guess in his heart. Can you enter the elite dungeon? I'll team up with you once. These words shocked everyone present, including Cao Qian. Entering an elite dungeon at level 12 was something that they didn't even dare to dream of. Even if it was a rare great combat class, no one below level 15 would want it. This was because the average level of the monsters in elite dungeons was already level 20. The average level of the party had to be above level 15, and the main C had to be at least level 20. This was the lowest requirement. Brother, you're serious? Before Cao Qian could finish his sentence, Zhang Xuan sent him a team invitation. Actually, Zhang Xuan wasn't interested in the 200,000 gold coins. The main reason was that he wanted to know if he had discovered a new dungeon clearance route. If it was confirmed to be true, he would be able to obtain an official reward, a legendary grade equipment. This was something he had heard from Liu Tangshan by chance. However, the era had developed for so long that there would always be capable people appearing. The possibilities of various novice dungeons have already been explored by others. However, Cao Qian was now hesitating. He could indeed enter the elite novice dungeon, and this little brother in front of him was willing to bring him to the novice dungeon for actual combat. It was the best choice. However, elite novice dungeons and normal novice dungeons weren't on the same level. Last time, he and another level 20 warrior had failed. Although they could leave the dungeon in time, it would be a huge loss if they wasted this opportunity. Count me in. I can provide you with a gold coupon for the dungeon. A cold voice sounded. Zhang Xuan knew who it was the moment he heard it. Zhang Linyu walked out from the shadows and went straight to Zhang Xuan. Holy SHT, she actually has a gold voucher for a dungeon? That's 3 million gold coins. Isn't using it here like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? I can't see her level. She must have used some prop. She's a rich woman. You're so willful when you're rich. You're even willing to use the golden vouchers here. The novice dungeon's golden vouchers had a market price of 3 million. After using it, one could directly enter the novice dungeon once. It ignored the cooldown of the novice dungeon and didn't consume the original number of times. No problem. You can form a team. Zhang Xuan looked at Zhang Linyu, who had obviously become much more haggard, and decisively agreed. Although he didn't like Zhang Linyu very much, who could refuse a free experience? Zhang Linyu didn't waste any time and immediately took out a golden voucher. Originally, she planned to use it to clear the nightmare dungeon when she was leveling up. However, after personally witnessing Zhang Xuan clear the novice dungeon in 10 minutes, her self-esteem was completely shattered. Only now did she realize the difference between her and Zhang Xuan. Now, she just wanted to see with her own eyes how strong Zhang Xuan was. Soon, Zhang Xuan received a team invitation. Is it okay if I bring someone? Up to you. Zhang Xuan greeted Cao Qian, who had consciously moved to the side. The 200,000 yuan I mentioned earlier still counts, right? Yes. Cao Qian was stunned for a moment before he immediately walked forward excitedly and accepted Zhang Xuan's invitation to form a team. This made everyone envious. It was simply a dream to be able to sit in a car that cost 3 million yuan for free. The people here probably wouldn't be able to earn 3 million yuan in their entire lives. After forming a team, Zhang Xuan was puzzled when he saw Zhang Linyu's level. She was only level 9, but he quickly understood. It wasn't strange for a rich woman who could casually take out 3 million gold coins to wear 2 pieces of equipment with special effects. Zhang Linyu and the other two entered the dungeon. Having entered a novice dungeon for the first time, Linyu could only open a normal novice dungeon. There were still 2 giant goblins behind the door. Cao Qian took the initiative to walk to the front. I'll be the meat shield. You'll be in charge of dealing damage. Zhang Xuan looked at his interface and saw that he had close to 10,000 HP. There's no need. You can just watch. I'll have to trouble you to point out the steps that are different from yours later. Just as Cao Qian was about to speak, a few skeleton warriors appeared. As the door opened, the skeleton warriors rushed forward and killed the giant goblin. Ding! Level 15 elite giant goblin killed. Experience plus 1000, ding! Level 15 elite giant goblin killed. Experience plus 1000. The benefits of forming a team would decrease a little, but it was free after all, so Zhang Zhuan didn't lose anything. Cao Qian obediently retreated to the back, not even daring to breathe loudly. It was hard for him to imagine that this was summoned by a level 12 support. Zhang Linayu's eyes were filled with shock. Only now did she clearly realize how big the gap between her and Zhang Zhuan was. Is this your summoned creature? It's very strong. Your class should be able to reach the legendary stage. Hearing Zhang Linayu praise him, Zhang Zhuan thought that the sun had risen from the west. However, that wasn't the main point. At the end of the tunnel, a few goblin archers had just appeared when the skeleton warriors appeared with their sabers. The weak goblin archers were killed by both of them. The two people following behind Zhang Zhuan felt their hearts surging, especially Cao Qian. He had never thought that he could pass the dungeon so casually in his life. After leaving the first tunnel, Zhang Zhuan didn't hide anything anymore. A large number of skeleton warriors swarmed out. This time, even Zhang Linayu lost control of her expression. Even if it was a legendary profession, it shouldn't be so ridiculous, right? 3 minutes later, the first goblin camp was cleared. Zhang Zhuan walked to the next location, while Cao Qian and Zhang Linayu's minds were blank. The elite monsters with 6,000 to 7,000 HP were like paper in front of Zhang Zhuan's skeleton warriors. After entering the next tunnel, Zhang Zhuan learned his lesson. A skeleton warrior scouted the way and dodged the goblin general's attack. The three of them officially arrived in front of the goblin general. Just like before, Cao Qian triggered the goblin general's summons. However, when he saw that Zhang Zhuan's skeleton warrior was about to enter the tunnel behind the goblin general, Cao Qian's expression changed. Don't go in. Zhang Zhuan immediately gave the order. The few skeleton warriors who had already approached immediately retreated. He had a feeling that this was the key. How so? We can't go into those tunnels. Otherwise, the goblin general will summon an army. The goblin cavalry won't be able to stop it at all. Normally, we have to kill the goblin general 5 times. After it falls, we can directly enter the final stage. Hearing Cao Qian's explanation, Zhang Zhuan's guess was confirmed. The reason why he had instantly killed the Goblin King had finally surfaced. Zhang Zhuan turned around and smiled. Watch carefully. This is the new way to clear the level. Cao Qian was puzzled, while Zhang Linayu, who was beside him, was in a daze. There was no trace of arrogance on her delicate face, making it seem like she was a little ashamed. She was once a prodigy, and had always looked down on people who were inferior to her. She looked at Liu Tangshan and even Zhang Zhuan the same way. But now, she finally understood what she had always wanted. As the skeleton warriors entered the tunnel, the goblin army appeared again. Cao Qian was prepared to leave the dungeon and defeat the goblin army? What a joke! However, the next 3 minutes completely overturned Cao Qian's thoughts. The goblin army could be destroyed, and it was as easy as cutting tofu. The most ridiculous thing was that Zhang Linayu had leveled up. Zhang Zhuan specially ordered the skeleton archers to capture the goblin mages. Looking at the monsters that he had never seen before, Cao Qian finally believed him. Oh my god, it's actually true? After getting rid of the goblin mage, the goblin general was also slashed to death. Less than 8 minutes had passed. No, let me digest it. I can't accept it. Cao Qian couldn't take it anymore. There were no cheats in this world, but what he had just experienced was even more ridiculous than cheats. At the side, Zhang Linayu also felt that her mind wasn't clear. She even wondered if she was dreaming. Go out and digest it. We'll be able to end the novice dungeon soon. Cao Qian's heart trembled. Could it be that he could insta-kill the Goblin King? Zhang Linyu had the same thought and quickly followed. 2 minutes later, a golden light flashed at the entrance of the dungeon. Everyone who was still discussing how to obtain the favor of the rich lady and the big shot was dumbfounded. He cleared the dungeon again? Zhang Xuan was the first to appear at the entrance of the dungeon. He ignored the shocked gazes around him and immediately recorded the details. From the results of the test just now, there was indeed a second way to clear the Goblin King Novice Dungeon, but the conditions to achieve it could be said to be very harsh. At this stage, once the Goblin army was triggered, they could only leave the dungeon. The Goblin cavalry alone could kill most level 20 professionals in one wave. However, as long as there was a possibility of theory, Zhang Xuan would be able to open up a new dungeon route. After writing the record, Zhang Xuan immediately sent it to Ding Jiao and sent a message notification. Only then did Cao Qian and Zhang Linyu leave the dungeon one after another. Cao Qian had already slapped himself in the dungeon. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the Goblin King would be insta-killed without a second life. As for Zhang Linyu, she finally recovered from her shock. Then she thought of something and immediately went to look for Zhang Xuan. Hurry up and send your clearance status to the dean. It will be troublesome if someone beats you to it. Zhang Linyu's voice was very soft, but the meaning behind her words was obvious. Looking at the completely different woman in front of him, Zhang Xuan felt a little strange, but he still replied, "I've already sent it over. Don't worry." However, just as Zhang Xuan finished speaking, Zhang Linyu actually fell straight towards him. In order to catch up to Zhang Xuan's leveling speed, Zhang Linyu hadn't rested even until now. Previously, she had been relying on the endurance potion to resist. Now, she has reached her limit. In Xinyuan First Academy, Ding Jiao was waiting excitedly at the entrance of the academy. Ever since he received the message from Zhang Xuan, his emotions have yet to calm down. "Congratulations, Ding Jiao?" A voice came from the sky. Then, a man with bat wings on his back flew in front of Ding Jiao. There was only one person in the country who had such wings. It was Lu Tao, a 5th transition teacher from the Four Sages Academy. This kind of animal mimicry class change was relatively rare among professions. It was generally called a beast class. Ding Jiao could also choose to become a shapeshifter after another class change. Cut the formalities. What did the Four Sages Academy say? Ding Jiao looked at Lu Tao impatiently. He couldn't wait to find Zhang Xuan and send him to the Four Sages Academy. Ever since the Goblin King's dungeon had existed, there had only been one way to clear it. In the end, Zhang Xuan had actually figured out a second way to clear it. "I've seen the quest process you provided. It's only theoretically feasible, but he did use 10 minutes to clear the Goblin King Novice Dungeon. I need to verify it with him personally. I'll go with you." Ding Jiao didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. One had to know that such a talent wasn't much inferior to the provincial champion. Behind a leeward rock, Zhang Linyu, who was lying on a rock, suddenly woke up. The sky had already darkened, but there were only 2 skeleton warriors guarding her. Seeing that she had woken up, the 2 skeleton warriors quickly left. Zhang Linyu couldn't even thank them. Zhang Xuan received the news from the skeleton warrior and entered the swamp ahead. Originally, Zhang Xuan had wanted Zhang Linyu to continue with the elite novice dungeon. However, she had fallen asleep due to exhaustion, so he couldn't settle her down properly. After that, Zhang Xuan went into the elite novice dungeon alone. There wasn't much difference between an elite dungeon and an ordinary dungeon, but the quality and quantity of monsters had increased greatly. A single skeleton warrior needed 4 slashes to kill. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhang Xuan, who had the painful battle. The more monsters there were, the wider the range of the radiation. Therefore, even in the elite dungeon, Zhang Xuan only spent 2 more minutes. His XP had also increased by 30% at once. It had been 3 hours since he left the novice dungeon. Zhang Xuan was still 3% away from level 13. After upgrading to the last few levels of his class advancement, Zhang Xuan's XP requirement began to expand rapidly like a balloon. With his current progress, he estimated that he would at least have to farm until the next morning to successfully advance. After reaching level 12 this time, Zhang Xuan didn't obtain the hidden talent like before. He didn't know when the accumulated energy requirement had increased to 5. In other words, if Zhang Xuan wanted to obtain a new talent, he had to be at the second transition. However, he discovered that his soul accumulation progress had increased by a lot, from 44.22% to 87.01%. However, he was certain that the number of monsters he killed after leaving the desert couldn't compare to the number of sandworms he killed. Therefore, he guessed that the reason why the progress had increased so quickly was most likely because of the Goblin King. However, if he wanted to verify it, he could only wait for the dungeon cooldown to end. The silent swamp seemed calm, but there were countless hidden dangers hidden under this calmness. However, the chapter of earth sand that Zhang Xuan wore was extremely useful here. As Zhang Xuan moved, all the monsters under the swamp became restless. Zhang Xuan's skeleton warriors were already prepared around the swamp. Crack! A 3-meter-long giant mouth crocodile opened its bloody mouth and bit Zhang Xuan. However, just as it was about to touch Zhang Xuan, a large saber slashed across its abdomen. H.P. -3,000. The monsters in the swamp were all level 20, and the only weakness of this giant mouth crocodile was its abdomen. Just attacking Zhang Xuan's back would take at least 5 times more time. The giant mouth crocodile was cut down, and another arrow was shot from the edge of the swamp. Its last bit of H.P. was also emptied. Ding! Level 20 giant mouth crocodile killed. Experience plus 1500, obtained crocodile tooth 1. At this moment, the second crocodile pounced over, but it was immediately blocked by the skeleton warrior. Zhang Xuan was actually unwilling to be the bait, but the monsters here were very strange. The commotion caused by Zhang Xuan controlling the skeleton warriors wouldn't attract the monsters at all. He had no choice but to go down himself. Seeing that the last level 20 monster in the vicinity was about to be killed, Zhang Xuan sensed that a class changer had appeared nearby through the chapter of earth sand. He recalled the skeleton warrior and hid for the time being. In the past few hours, there were often people who had changed their professions looking for him nearby. Their goal was naturally to invite them to form a team, and there was no shortage of beautiful girls dressed casually. They didn't have any gold vouchers, so they would have to spend their dungeon count to enter the dungeon. However, if a class changer who didn't have any dungeon count entered the dungeon with them, they wouldn't have any problems fighting monsters normally, but they wouldn't obtain any resources. Zhang Xuan wasn't a fool like Liu Tangshan. In this world, he had to learn to reject pink skeletons. "Are you hiding from someone?" A voice startled Zhang Xuan. He turned around and saw a familiar, delicate face. It was the low IQ rich woman from before. However, Zhu Yi's face was obviously injured, and her clothes were torn. "Why can't I sense you?" Zhang Xuan directly asked the question in his heart. Zhu Yi also took out a tool without hiding anything. "This can allow me to teleport within a 400-meter radius and detect the class changers nearby." Teleportation Sacred Talisman, Accessory, Equipment Level, 2060, Equipment Restriction, Assassin, Effect, Teleport to the designated location. The range is limited to 400 meters. You can obtain the information about the class changer within the range. Cooldown, 40 minutes, good God. Not to mention anything else, just the teleportation function alone made the value of this accessory invaluable. Moreover, judging from the color, it was a legendary grade accessory. Zhang Xuan really wanted to say, "You really dare to take it out." If this thing was seen in the wild, it would at least kill a few people. Legendary grade accessories could already make countless people take the risk. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Zhu Yi was like this. I wonder who is richer, her or Zhang Linyu. Although he was surprised, Zhang Xuan didn't have the intention to kill and rob, even if Zhu Yi could take out more tempting equipment. This kind of accessory had an extremely long cooldown. She could use it whenever she wanted. Ordinary players would treat it like a treasure, right? Therefore, Zhang Xuan didn't believe that this rich lady didn't have any other life-saving means. Of course, he wasn't that kind of person either. However, Zhu Yi's next words made Zhang Xuan want to leave. "I'll rest by your side for a while. I don't know if those guys will catch up." The agility of phantom assassins is really much higher than that of other assassins. FCK. It was really because he had gotten into trouble that he ended up like this. Zhang Xuan quietly put away the skeleton warrior and prepared to go somewhere else. It was very easy to be seen as a team with this woman. But just as he was about to leave, his face suddenly darkened. It was still too late. A few figures appeared around the swamp. The lowest level of these assassins was level 23, and they were all phantom assassins. This scene made Zhang Xuan inexplicably think of those guys from before. Those 5 unlucky fellows were also phantom assassins. "Little girl, stop running. My tracking has already locked onto you. You won't be able to escape. As long as you obediently hand over the accessory, we won't kill you." The leader was Wu Jun, a level 25 phantom assassin. The classic words that came out of the other party's mouth made Zhang Xuan feel more and more familiar. At this moment, a phantom assassin had already approached Zhang Xuan. From the way he held the dagger, it was obvious that he wanted to assassinate Zhang Xuan in secret. "Be careful!" Zhu Yi shouted at Zhang Xuan, but the phantom assassin was less than 5 meters away from him. However, just as this phantom assassin was about to appear and launch a sneak attack, a skeleton warrior suddenly appeared. Sensing that something was wrong, the phantom assassin turned to the side and wanted to retreat, but his feet seemed to be glued to the ground. PFFT. Ah! Screams filled the swamp. An arrow pierced through the phantom assassin's eye socket. The culprit was a skeleton holding a bow and arrow. When Zhu Yi saw this bloody scene, she was a little shocked. This youth looked a little younger than her, but he actually attacked so decisively. Considering the agility of the phantom assassin, not only did he summon skeleton archers that were equally agile, but he also specially used painful battle. Although the effect of this status skill would usually only be 50%, it was already fatal enough. The skeleton archers walked forward with the second arrow and stabbed it into the assassin's other eye. This time, he didn't scream. The high attack of the skeleton archers was fatal to an assassin whose attributes had been reduced by nearly half. "Are you sure you want to help her?" In the distance, Wu Jun's expression was extremely gloomy. He squeezed out a few threatening words from between his teeth. However, this threat was obviously quite funny. If not for Zhang Xuan's sensing tool, his throat would probably have been slit by now, right? He didn't want to get involved in other people's business, but since they came looking for him, he wouldn't pretend that nothing had happened. "You talk too much." Wu Jun was completely enraged by her words. He stopped pretending and said, "Let's attack together. That woman must be rich. Even if we kill her, she will drop a lot of things. As for that level 12 bastard, I'll deal with him." The few among them had a clear division of labor. The other phantom assassins quickly surrounded Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi looked at Zhang Xuan worriedly. She could run at any time, but Zhang Xuan was only level 12. Although Zhang Xuan had previously killed a phantom assassin, in Zhu Yi's eyes, it was an opportunistic victory. As the leader, Wu Jun naturally had his reasons. He immediately used the phantom assassin's second transition skill, Phantom Clone. 5 to 6 of Wu Jun's clones appeared in front of Zhang Xuan. "Taking advantage of the crowd to confuse us?" Zhang Xuan muttered, but he wasn't afraid of numbers. Crack! As countless bones collided with the armor, a total of 70 skeleton warriors appeared, completely covering a large area of the swamp. Seeing this, Wu Jun's eyes flashed with disdain. How powerful could a level 12 summoner's summon creatures be? However, when his short blade cut the skeleton warrior, he suddenly understood how naive he was. Wu Jun had as much as 3,000 strength. Coupled with the assassin's passive effect, he could deal 150% critical damage with every slash. However, even with such high damage, He couldn't instantly kill a skeleton warrior. He turned around and wanted to run, but it was too late. Dozens of skeleton warriors had already surrounded this place. Zhang Xuan brought a portion of the skeleton warriors to look for Zhu Yi. The remaining skeleton warriors were enough to mince Wu Jun into meat paste. However, he hadn't walked far when a birdman suddenly landed in front of him. Zhang Xuan retreated warily, and the skeleton warrior immediately protected him. "Young man, your reaction isn't bad. What level is this skeleton warrior at?" Zhang Xuan didn't answer. He had never seen this person before. At this moment, a burly figure like a bear walked over from afar while cursing. Why do phantom assassins like to do such sneaky things? They're only level 20, but they're already thinking of assassinating and snatching things every day. Ding Jiao threw the phantom assassins to the ground with one hand. These guys had already been beaten until they could only breathe. "Dean, why are you here personally? You've done such a big thing. I can't sit still. The Four Sages Academy already knows about this, so I came over to confirm the authenticity of the news." Ding Jiao's eyes were filled with approval as he spoke. He didn't expect this support class, which he had thought had no future, to be so strong. Hearing Ding Jiao's words, Zhang Xuan also understood the identity of the person in front of him, but he was even more confused. But what does this have to do with the Four Sages Academy? Creating a new route should be an official reward. Even if it wasn't unofficial, it should at least be someone from the exchange center, right? Young man, don't be confused. Currently, your idea for clearing the dungeon is already on the way to review, but it will take some time for you to enter the data and inform the entire country. Later, someone from the officials will contact you. I'm here to invite you on behalf of the Four Sages Academy. This time, Zhang Xuan understood. So he got in through the back door. Moreover, it was delivered to him through the back door. "Kid, you're the only student that the Four Sages Academy has made an exception to recruit in such a long time. Hurry up and agree." Ding Jiao patted Zhang Xuan's shoulder. He was even more excited than Zhang Xuan himself now. If not for the fact that this required his approval, he would have sent Zhang Xuan to the Four Sages Academy right now. One had to know that the Four Sages Academy was the most prestigious academy in Longxia. It wasn't a place that one could enter through connections. After all, the Four Sages Academy was the most advanced training academy in the entire Longxia country. The quality of the people who changed their jobs here directly affected the future foundation of the entire country. Therefore, there was no room for falsification. Even the children of the Dean of the Four Sages Academy had to enter with their own abilities. The reason why Zhang Xuan was able to obtain this qualification was entirely because of the new way of clearing the Goblin King Novice Dungeon. Originally, Lu Tao had brought some temporary assessment content with him this time. His goal was to confirm if Zhang Xuan had sufficient strength. However, Zhang Xuan had actually summoned a skeleton warrior to kill a level 23 class changer in front of him. That so-called assessment was completely unnecessary. "Thank you for inviting me personally, but I refuse." Ding Jiao and Lu Tao were both stunned. This answer was completely unexpected. If anyone else heard it, they would probably think that Zhang Xuan was crazy. That was the Four Sages Academy. Immediately after, Lu Tao hurriedly asked, "Could it be that you have another academy you like? Although the other higher academies aren't bad, the resources of the Four Sages Academy are the best in the country. You can obtain the best nurturing even if you go." "That's right. What are you thinking? How can the other academies compare to the Four Sages Academy? Moreover, your sister is also in the Four Sages Academy. Don't you want to see her?" Ding Jiao took a step forward and stood in front of Zhang Xuan like a mountain. At this moment, he looked like he expected better from Zhang Xuan. One could imagine that if Zhang Xuan really said that he wanted to go to another academy, he would most likely break his legs. "Ding Jiao, don't misunderstand. What I mean is that I want to pass the exam and enter the Four Sages Academy. I know this invitation is very precious, but I don't like to enter through the back door." Zhang Xuan had lived in this world for so long, how could he not know the good of the Four Sages Academy? It was an existence that all class changers flocked to. However, he was also clear about one thing. In that place, the strong were respected. Your level and strength were the only criteria in the world. At his current level, he would only be discriminated against even if he opened up a new route to clear the level. Moreover, he was in a support class. Therefore, since he wanted to enter the Four Sages Academy, he had to enter in a top-notch manner. As his sister, Zhang Anya was so outstanding, so as her brother, he definitely couldn't fall behind. Kid, you don't want to embarrass your sister, right? Director Zhao, who was originally very anxious, immediately understood Zhang Xuan's thoughts. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. If he were to enter the Four Sages Academy directly through such a method, he would definitely suffer some criticism. This would definitely affect Zhang Anya. With the relationship between the siblings, it wasn't strange for Zhang Xuan to make such a choice. After listening to Zhang Xuan's explanation, Lu Tao was also very surprised. This was the first time he had encountered such a student. He didn't use the back door but insisted on relying on his own strength. So that's what you're thinking. Then I'll respect your choice. I'll report to the hospital when I get back, but you have to think carefully. Your profession is indeed not weak, but it's still a support profession. There are more than 70 rare class advancement players in the country this year. It won't be easy for you to get into the top 50 in the country. Zhang Xuan nodded silently. He wasn't afraid of even a legendary class, let alone a rare class. Seeing that he had no intention of changing his mind, Lu Tao immediately sent the specific situation to the Four Sages Academy. After completing it, he flapped his wings and flew into the air. The rest will depend on your performance. I hope to see you at the Four Sages Academy. Definitely. After sending Lu Tao off, Zhang Xuan was about to bid farewell to Dean Zhao and go level up when he realized that he had actually approached him mysteriously. Then he looked around and whispered. That girl called Zhu Yi, you should interact more with her when you have nothing to do. You'll get a lot of benefits. Let's set a small goal. This year, you'll get first place in the province. Prompt, you have received an email from Zhao Zhen. Do you accept? Zhang Xuan looked at Dean Zhao in confusion. Under his gaze, Zhang Xuan chose to accept the email. Experience Converter, Special Item, Effect, you can convert materials, weapons, and other items into experience. Experience depends on the rarity of the conversion item. Daily convertible experience, 50,000 50,000, well. To be honest, Dean Zhao had high hopes for him. The price of the experience converter was about 10 million yuan, but he was actually willing to give it to him for free. Remember to return it to me after the exam. Dean Zhao reminded him again before he left. Then, his huge figure gradually disappeared into the dense forest. The time limit isn't bad. There were still 6 days before the entrance examination, which meant that Zhang Xuan could still obtain 300,000 experience points. Although it wasn't enough to level up, who could reject 300,000 XP for nothing? As for the materials, Zhang Xuan had hoarded tens of thousands of sandworm cocoons. He didn't have many other materials, so he didn't have to worry about consumption at all. Zhang Xuan took out 30 sandworm chrysalis and a silver item that looked like an hourglass appeared in front of him. Then, he threw the materials in. The hourglass on the experience converter turned upside down, and then the sand began to fall rapidly. After a few seconds, as all the sand fell, he received the experience notification. Ding! Obtain 2100 XP. Looking at the amount of experience, Zhang Xuan also figured out the approximate conversion ratio. Although it wasn't very profitable, he still decisively took out 600 sandworm chrysalis. A few seconds later, he received 42,000 XP. It's a pity that I don't have the talent to amplify items. Otherwise, it would be heaven-defying. Zhang Xuan sighed as he looked at the interface. Suddenly, he noticed that the soul collection progress of the corpse soul disaster had changed again. The soul collection progress was 95.16%. He clearly remembered that when he left the novice dungeon and came here to farm experience points, the progress was only about 87%. After carefully recalling the situation of killing monsters in the past few hours, Zhang Xuan concluded that it wasn't the progress of killing monsters. At first, Zhang Xuan thought that he could only gain progress by killing monsters, so he didn't consider the direction of the class changer at all. Thinking about how his progress had skyrocketed after dealing with those assassins, a guess surfaced in Zhang Xuan's mind. Do I have to kill class advancement players to make huge progress? At the thought of this, Zhang Xuan turned to the few dying assassins on the ground. In the next moment, a skeleton warrior with a large saber appeared beside these assassins. At the same time, Zhang Xuan paid attention to the progress bar. Swoosh! After killing one with a single strike, the progress bar, which was originally as slow as a turtle, suddenly increased to 100%. Is that really the case? Zhang Xuan was surprised. At this moment, a series of system notifications sounded. Current soul accumulation progress, 100%, prompt, corpse soul calamity collection progress completed. Automatic extraction of evil spirits. Extraction complete. Congratulations to the sorcerer for obtaining the evil spirit, the sister of death. With a strange church prayer, an illusory church door appeared in front of Zhang Xuan. The door opened, and a nun in a black robe and a white headscarf floated out. Then, the door disappeared, and she stood respectfully in front of Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan couldn't see the nun's face clearly, but her eyes were a faint yellow that was a little terrifying. She looked like a carnivore. Fortunately, Zhang Xuan knew that he had summoned this thing. Otherwise, even if he stayed with the skeleton every day, he would be frightened by the nun in front of him. Evil Spirit Sister, Servant, Health, 5000, Agility, 460, Endurance, 80, Strength, 800, Spirit, 940, Passive, immune to physical attacks and elemental attacks, excluding light elements, and will deal 500% damage to nuns. Skills, Sister's Prayer, Punishment for Blasphemy, Sister's Prayer, all summoned creatures within a 100-meter range receive a 35% increase in agility and 55% increase in strength. Duration, 15 seconds. Cooldown, 35 seconds. Punishment for Blasphemy, deterrence to units within a 100-meter range. 25% chance of fearing the target 5s. Enemy units that aren't afraid will have their next attack reduced to 1. Cooldown, 40s. Servant Effect, detects units near the master and automatically releases the punishment of blasphemy, forcefully transferring the target to the master. Zhang Xuan looked at the panel of this evil spirit nun. In summary, there was only one word: heaven-defying. As expected of an evil spirit that had taken so long to summon. The passive effect was immune to physical and elemental damage. Any one of them was as pure as a divine skill. Although the evil spirit wasn't immune to light elements and was even restrained, how many elementalists were there in the country? Not to mention that light elements were the rarest element among all the elements. Among all the elementalists he knew, only Zhang Linyu had light elements. This wasn't the main point yet. Most importantly, she still had two equally powerful skills. Needless to say, the first was similar to the professional skill Invigorate after the summoner's second transition. However, be it the range or effect, this completely crushed Invigorate. Zhang Xuan felt inexplicably happy when he thought of his skeleton army turning into a slaughter machine at any moment. As for the second skill, it could be said to be a divine skill. Until now, Zhang Xuan had learned many professions with fear skills. For example, the Knight's Charge and the Dark Mage's Dark Cloud. However, the probability was pitifully low, and the highest wasn't more than 5%. It was the kind that depended on luck. Therefore, this 25% chance of fear was already very good. Moreover, this skill had another effect, which was to reduce the other party's next attack damage. Not to mention, in the later stages, the damage caused by the monster attacks Zhang Xuan was facing was in the hundreds or even thousands. If he wasn't afraid, it meant that he wouldn't be able to cause any damage next. Just the skill effect alone was comparable to a legendary class. Zhang Xuan decisively ordered the skeleton warrior to deal with the remaining assassins. The soul collection progress reached 21% this time. He wasn't worried that Ding Jiao would reprimand him at all, because there had been an organization that went to the academy to demand an explanation, but they had been slapped away by Ding Jiao. According to the dean, these people should have thought about their outcomes when they planned to take the risk. But suddenly, the evil spirit sister disappeared. Immediately after, Zhang Xuan heard a terrified shout. Just as he was about to turn around, the black robe of the evil spirit sister appeared in front of him. Looking at the evil spirit sister, she was actually holding Zhu Yi, whose face was filled with fear. Only then did Zhang Xuan suddenly remember the effect of the evil spirit sister's servant effect. It seemed like Zhu Yi had fallen into a state of fear. Zhang Xuan gave the evil spirit sister an order before she let go of Zhu Yi. The fear on Zhu Yi also disappeared a few seconds later. Your summoned creature is so scary. Zhu Yi's voice was trembling. Just now, she didn't realize how this summoned creature approached her at all. When she turned around, she was inexplicably in a state of fear. It was also at that moment that she felt the threat of death from her uncontrollable body. I suggest you don't look for any abyssal envoys. Even the summoned creatures scare you so much. After casually replying, Zhang Xuan packed the items dropped by the assassins and put them into the warehouse. Then he walked towards Luo Tao's corpse. This guy had already been minced into meat paste, but the items he had dropped were scattered beside him. After putting them away, Zhang Xuan rushed to the goblin dungeon. Although Ding Jiao had reminded him to interact more with Zhu Yi, Zhang Xuan really didn't want to be teammates with such a strong-willed person. Liu Tangshan was much better than her. As he approached the Goblin King Novice Dungeon, Zhang Xuan gradually realized how ridiculous the evil spirit sister was. Not only could she teleport to the nearby units, but she could also obtain the other party's detailed information. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party's level wasn't 5 levels higher than his, and no one had yet discovered this exploration. Coupled with Zhu Yi's previous situation, even with treasures, she still didn't discover the evil spirit sister. In other words, the evil spirit sister wouldn't be discovered by the detection tool. Moreover, Zhang Xuan also realized that the evil spirit sister could be hidden. He was swaggering on the way to the Goblin King's dungeon, but no one passing by had discovered the existence of the evil spirit sister. However, he was quickly recognized. Hello, my profession is a nanny. Can I team up with you later? With a click, Zhang Xuan also received a team application. It was a little girl wearing an expensive priest's suit. Do you have a gold voucher? I don't, but can you please take me along? I've already. Before the Ioli could finish speaking, Zhang Xuan had already walked in. He wasn't the kind of person who relied on his kidneys to think. Wouldn't he be crazy to waste his time bringing people to clear dungeons for nothing? When he arrived near the Goblin King Novice Dungeon, Zhang Xuan planned to release free information about the Novice Dungeon in this area. Level 12 was just enough to start regional information exchange. Of course, the prerequisite was that there had to be a gold voucher. Otherwise, Zhang Xuan wouldn't waste his time. If you have a dungeon golden voucher, I'll carry you in the Goblin King dungeon for free. As soon as this news was released, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding players. Many new players clearly didn't know Zhang Xuan's previous performance. When they saw his professional level, they immediately mocked him. Ha ha ha, what a joke! A level 12 support? Don't be ridiculous. Sometimes, people can fail the Goblin King dungeon even with the 3 main Cs. How can the only hidden class be heaven-defying? The 2 brothers above, this person just sped through the Goblin King dungeon a few hours ago. The 10-minute record is his, and it's a solo record. This time, we've hit the muzzle. Bullshit. Can a level 12 support play solo? If you have the ability, do it now. I'll eat SHT upside down. I'm afraid those people who flatter stinky feet are invited, right? There has to be a limit to bragging, okay? Zhang Xuan ignored the argument in the regional chat. His goal was only to provide the class changers with gold vouchers. As the only instance dungeon here, there would definitely be many children from rich families coming. Here, he had to complain about the official review speed. If his clearing method had been approved earlier, all the players who were playing the Goblin King dungeon would have seen it. He wouldn't have had to work so hard to advertise. Are you sure you can carry players in the Goblin King dungeon? Zhang Xuan turned around. Zhu Yi had actually followed him at some point. Of course, as long as you have the gold voucher, but with your family background, you shouldn't need to clear the Goblin King dungeon, right? One had to know that the rarity of any one of Zhu Yi's equipment was completely incomparable to the rewards of the Goblin King dungeon. How could a person like her think highly of the Goblin King dungeon? That's right. I'm just curious. Coincidentally, I brought a few gold vouchers when I came out. Do you want to bring me along? No problem. This wasn't Zhang Xuan scamming her. Since Zhu Yi had taken the initiative to speak, Zhang Xuan was just helping to answer her doubts. After the two of them formed a team, they went for Xuvert and chose the dungeon difficulty under the mocking gazes of many newbies. Zhu Yi had already cleared the nightmare level Goblin King dungeon. Zhang Xuan had also passed this difficulty when he followed Zhang Linyu to clear the novice dungeon previously, so he chose the hell level difficulty this time. When Zhang Xuan determined the difficulty, the light of the dungeon instantly turned red, attracting everyone's attention. Damn, Big Boss is planning to raid a hell level dungeon? Comparisons are infuriating. I've been here for 2 months, and I still can't pass the elite dungeon. I can't even afford the gold vouchers. How sad. Why are you guys still pretending? I'll see how long it will take him to clear the level. Don't die without knowing. Other than the newcomers who were still mocking them, most of the class changers in the area had already focused on the direction of the novice dungeon. It had been almost half a year since someone had cleared the hell level Goblin King dungeon. The main reason was that when they reached the hell level, the entire novice dungeon was about as difficult as a level 30 ordinary novice dungeon. Although the rewards were also greater, it was an initial dungeon after all, so the upper limit of the rewards was definitely not comparable to a high level dungeon. Although a legendary accessory like the Goblin King's Bone Ring could also be dropped in a hell level novice dungeon, the probability was indescribably low. It was only 0.3%. Ever since this world fused with the game, only 3 of the Goblin King's Bone Rings had dropped. Seeing Zhang Xuan's choice, Zhu Yi said in surprise, "Are you serious? We've failed to clear more than 20-second transition jobs previously, just the 2 of, no problem." With that, the 2 of them entered the dungeon. As soon as he entered the dungeon, the thick smell of blood made Zhang Xuan frown. In front of him was no longer the tunnel guarded by the goblin giant, but an open area of gravel. The entire space gave off an especially oppressive feeling, as if an unknown creature would suddenly rush out at any moment. Roar! A few low roars sounded, and then Zhang Xuan saw no less than 10 goblin cavalry rushing over. Every goblin cavalry was also level 20. Elite. Goblin cavalry, level 20, health, 8,500, strength, 4,500, defense, 380, agility, 940, skills, flame charge, spear throw. It could be seen that the monsters in the hell level novice dungeon were more than 1 level stronger than the monsters in the previous few difficulties. The strength of this goblin cavalry was already close to that of the goblin general. The goblin cavalry in a rapid sprint threw out the spears in their hands in unison. Zhang Xuan immediately summoned more than a dozen skeleton warriors. At the same time, the evil spirit sister appeared beside him. However, at this moment, a light screen suddenly appeared around Zhang Xuan. The light screen quickly expanded and blocked all the flying spears. It was obvious that this was Zhu Yi's credit. This light screen can only last for 10 seconds. Do you have any way to deal with the cavalry? As soon as Zhu Yi finished speaking, she saw the dozen or so skeleton warriors rush out with the evil spirit sister. The goblin cavalry also collided fiercely with the light screen. Every goblin cavalry's impact carried high fire damage, and the light screen was immediately surrounded by a sea of fire. Damage inflicted, 7,000, fire burning damage, 300/S. Seeing the display on the light screen, Zhang Xuan quickly understood. This should be a tool that could resist and calculate damage. It was very practical in actual combat. The evil spirit sister was already in position. She clasped her hands together piously, and a low groan slowly spread. Every skeleton warrior charging at the goblin cavalry was covered in a faint halo. Although the agility of the goblin cavalry wasn't low, every agility of the skeleton warrior, enhanced by the nun's prayer, was as high as 1,200. Their strength had all broken through the 3,000 mark. With such high agility, it naturally brought about high-frequency attack speed. The combination of the goblin cavalry and the hyenas had no chance to react to the ghost-like skeleton warriors. Health -2,000, health -2,000. Every skeleton warrior could attack twice or even thrice before the goblin cavalry attacked. Zhang Xuan had sent twice as many skeleton warriors as the goblin cavalry. After a round of confrontation, most of the goblin cavalry had died. Ding! Level 20 goblin cavalry killed. Experience plus 3,000, ding! Killed hyena. Experience plus 1,500, Zhu Yi, who was in the circle of light, was stunned. She didn't expect Zhang Xuan's summoned skeletons to be even more ridiculous than what she had seen before. It had to be known that the agility of those goblin cavalries was already about the same as hers. Follow me closely. This is my first time in a hell-level novice dungeon. I wonder what other special circumstances will happen later. As Zhang Xuan walked forward, he summoned more than 30 skeleton warriors. At the same time, 3 skeleton archers led the way. Zhu Yi hurriedly responded. I'm here. The map of the hell-level novice dungeon was very different from before. Not long after Zhang Xuan and the others walked, they discovered several hidden passageways that led nowhere. Zhang Xuan was about to order the goblin archers to scout the way when Zhu Yi stopped him. Don't barge in recklessly, or it will be very troublesome. I have a map here. Zhu Yi quickly took out a map. In the next moment, the map began to glow. As the map turned into specks of light and disappeared, Zhang Xuan also received a detailed map. Zhang Xuan had some understanding of such dungeon maps. Usually, they were drawn by big shots who cleared the dungeon. However, because they were relatively rare, the average price of one was about 300,000 gold coins. Rich people are indeed different. Zhang Xuan sighed in his heart. Then, he checked the map in detail and realized that every path here corresponded to a goblin army of more than 100 soldiers. After a rough count, there were no less than 10 paths. If he wanted to meet the goblin general in a short period of time, he would have to take a very complicated path. We have too few people. We should try our best to follow the route. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Zhu Yi knew that Zhang Xuan's skeleton warrior was very strong, but there were hundreds of goblins in every goblin route. It was clearly unrealistic to fight head-on. Unfortunately, she was too late. There was a commotion from one of the paths. Then, a skeleton archer quickly retreated. At this moment, Zhang Xuan walked over. Immediately after, dozens of elite goblin cavalries rushed out. Zhu Yi's expression couldn't help but change when she saw Zhang Xuan getting closer and closer to the goblin cavalries. Zhang Xuan, you're crazy. Observing the density of the goblin cavalry, Zhang Xuan decisively raised his staff. At the same time, more skeleton warriors appeared in front of him. The evil spirit sister also began to pray. Others might not know, but Zhang Xuan was least afraid of quantity. With Zhang Xuan's 20-fold increase in pain, all the goblin cavalries instantly withered. The skeleton warrior with high attack speed instantly destroyed the goblin cavalry that was about to rush out. The goblin cavalry that originally had 8,000 HP couldn't even withstand a single strike. Even the hyenas with them couldn't withstand a single strike. What did it mean to destroy everything? This was it. Zhu Yi's eyes widened. She had seen with her own eyes that the attributes of the goblin cavalry had been reduced to a tragic state. Could one imagine that the monsters in the Hell Level Novice Dungeon had less than 1000 HP? Looking at Zhang Xuan, Zhu Yi finally understood where his confidence came from. However, since it was a goblin army, it was naturally impossible for there to be only goblin cavalry. As all the goblin cavalry were slaughtered, a low horn sounded from the path ahead. Not long after, a group of heavily armored goblin warriors with iron hammers rushed out of the path in an orderly manner. Elite Goblin Warrior, Level 20, Health, 15,000, Strength, 6,500, Defense, 980, Agility, 140, Protective Device Durability, 2,500, Skill, Goblin Strike. Seeing the appearance of this new soldier, Zhang Xuan roughly understood why Zhu Yi had told him to try his best to avoid taking the wrong path. The HP of a single elite goblin warrior was even more ridiculous than that of a level 20 warrior, not to mention that it had as much as 6,500 strength. Although its agility was a little low, with this hammer, even a level 30 class changer would lose at least half their life. Moreover, they all had very durable protective gear and defense close to 1000. They were definitely iron turtles. However, as long as it wasn't a boss, no matter how tanky the monster was, it wasn't a problem for Zhang Xuan. Bosses usually have the default immunity effect. For example, they wouldn't be affected by debuffs like the painful battle, but ordinary elite monsters would. Zhang Xuan gave all the skeleton warriors the order to retreat. Although their agility had already lost its bonus effect, it was still enough to play these more than 100 agility goblin warriors like monkeys. When the cooldown of the skill was over, Zhang Xuan threw a painful battle at the first goblin warrior. In an instant, the painful battle spread like a plague. The skeleton warriors, who had been ready for action, split into two groups and rushed towards the goblin warriors like locusts. The durability of these goblin warriors' protective gear was indeed quite troublesome, but now, it was like opening a scallop. The goblin warriors with 1500 HP weren't enough to cut them down. In less than a minute, the skeleton warrior killed a total of 40 goblin warriors without even obtaining the enhancement of the evil spirit sister. Ding! Level 20 goblin warrior killed. Experience plus 5000. Countless experience notifications sounded. Zhang Xuan's experience bar was also full at this moment, but because the level of the profession changer was locked in the dungeon, he had to wait for him to leave the dungeon to level up. Zhu Yi, who had originally wanted to persuade Zhang Xuan to follow the route obediently, was only left with shock. She couldn't help but think that Zhang Xuan in front of her couldn't be thinking of slaughtering all the goblin army on the route, right? After killing this wave of goblin warriors, Zhang Xuan didn't wait for the other goblin troops to appear. He immediately sent a skeleton archer in. Swoosh! Swoosh! Countless arrows sounded. Although Zhang Xuan's skeleton archer was very agile, its range of dodging in the small space was really limited. Its protective gear was instantly destroyed, and its health was only left with less than 100. However, Zhang Xuan had already expected this. He quickly retracted the skeleton archer. At this moment, the evil spirit sister had already released her enhancement skill again. The skeleton warrior, who had obtained the enhancement, instantly rushed in like a wild horse. At this moment, 2 rows of goblin archers were drawing their bows and arrows to prepare for the next round of attack. However, with the sound of bones colliding with armor, countless skeleton warriors instantly surged in. A minute later, Zhang Xuan led the skeleton warrior to the next path. At this moment, Zhu Yi was already numb from listening. This was the first time she had seen a player clearing the monsters in a hell-level dungeon. When she saw Zhang Xuan's actions, Zhu Yi immediately understood what he was going to do next. What a lunatic! It had to be said that Zhu Yi had also encountered powerful class changers, but this was the first time she had encountered someone as powerful as Zhang Xuan. As the nun's prayer had a certain cooldown time, Zhang Xuan specially waited for dozens of seconds when he arrived at the next path. When the evil spirit sister was ready, a skeleton archer rushed in immediately. It was another wave of goblin cavalry charging. With his previous experience, Zhang Zhuan's handling was clearly smoother. Zhu Yi followed Zhang Zhuan. She was originally prepared to use some props to help her clear the level, but now it seemed that there was no need. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Time passed bit by bit. The people outside the novice dungeon were still waiting, but at this time, some people had already begun to lose hope. Let's disperse quickly. He probably died under the first wave of goblin cavalry. Last time, I was lucky enough to go in with a big shot. Half of the 20,000 HP fighters HP was lost when he was hit. In the end, we lasted for a few minutes before we were forced to withdraw. He was only level 12. I really can't think of how he could fight through. Sigh, I hope he can come out. It would be a pity if such an outstanding class changer died. Such a person deserves to die. If he doesn't have the ability, why is he pretending? There were sarcastic remarks in the crowd, and there were also people who felt that it was a pity. Zhang Linyu had also arrived here immediately when she saw Zhang Zhuan's message. However, she really didn't expect Zhang Zhuan to dare to challenge the hell-level Goblin King dungeon. Looking in the direction of the dungeon, there was a hint of worry in her eyes. It's fine to be embarrassed, but don't die. Zhang Zhuan had already led Zhu Yi to clear the 8 goblin armies. In the middle, Zhang Zhuan even encountered a group of special self-destructing goblins. These small-sized goblins were each tied with explosives. When they approached the target, they would detonate the bombs on their bodies, and the range was extremely wide. However, this seemingly troublesome goblin army was very simple to deal with. This was because they would only explode when they were close to the class changers. This also provided Zhang Zhuan with enough space to kill. After cleaning this place, there's only one goblin army left. As Zhang Zhuan spoke, the goblin archer had already rushed into the path ahead. Zhu Yi sat beside him. She had always been the main character in dungeons, but now, she actually felt like she was a hooligan. After successfully clearing the goblin army here, Zhang Zhuan looked at his XP. He had already overflowed with more than 1,000,000 XP. When he went out, he would probably be able to fill up about 80% of his level 13 XP. Although it was very troublesome to fight in a hell-level novice dungeon, the experience points were really a lot. This was on the premise that Zhu Yi had some experience points. Otherwise, Zhang Zhuan would have obtained 400,000 more experience points. However, as soon as Zhang Zhuan turned around, he realized that goblin soldiers holding flags had appeared on the originally clean roads at the same time. Elite Goblin Soldier, Level 20, Health, 5,000, Strength, 0, Defense, 480, Agility, 640, Skills, Goblin Army's Invigoration, Goblin Army's Call. This was the first time Zhang Zhuan had seen such a soldier. In the next moment, a few cannonballs actually shot straight at Zhang Zhuan and Zhu Yi. Boom! Zhu Yi was safe and sound. A pale white shield appeared around her, and a kind angel appeared above her head. She hurriedly looked at Zhang Zhuan's position. At this moment, the thick smoke gradually dissipated, and her heart tightened. Did you trigger the hidden content again? Zhang Zhuan walked out of the thick smoke unscathed. The situation in front of him wasn't written on the map. When Zhu Yi saw that he was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. Looking in the direction of the artillery shells, Zhang Zhuan realized that at some point, a few goblin-controlled cannons had appeared high up. The power of this shot was not small. Zhang Zhuan's 4 skeleton warriors were blown to pieces under the distribution effect. At this moment, a large number of goblin soldiers surged out from a few paths. Not only were there hundreds of goblin cavalry, but there were also countless goblin archers. The huge underground space was instantly filled by the goblin army. Zhang Zhuan immediately brought Zhu Yi back onto the back path. This was the only path that hadn't been filled by goblins. Let's leave the dungeon. It's not a loss to obtain so much experience. Zhu Yi made a suggestion from the side, but Zhang Zhuan had no intention of retreating. The situation in front of him was indeed a little beyond his expectations, but it didn't mean that there was no way to resolve it. A large number meant that the other party had to have enough space to spread out. In such a small path, the other party could at most rush in with 100 cavalry at a time. This could be resolved slowly. A few vortexes appeared, but the 4 skeleton warriors that appeared this time stunned Zhang Zhuan. Then he was overjoyed. Currently activated army, skeleton army, soldiers, 5-5. After activating all soldiers, you will receive an army enhancement. Skeleton King's protection, 80% chance of regeneration for skeleton warriors who die. After waiting for so long, Zhang Zhuan didn't expect that the enhancement effect of the skeleton army would be activated today. 2 of them were wearing armor that was clearly different from that of other skeleton warriors. Their values in all aspects were twice those of ordinary skeleton warriors. This was the summoned 4th soldier, the skeleton general. Of course, the focus wasn't on its interface but on its passive skills. Passive skill, skeleton general's encouragement. Skeleton general's encouragement. All skeleton warriors have obtained 25% strength/life/agility/lifesteal. These few words directly increased the combat power of the skeleton warrior by several levels. Coupled with the enhancement of the evil spirit sister, the effect was simply unimaginable. The other 2 skeleton warriors with staff were the 5th army, the skeleton mages. Although they only had 1 skill, it greatly increased the continuous combat ability of the skeleton army. Skill, Skeleton King's Summon. Skeleton King's Summon, curse a specific area. When a local unit dies, summon a skeleton warrior equivalent to 70% of the original monster value to continue fighting for 30 seconds. Although the range and duration of the skill were relatively short, the cursed area wouldn't disappear. As long as they controlled the range of the battlefield, would the goblin army outside still be a problem? Zhang Zhuan decisively gave the order. These 4 skeletons immediately joined the group of skeleton warriors in front. The skeleton army was officially formed. Zhu Yi looked at Zhang Zhuan, whose face was filled with surprise and confusion. Wasn't this his skill? Why did it look like they had just met? At this moment, the skeleton warriors in front had already clashed with the goblin cavalry. Although a single goblin cavalry couldn't cause fatal damage to the skeleton warriors, there were too many of them. Under the charge of the goblin cavalry, they instantly lost more than a dozen skeleton warriors. However, in the next moment, the skeleton warrior that had already shattered on the ground actually got up again. At this moment, a ghostly shadow appeared in the middle of the goblin cavalry. The evil spirit sister took off her hood, revealing her ferocious and terrifying face. Ah! With her roar, most of the charging goblin cavalry were so frightened that they lost their formation. Some of them were in a state of fear, while others were hyenas. At this moment, the ground under the feet of these goblin cavalries began to turn black. The skeleton mage's curse had taken effect. While the goblin cavalry was terrified, countless skeleton warriors had already raised their butcher knives. Health -5,000, health -5,000, while the goblins in the front row were in fear, Zhang Zhuan immediately ordered all the skeleton warriors to counterattack. After being enhanced by all kinds of buffs, the skeleton warriors' every strike dealt as much as 5,000 terrifying damage. Zhang Zhuan wasn't idle either. The painful battle could be used to its fullest in such a terrain. It would be a little unreasonable if he didn't use it. In less than 10 seconds, more than half of the 100-odd goblin cavalries had been killed. Under the effect of the skeleton mage's curse, the goblin cavalry and hyenas that had been killed stood up again. Elite. Goblin cavalry, level 20, status, curse, health, 6,600, strength, 3,100, defense, 274, agility, 724, skills, flame charge, spear throw. After being revived by the curse, the goblin cavalry quickly rode on the same revived hyenas. Their cracked bodies and short limbs had no effect on them. Even the headless goblin cavalry was the same. They were like zombies. What the hell? Zhu Yi's eyes widened. How could this thing be revived? She looked at Zhang Zhuan and was about to say something when she realized that Zhang Zhuan didn't look worried at all. Instead, he was even happier. However, In the next moment, Zhu Yi suddenly saw that the zombie-like goblin cavalry had rushed out of the passageway in the opposite direction. Zhu Yi was a little confused as she watched the goblin cavalry charge straight at the goblin army in the distance. The goblin army outside was also stunned by this scene. Clearly, even the monsters didn't expect this strange situation to happen. The moment the revived goblin cavalry rushed into the goblin soldier formation, the entire area was set on fire. The goblin soldiers who had yet to recover were instantly shattered by the oncoming goblin cavalry. Although the revived goblin cavalry only had 70% of their original attributes, they still rushed into the goblin army's camp in less than 5 seconds. Every charge of the cursed goblin cavalry dealt a full 8,000 points of damage. The goblin soldiers in the front row were instantly crippled, but the hyenas immediately added fuel to the fire. The goblin warrior's armor was indeed thick, but there was more than one goblin cavalry. Ding! Level 20 goblin soldier killed. Experience plus 5,000, ding! Level 20 goblin soldier killed. Experience plus 5,000, ding! Level 20 goblin soldier killed. Experience plus 5,000. The experience from the monsters killed by the cursed goblin cavalry directly returned to Zhang Xuan and Zhu Yi, which surprised him. Due to the terrain of the passageway, the goblin archers outside couldn't shoot at all. This also created an excellent opportunity for Zhang Xuan to attack. Taking advantage of the short gap created by the goblin cavalry, Zhang Xuan immediately gave the skeleton army under him an attack order. All the skeleton warriors rushed forward. At this moment, the goblin cavalries from the other path rushed forward. This time, Zhang Xuan followed them to the front of the battle line. The painful battle was activated, and the goblin cavalry that had their attributes deducted only dealt a few hundred points of damage. However, the skeleton warriors who enjoyed all kinds of enhancements were different. The second wave of goblin cavalry was instantly cleaned up. This time, in order to ensure the integrity of the goblin cavalry as much as possible, Zhang Xuan specially controlled the skeleton warrior to not dismember it. Zhang Xuan originally wanted to control the skeleton mage to cast a spell and set up the curse area again, but he realized that the second wave of goblin cavalry had already revived. Only then did he notice that there was a pitch-black curse range of more than 10 meters in diameter under the feet of every skeleton warrior. Halo follows? This term immediately popped up in Zhang Xuan's mind. His mental recovery was also a type of halo, but under normal circumstances, the halo skill that followed the target was very rare. In other words, as long as a target died within the range of the skeleton warrior, they could be revived a second time. At the thought of this, Zhang Xuan had an idea. The first wave of hundreds of goblin cavalries caused the goblin army to fall into a short period of chaos. However, there was a huge disparity in numbers, and these goblin cavalries were quickly wiped out. The second batch of goblin cavalry had already rushed into the goblin army's camp. If one looked closely, they could see that there were a few skeleton warriors standing on a few hyenas. This time, it was obvious that the goblin army had reacted to the charge of the cursed goblin cavalry. Soon, a group of heavy shield goblin soldiers walked up from the front row. Elite. Heavy shield goblin soldier, level 20, health, 25,000, strength, 5,500, defense, 1,280, agility, 110, protective durability, 7,000, skill, goblin charge. Seeing that a new goblin soldier had appeared, Zhang Xuan was instantly interested. At this moment, the goblin cavalry had already rushed forward. The heavy shield goblin soldiers were as tanky as a tortoise. They could be said to be version 2.0 of the goblin warriors. 3 consecutive goblin cavalry attacks couldn't cause fatal damage to it. Killing a heavy shield goblin soldier actually required the impact of 4 goblin cavalries. However, as the saying went, the beginning was always difficult. With the death of the first heavy shield goblin soldier, the situation completely changed. After the death of the heavy shield goblin soldier, it was revived. Even if it could only inherit 70% of its 20,000 HP, it was still a terrifying number. The cursed heavy shield goblin soldier slashed at the ordinary goblin warriors behind him and charged. Health minus 2600, health minus 9000. This was the attack method of the heavy shield goblin soldier. It was a basic attack with a high charging damage. The first slash broke through the armor, and the second charge directly killed a goblin warrior. This terrifying level was already comparable to the previous level 10 skeleton warrior. Death began to spread quickly through the goblin army on this path like corruption on an apple. The skeleton warriors were mixed in and didn't even need to fight. Every fallen goblin soldier would be revived and become a sharp weapon to kill the goblins. Looking at the remaining roads, a group of goblin cavalry rushed over. Zhang Zhuan smiled proudly. The cooldown nun came closer, and the sister's prayer was activated. All the skeleton warriors were strengthened. Then, they charged at the goblin cavalry. Nearly 20 skeleton warriors fell in the first wave, but under the protection of the skeleton king, the shattered skeleton warriors regrouped and actually revived 18. The goblin cavalry didn't expect there to be danger behind them. When they realized it, the skeleton warriors on both sides had already surrounded them. With every slash, the skeleton warrior could cause more than 5,000 points of damage. At the same time, it would recover 1,000 health points. With this cycle, the third batch of goblin cavalry was successfully revived by the curse. Then, the goblin cavalry reversed again, and a few skeleton warriors mixed in. There are still 5 paths left. Come at me. Time passed. At this moment, the goblin army that could be seen everywhere was in chaos. At first glance, it looked like an internal conflict between the goblin army. However, if one looked closely, one of the goblin monsters already had terrifying fatal injuries, but they seemed to not know pain and fought the intact goblin monster. At this moment, Zhang Zhuan had already sent out all the skeleton warriors under him. His goal was naturally to unleash the effect of the skeleton mage's curse. At the same time, the evil spirit sister also joined in the battle on one of the paths. With her around, the advantage of this path was clearly greater. More than half of the goblin monsters had already been killed. It seemed like the battle would end soon. As for the 2 skeleton generals, Zhang Zhuan, they stayed by his side. He didn't have to worry that the skeleton general's enhancement effect would fail, because according to the first batch of skeleton warriors who rushed into the goblin army, it was as if the skeleton general's enhancement effect wasn't affected by the range at all. In other words, it was a permanent enhancement effect. The skeleton warriors hiding among the cursed goblin soldiers would find a suitable opportunity to kill the living goblin monsters. The dead monsters would also be instantly revived under the effect of the curse and become Zhang Zhuan's puppets. With this, Zhang Zhuan's advantage was gradually expanding at a slow speed. In fact, at this moment, the path with the evil spirit sister had already fallen into a one-sided massacre. You're too scary. Are you really a support? Zhu Yi, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but say this. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that a support professional could be so abnormal. Help me apply some debuffs to the monsters elsewhere. This can increase some efficiency. Zhang Zhuan didn't say much and walked straight to the path where a goblin army was. At the same time, the evil spirit sister went to other paths to support him under his orders. When they arrived at a path, the goblin army was in a stalemate with Zhang Zhuan's skeleton warriors. As for the cursed goblins and monsters, it seemed that it would be difficult to break the stalemate in the short term. Let's try it out. With that, Zhang Zhuan threw out a ball of dark energy. As the dark energy came into contact with a heavy shield goblin soldier, the painful battle effect instantly spread throughout the chaotic goblin army. Those cursed goblin monsters were treated as friendly units, so they weren't affected by the painful battle. As for the elite goblin monsters, they were unlucky. The heavy armored goblin soldiers with more than 20,000 HP were reduced to only 1,000 HP. After their armor was shattered, they were killed on the spot like tofu. Any one of the monsters in the Hell level novice dungeon had high attack and HP. Even if the cursed goblin monster only had 70% of its attributes, it was still a very high-level existence. However, after being affected by the painful battle, all the attributes of the goblin monster were deducted to almost the same level as ordinary monsters outside. At this moment, the originally anxious scene instantly became one-sided. The goblin monsters with paper-thin H.P. quickly fell to the ground like wheat being cut. Then, the dead monsters revived under the effect of the curse. Looking at this batch of killed monsters, Zhang Xuan's only worry was relieved. He was originally worried that the cursed attributes of the monsters that had been weakened wouldn't recover after they died. However, the attributes of those monsters inherited their original attributes and weren't affected by the effect of the painful battle. This was going to be fun. This meant that if Zhang Xuan released a painful battle, he would have a weakened goblin army in the shortest time possible. In the other side, Zhu Yi had basically used all the items that could stack debuffs. The goblin monster's attack attributes had been successfully weakened by 40%, and its defense had also been greatly weakened. The effect was naturally obvious. The attacks of those goblin monsters could no longer cause effective damage. On the other hand, each attack of Zhang Xuan's skeleton warrior could cause more than 4,000 damage. Coupled with the cursed goblin monster, he could kill one goblin monster in 3 or 4 attacks. This speed was clearly very good. However, as soon as she saw Zhang Xuan fall into a destructive battle after releasing a skill, she looked at the dozen or so debuffs that were taking effect on her. Zhu Yi had just felt that she had contributed a little. No matter how much she contributed, she had at least gotten rid of the scoundrel's disdain. But now, she inexplicably felt that she might as well not make a move. As Zhang Xuan joined the battlefield, the goblin army was quickly dispersed. Although the skeleton army was at a disadvantage in numbers at the beginning, relying on the goblin mage's heaven-defying curse effect, the disadvantage in numbers had been flattened and overtaken. With the addition of the cursed monsters, the number of deaths of the skeleton warriors also decreased rapidly. Even if there were occasionally skeleton warriors who were ambushed, they would immediately revive and join the battle because of the army effect. The 80% chance of revival was no different from 100%. 5 minutes later, the skeleton general stepped forward and beheaded the last goblin soldier. After more than 20 minutes of fighting, the goblin army was wiped out. System announcement. The passage to the goblin palace is about to open. Zhang Xuan looked at his experience bar. He had accumulated more than 2.7 million experience points. This much experience was definitely enough for him to upgrade to level 15, but it was still not enough for him to reach the second transition. The experience required for a second transition for a job changer was 2 million yuan. At the same time, they needed some specific materials. It seemed like it should be enough to clear another hell-level dungeon. Isn't your profession too powerful? This is the first time I've seen a class changer clear a hell-level dungeon. Even though Zhu Yi was experienced and knowledgeable, she couldn't help but exclaim at this moment, because this was too ridiculous. She had also obtained enough experience to level up by 1.5 levels. If this was outside, she would have to farm for at least 10 days. Zhang Xuan didn't answer. He controlled all the skeleton warriors to enter those pathways. Of course, his goal was to find the goblin mage. However, after walking around, he didn't find any traces of the skeleton mage. Does the Goblin King of the Hell-level novice dungeon have a revival mechanism? Of course not. Zhu Yi denied it. The Goblin King of the Hell-level has very high HP. If there's still resurrection, it probably won't be able to finish fighting in a day. Although it didn't revive. After understanding this information, Zhang Xuan went straight to the area where the Goblin King was. It was enough as long as there was no resurrection mechanism. Hey, what's the hurry? I'm not done talking. Zhu Yi quickly followed and reminded him helplessly. The Goblin King here isn't something that an elite level can compare to. Not only does it have a large attack range, but it's also in a berserk state. It's best if we max out our buffs before we go. Otherwise, in the Goblin King's palace. Although the contents of the previous dungeon had changed greatly, the Goblin King's palace was still the same as before. The only difference was that the Goblin King, who was sitting on the throne and sleeping peacefully, had 3 million HP. Boss, Goblin King, level 20, health: 3.000.000, strength 12,000, defense 4,500, agility 403, skills: Wrath of the King, Great Counterattack, Kingdom Guard. Boss characteristic: uncontrollable, unaffected by debuff, other than HP. His other attributes were also above the mark. With more than 10,000 points of strength and a terrifying attack range, the skeleton warriors in Zhongzhuan's hands would probably shatter with a touch. Therefore, the best way now was to kill from afar. Zhongzhuan summoned the 8 skeleton archers and 2 skeleton generals in the undead space. Then, he directly recalled the 15 skeleton warriors. At the same time, 2 vortexes appeared in front of him. It was still the usual method. As long as they could farm enough skeleton archers, they could instantly kill the Goblin King in the shortest time. Zhu Yi, who was sitting on the steps at the side, looked at Zhongzhuan with an unconvinced gaze. Initially, she had planned to stack enough buffs before the battle so that she wouldn't be instantly killed. However, Zhongzhuan actually said that she didn't need to do anything. "I want to see how you're going to kill the Goblin King." Perhaps it was because Zhongzhuan had successfully activated the enhancement effect of the skeleton army that the probability of other troops appearing increased greatly. In the next 20 summons, Zhongzhuan summoned 3 skeleton generals, 2 skeleton mages, and 4 skeleton archers. The skeleton mage was naturally useless against the Goblin King, but the attribute increase provided by the skeleton general could be stacked, so it was very useful. Not long after, Zhongzhuan had already summoned 20 skeleton warriors. There were enough skeleton generals for 7. Skeleton archers, bronze, level 13, health 21,300, agility 3,660, endurance, protector durability 1,000, strength 9,100, spirit 240, skill: enter a charge state. The next 3 charged attacks deal 325% strength damage, cooldown 100s. After the enhancement of 7 skeleton generals, the skeleton archers' panel had already reached a rather terrifying height. Their strength was close to 10,000. This wasn't the end. The evil spirit sister's figure slowly floated out, and the sister's prayer was activated. Coupled with the 55% increase in strength provided by the prayer effect, the entire strength of the skeleton archers instantly broke through the 10,000 mark. Facing such a terrifying number, Zhongzhuan himself couldn't accept it. Was this cheating? Zhu Yi, who was beside him, looked at Zhongzhuan's surprised and satisfied expression. She was instantly confused. She couldn't understand why this person was so happy. "Everyone, aim at the Goblin King and shoot." The 20 skeleton archers raised their bows at the same time. In the next moment, countless arrows that had been charged shot at the Goblin King. Health minus 260,000, health minus 260,000, health minus 240,000. After 20 consecutive damage numbers of more than 200,000 appeared, the Goblin King didn't even have the chance to wake up. It died instantly. Congratulations on killing the level 20 Goblin King, Hell level. You have received 300,000 experience. Congratulations on obtaining Goblin King Bone Boots, wearable at level 12. Congratulations on obtaining the Goblin King's Staff, available at level 15. Zhu Yi was so frightened that she immediately stood up. Before she could see what had happened, the Goblin King with 3 million HP was insta-killed. After confirming it again, Zhu Yi took a deep breath. Everything could be a lie, but the reward was definitely true. There was a large pile of rewards in her backpack, including the Goblin King's soul that would only be given if she cleared the Hell-level Goblin King Novice Dungeon. She looked at Zhongzhuan in disbelief and listened to the reward notifications that were still ringing in her ears. Zhu Yi looked as if she had seen a ghost with a hint of fear on her face. This terrifying scene really made her brain a little overwhelmed. Not to mention the Goblin King, even a level 40 boss probably can't withstand this damage, right? After calming down for a moment, Zhu Yi couldn't help but think. Even when she followed the level 40 boss novice dungeon, she had never seen a team kill the boss so quickly. If word got out that he had instantly killed the hell level Goblin King, she would definitely be treated as a fool. The damage isn't bad. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but mutter. Although this damage was more than half offset by the Goblin King's high defense, the damage was still very eye-catching. Outside the novice dungeon. If you don't have the ability, don't pretend. Why do you have to court death? I wonder how those people have the cheek to brag about clearing the dungeon with a support player for 10 minutes. Ha ha, that's right. She deserves to die. Brother, what happened? I'm new here. Please tell me. Let me tell you, there was a suicidal support previously. The two fellows from before announced it unscrupulously. At the side, Zhang Linyu listened to those people's unscrupulous discussion and had mixed feelings. Suddenly, a golden light came from the direction of the dungeon door. Someone had cleared it. Zhang Linyu was the first to lean over. She suddenly had a strong premonition that this was very likely Zhang Xuan. Under everyone's gaze, the golden light slowly faded. In the next moment, the crowd collectively took a deep breath. Zhang Xuan and Zhu Yi appeared at the entrance of the pocket dimension. Previously, many people had seen them enter the hell-level Goblin King novice dungeon with their own eyes. This meant that they had cleared the hell-level Goblin King novice dungeon. 2 people cleared the level. Am I seeing things? It really worked? FCK, could they be the one just now? After glancing around, Zhang Xuan turned around and asked, "Are you still going to farm next?" At this moment, Zhu Yi had yet to come back to her senses. Her mind was filled with those unreal damage numbers. At this moment, a wave of curses suddenly erupted from the crowd. FCK, who said that the big shot was courting death? Come out. FCK. I remember that someone said that if the big shot clears the hell level dungeon, he'll eat SHT? I'll prepare the freshest now. These 2 bastards are here. I've caught them. A sudden irritable voice interrupted Zhang Xuan. He saw a few angry class changers rush into the crowd, as if they were seeking revenge. However, Zhang Xuan didn't expect their stakes to be so high during the time he entered the dungeon. The novice dungeon became lively all of a sudden. The minds of the job changers who came later were buzzing at this moment. Why was this information so much more than they had imagined? What appeared in front of the dungeon was clearly an unprofessional support in another second transition profession. Could this configuration surpass a hell-level dungeon? It wasn't just them. As the person involved, Zhu Yi still had some brain overload at this moment. According to the normal clearing speed, she should still be stuck at about half of the goblin dungeon. However, the key was that it was a team of 10 people. Only all class changers above level 25 could do it. Are you guys crazy? It's obvious that the 2 of them aren't the ones who cleared the level, okay? No matter how I look at it, they've withdrawn. I can only say that they came out alive. What if another team cleared the level and hasn't come out yet? That's right. Think about it. How can 2 people clear the hell level novice dungeon? Don't you know that the Goblin King has millions of HP? The 2 class changers were held down by more than a dozen class changers. They were the 2 guys who had mocked and publicized everywhere. However, it was obvious that they wouldn't shed a tear until they saw the coffin. Before Zhang Xuan and Zhu Yi could figure out what was going on, a white light flashed on their bodies. Zhang Xuan's body even flashed twice in a row. As the light faded, Zhang Xuan's level shockingly reached level 15. Wow! This scene immediately caused a wave of exclamations. Zhang Linyu covered her mouth in disbelief. To be able to provide so much experience, she had definitely cleared a hell-level dungeon. The scene of the 2 of them leveling up completely shut the 2 of them up. Anyone present who wasn't a fool knew that if they could provide experience points for 2 consecutive levels, it was definitely impossible for them to quit midway. If they quit halfway, the experience gained would be halved. and all the materials would be deducted, let alone having golden light appear on their bodies. As the light at the novice dungeon completely faded, no other team of class changers appeared except for Zhang Xuan and the other person. The results were obvious at a glance. Do you have anything else to say? If he didn't clear the hell level dungeon, why did he level up twice in a row? That's right. I'm here to talk to you. Don't pretend to be dead. Come, come, come. Eat first. This is fresh. A group of class changers immediately surrounded him, looking like they were fighting a boss in a group. Zhang Xuan saw that the faces of the two people who had shouted the most happily at the beginning were pale. However, before they could beg for mercy, the two of them were already pulled into the darkness. Then, continuous retching came from the crowd from time to time, mixed with begging for mercy. Brothers. Ugh! I know my mistake. Let me go. Ugh! I won't dare to do it again. Spare me. Zhang Xuan, who was standing in front of the novice dungeon, glanced at the lively crowd. Zhu Yi had already completely woken up because of this commotion. She frowned, although she couldn't see what those class changers were doing. However, from the sound of it, they must be doing something very interesting. Are you still going to fight? If not, I'll farm it myself. Zhang Xuan asked again, and Zhu Yi quickly answered. However, just as Zhang Xuan was about to continue inviting her, a cold voice interrupted him. I didn't expect you to really clear the hell level dungeon. Are you interested in bringing me to clear it once? I still have the gold voucher. Zhang Linyu walked forward and immediately sent the team invitation. Moreover, she deliberately blocked Zhu Yi. Zhang Linyu, Elementalist, invites you to form a team. Looking at the iceberg in front of him, Zhang Xuan still didn't understand why she suddenly changed so quickly. However, this didn't matter. With a gold voucher, everything was fine. However, at this moment, Zhu Yi took a step forward and smiled gently at Zhang Linyu. The two of us have already formed a team. I'm very sorry. Didn't you already fight once? Besides, he and I are classmates. He said before that he would enter the dungeon with me. Zhang Linyu retorted without changing her expression. For some reason, she didn't like the girl in front of her very much. I don't mind having one more person, as long as I have the gold voucher. Zhang Xuan spoke from the side. His second transition experience was still less than 2 million yuan. If he did it again, his experience would be full. He didn't need to waste time here. As for who she was farming with, it was no longer important. Zhu Yi, Dark Knight Assassin, invites you to crusade against the Goblin King dungeon. Hell, at this moment, Zhu Yi's invitation to the two-person dungeon was actually sent directly to Zhang Xuan. It seemed like she clearly had no intention of teaming up with Zhang Linyu. At this moment, Zhang Xuan suddenly saw that the relationship between the two of them seemed to be a little discordant. But why was the hostility between the two people who had met for the first time so strong? However, he didn't want to waste any time at the moment. His professional attributes were obvious. If his level was higher, the probability of being accepted would be higher. Just as Zhang Xuan was about to agree to the crusade invitation sent by Zhu Yi, he suddenly noticed the contents of the regional chat. Liu Tangshan, martial artist, does anyone want to team up to farm monsters? I have 3 support sisters here. Zhang Xuan frowned. Liu Tangshan would die at the hands of a woman sooner or later. It was also at this moment that he heard the discussions of the surrounding class changers. Is this martial artist the fool we saw previously? That's him. When I passed by the forest outside yesterday, I happened to see his team farming monsters. Those 3 supports didn't care about anything else after adding the buff once. They only knew to cheer at the side. The damage output is all thanks to that martial artist. I don't know what he's thinking. What a pity for such a good profession. Something will probably happen to him in a few days. Zhu Yi was stunned for a moment because Zhang Xuan had rejected the invitation and even cancelled the team. Then, Zhang Xuan walked straight out. Where are you going? I won't be clearing the dungeon for now. Zhang Linyu was naturally rejected as well, But her expression didn't change. As a competitor for 3 years, she definitely knew Liu Tangshan. When he arrived at the entrance of the novice dungeon, Zhang Zhuan saw a few intermediate and low-level class advancement players at level 15 chatting with the tall Liu Tangshan. Many young faces appeared around him. Most of them were students who had entered the novice dungeon with Zhang Zhuan previously. Their levels were average between 10 to 12. However, when he saw Liu Tangshan's pitiful level, Zhang Zhuan couldn't help but sigh. Liu Tangshan was only level 9 at the moment. This was quite a difference. Logically speaking, the rare-ranked martial artist profession should be at least level 10 or even 11 at this time. Otherwise, he would be letting down the title of a hexagonal warrior. However, he didn't have any girls around him. He was the only commander-in-chief, but why was he in such a miserable state? As for why someone was willing to talk to him about forming a team, it was most likely because he had used his money ability. There are only a few days left until the entrance examination. Aren't you afraid that the dean will kill you? Damn, your level is already so high? That's good. Hurry up and bring me along. When Liu Tangshan saw that it was Zhang Zhuan, he immediately ran over as if he had found his savior. When he came out of the dungeon previously, he had heard about Zhang Zhuan. However, he didn't believe it at that time. Many students were a little suspicious. After all, everyone knew what level a hidden class was. But now, Zhang Zhuan's level was right in front of him. He had to believe it even if he didn't want to. Misty Wasteland? Although you level up very quickly, those are all level 20 monsters. Are you sure you want to go to that place to farm monsters with a level difference of 5? On a small path, Liu Tangshan couldn't help but ask when he heard Zhang Zhuan's plan. Generally speaking, it was best to control the level difference when farming monsters to about 3. This was because monsters with too high a level would correspond to stronger attributes in various aspects, and the killing efficiency would be greatly reduced. What else? If you farm low-level monsters at your level, how long will it take you to reach level 12? Zhang Zhuan rolled his eyes. Through the exchange just now, he finally knew why Liu Tangshan's level was so low. It was all because he had kindly brought low-level girls and juniors out of the academy. In the end, they usually found other connections and didn't team up with him. Later on, this guy didn't repent and continued to promote his style by leading many low-level students. However, because he had been farming monsters in the low-level area, his level couldn't keep up at all. He was simply asking for it. I think we should farm nearby. It saves. Hello, you're Zhang Zhuan, right? Seeing that Zhang Zhuan was determined to go to the Misty Wasteland, Liu Tangshan was about to persuade him when he was suddenly interrupted by a sweet voice. Then, a few young female class advancement players walked out from the side of the forest. We're classmates with Liu Tangshan. We should have met before. Do you want to team up? The hidden profession is indeed powerful. I didn't expect you to be already level 15. The 3 of us are intermediate supports. We can support you, together. Is he Zhang Zhuan? He looks so young, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Hearing the 3 girls' flattery, Zhang Zhuan felt puzzled. He definitely didn't know these 3 people. He silently turned his gaze to Liu Tangshan. Then, he heard Liu Tangshan say in a low voice, "They're the girls I mentioned before. They're in the same batch as me." Hearing this, Zhang Zhuan understood everything. Then, he shook his head slightly under the expectant gazes of the 3 girls. "Sorry, I don't plan to team up with anyone else. Find someone else." With that, Zhang Zhuan was about to leave with Liu Tangshan, but the girls' expressions changed. "We're all from the same academy. Let's show off our style." "That's right. Dean Jiao already said that we have to help each other. Why are you like this? Sigh, aren't you just on a higher level? What's there to look down on?" This obvious sarcastic mockery made Zhang Zhuan stop in his tracks. His eyes turned cold. In the next moment, more than a dozen skeleton warriors appeared beside him. The 3 girls' faces instantly turned pale. They were about to speak when a few skeleton warriors rushed forward with sabers. The three of them were instantly so frightened that they fled in all directions. The skeleton warriors also chased after them relentlessly. Soon, they disappeared from Zhongxuan and the others' vision. That's not a good idea, is it? What's wrong with that? Those people will stab you in the back sooner or later, Zhongxuan said indifferently. These three were the ones Liu Tangshan had brought along before. However, after they found a powerful backer, they decisively abandoned Liu Tangshan. If not for the fact that they were classmates with Liu Tangshan, it wouldn't be as simple as chasing them away. Liu Tangshan thought about it and agreed. He stopped harping on this matter. But there are still 6 days left. Are you sure helping me won't affect your second transition? Zhongxuan nodded. After leveling up twice in a row, the upper limit of his undead space storage had reached 95. With the existence of powerful skill points, his 2 profession skills had also increased to level 15. With the interface of a level 15 skeleton warrior, killing those ordinary level 20 wild monsters wasn't a problem at all. As for the second transition experience, it would indeed take a few days for other class advancement players to fill it. However, as long as Zhongxuan cleared the level 1 more time, he would be able to obtain enough experience for the second transition. Even if the Four Sages Academy had higher requirements for support, he would definitely have time to raise his level. Walking in the swamp, Liu Tangshan kept looking around cautiously. He was only level 9 at the moment, but the monsters here were already level 19. With his strength, dealing with monsters 19 levels higher than him was no different from courting death. If he didn't know that Zhongxuan had combat strength that far exceeded his level, he wouldn't have come to such a place to court death. After walking out of the swamp, the two of them arrived at a wasteland. Although it was called a wasteland, it was foggy as far as the eye could see, as if it had just rained. This was the most dangerous place in the level 10-20 area, the Misty Wasteland. Crack! Nearly 100 skeleton warriors appeared in the open space. Leading them were 8 mighty and domineering skeleton generals, followed by 2 strange and mysterious skeleton mages. In the end, the skeleton warriors were arranged in an orderly manner according to the different military types. All the skeleton warriors were neatly arranged into a strict and complete military formation. From afar, it gave off a chill. If other class advancement players saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Damn, your profession is too f***ing ridiculous. You summoned an army at once? Liu Tangshan couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't that he had never seen a summoner before, but which summoner before the second transition could summon more than 100 summons at once? It wasn't just him. Zhongxuan was also a little shocked at this moment. After all, this was the first time he had seen the skeleton warriors formation so intact. Next, we'll level you up to level 12 here. When the time comes, I'll bring you to clear the Goblin King dungeon. There's meat to eat with the big shot. You don't need my help, right? Faced with Liu Tangshan's teasing, Zhongxuan rolled his eyes. Then go look for monsters to farm. It's fine as long as you can beat them. Hee, forget it. I'm not confident enough to go looking for trouble with a level 20 monster at level 9. All the skeleton warriors were neatly divided into 8 teams under the lead of the skeleton general. Then, they rushed in different directions. Then, Zhongxuan sent a few more emails to Liu Tangshan. Other than a few sets of equipment that had dropped in the Goblin King instance dungeon, there was also the previous Sand King boxing glove. Liu Tangshan received the email in confusion, but in the next moment, he immediately lost his cool. Damn, a full set of Goblin King set? Damn, are you serious about this weapon? You're giving away a legendary level weapon just like that? Looking at the set and weapon in the email, it would be a lie to say that Liu Tangshan wasn't excited. Just a legendary weapon was enough to make countless class advancement players jealous. Zhongxuan was about to tease him for being ignorant when he suddenly received a message from the skeleton warrior. Killed class advancement players were found in many places. At this moment, he noticed that the 8 skeleton warriors had already gone out for a distance. Logically speaking, they should have already encountered the monsters here, but there was no kill notification so far. Even all the skeleton warriors didn't find any traces of the monsters. After confirming the map information, he realized that this was indeed the Misty Wasteland. Zhang Xuan immediately ordered the skeleton warriors to expand the search area. At the same time, he recalled a group of skeleton warriors. He didn't have to worry about encountering danger, but Liu Tang.Shan, who was only level 9, couldn't. With Zhang Xuan's professional attributes, he couldn't provide effective protection. More than 10 skeleton warriors surrounded Zhang Xuan and Qiao Nian in an orderly manner. At the same time, the evil spirit sister was summoned. No level 20 monsters have been found nearby, and there are many corpses of class advancement players. Next, don't leave the protection of the skeleton warriors. Zhang Xuan briefly explained the situation. Liu Tangshan nodded. Even if there weren't all abnormalities, he would never run around in such an extremely dangerous area. As the skeleton warriors continued to explore, Zhang Xuan discovered more corpses of class advancement players through the skeleton warriors. Although it wasn't uncommon for class advancement players to be killed by monsters, those who could come here to farm monsters weren't fools. Without strength, they would never come here to die. It was obviously abnormal for such a large number of class advancement players to die. However, not long after, Zhang Xuan received a message from one of the skeleton warriors. Warning, level 20 monster discovered. In a rift valley in the northwest, the skeleton warriors had discovered a large number of level 20 monsters. There were more than a dozen class advancement players being surrounded and killed by a large number of level 20 monsters. Because the skeleton warrior could only send back general information, the exact situation was unknown, but one thing was certain. It was clearly abnormal for all the monsters in the wilderness to gather and attack the class advancement players. On the map that Zhang Xuan had sent out, there wasn't a single monster. Currently, the only way to attract monsters was to attract them. However, monsters had a warning range. Even if some guilds or small groups of class advancement players went to attract monsters, they wouldn't be abnormal and attract so many monsters at once. Not to mention pulling away all the monsters within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Not to mention whether it could be cleaned up, this wasn't a small project. Therefore, it could basically be ruled out that someone had taken revenge maliciously. The only possibility left was the berserk monster. Previously, Zhang Xuan had also dealt with berserk monsters. He knew that this monster provided a lot of experience, so he made a decisive decision. Zhang Xuan decisively recalled all the skeleton warriors in the other directions. Considering that their current location was too far from the Rift Valley, Zhang Xuan planned to take a vehicle to rush over. A large number of monsters have been gathered. Let's rush over and see what's going on. As Zhang Xuan spoke, he walked behind a skeleton archer and laid down. When Liu Tangshan saw this scene, he quickly followed suit. Then, the two skeleton archers carried them and quickly ran towards the Rift Valley in the northwest. Misty Wasteland, Northwest Rift Valley. The 5 or 6 mages and priests did their best to maintain a barrier more than 10 meters tall to seal the entrance of the Rift Valley. In the other side of the barrier, countless level 20 monsters were roaring. The Rift Valley was filled with the corpses of level 20 monsters. There were also many class advancement players who had died miserably. There were probably dozens of them. Everyone, hurry up and recover. I've already contacted the Sky Guild to send reinforcements. Wu Tong reminded him loudly, and the surrounding priests immediately increased the healing frequency. Not only were there members of the Sky Guild here, but there were also many other ordinary class advancement players. At this moment, Wu Tong regretted his decision to bring the members of the guild here to level up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced here. Originally, they were cooperating well in farming monsters when a large number of level 20 monsters suddenly appeared around them. Everyone was no match for him, and could only retreat first. However, they encountered other class advancement players on the way. They were also rushed over by the suddenly irritable level 20 monsters. Just like that, everyone retreated into the Rift Valley and built a barrier to stall for time. However, They didn't expect the monsters outside to be attacked by the abyssal aura in an extremely short period of time. After the monster went berserk, it was like catching a turtle in a jar. Everyone resisted desperately. This time, they barely forced the first wave of monsters back. On the other side, Zhang Zhuan and Liu Tangshan rode the skeleton archers to the location of the Rift Valley. As soon as Zhang Zhuan came down, he saw a large group of level 20 monsters gathered at the Rift Valley. Fury, Poisonous Bee, level 20, Health, 13,500, Defense, 1,200, Attack, 1,900, Agility, 473, Skills, Poison Bullet, Poison Needle Shooting, Beeping Array. Characteristics, 300% additional damage to armor. Fury, Overlord Scorpion, level 20, Health, 15,500, Defense, 1,700, Attack, 2,400, Agility, 633, Skills, Giant Claw Shatter, Armor Shield, Rapid Venom Spike. As Zhang Zhuan had expected, these level 20 monsters were all affected by the abyssal aura. They must have arrived too late. Otherwise, these monsters would have found them. However, as far as the eye could see, there were actually hundreds of berserk monsters this time. It was obvious that there had been a huge increase from last time. If it were any other class advancement players, they would probably not encounter such a rare thing even once a year. However, Zhang Zhuan had encountered such a rare thing twice in just a few days. It was obvious that this was no longer a simple abyssal influence. It was very likely that class advancement players who were willing to submit to the abyss had appeared, which were the abyssal invoice that Zhu Yi had mentioned previously. If that was the case, Zhang Zhuan didn't mind killing him too, because Zhang Zhuan's parents had been killed by the abyssal invoice. Damn, there are so many berserk monsters. Why don't we go back to the city and inform the guards? We might not be able to deal with so many monsters. As soon as Liu Tangshan saw the ridiculous interface of those monsters, he immediately had no thoughts at all. Hundreds of level 20 berserk monsters weren't something they could afford to provoke. Don't worry, I'm here. As he spoke, Zhang Zhuan had already summoned all the skeleton archers and more than a dozen skeleton warriors. He wasn't in a hurry to let the skeleton warrior charge forward. In the past, he didn't have any long-range attacks, but it was different now. 20 skeleton archers were lined up neatly. With the enhancement of the 8 skeleton generals, they drew their bows neatly and charged up. At the same time, more than a dozen skeleton warriors stepped onto a black halo and rushed straight towards the beast group. The monsters that discovered the abnormality immediately roared and rushed forward. At the same time, the arrow that had been accumulated shot out. Swoosh! 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 The distance between the two sides continued to shorten, but Zhang Zhuan's skeleton warriors didn't fight head-on. Instead, they relied on their high agility to enter the beast group. At this moment, 20 arrows with high accumulated damage landed. The berserk monsters at the front were the first to die under the arrows. Health minus 210,000, health minus 210,000, health minus 210,000, hundreds of thousands of ridiculous damages appeared one after another. Liu Tangshan, who was originally worried, had his brain shut down at this moment. Was this damage really real? Did I see wrongly? Seeing the terrifying six-figure damage, Liu Tangshan turned around to confirm Zhang Zhuan's level. Level 15 wasn't a problem. Then how did such high damage come about? Ding! Killed level 20 berserk. Overlord Scorpion. Experience plus 5,500, ding! Killed level 20 berserk bee. Experience plus 5,500, ding! Killed level 20 berserk. Overlord Scorpion. Experience plus 5,500, countless experience notifications sounded. Only then did Liu Tangshan suddenly realize that he hadn't seen wrongly. Damn, no wonder you could clear the dungeon so quickly. I'm afraid even a legendary level profession can't withstand you, right? I'm only so-so. How can it compare to you, a martial artist? Faced with Zhang Zhuan's teasing, Liu Tangshan's face was filled with black lines. Although martial artists were strong, they weren't as overboard as him. Looking at those unreal and terrifying numbers, Liu Tangshan suddenly felt that his profession was only so-so. After all, he had worked hard to barely deal more than 1,000 points of damage in one strike, and these were all level 20 monsters. The difference between 5 levels would reduce the damage by a lot. Now, he finally understood why Zhang Zhuan could kill the newbie boss, the Underground Bear King. However, before Liu Tangshan could recover from his shock, he suddenly noticed that the monsters that had been killed by the arrow had all gotten up again, as if nothing had happened. Liu Tangshan was dumbfounded when he saw this. A monster with more than 10,000 HP could survive hundreds of thousands of damage? He couldn't help but look at Zhang Zhuan, but he realized that Zhang Zhuan didn't look worried at all. Zhang Zhuan had specially calculated the attack time and released his bow and arrow when the skeleton warrior arrived near the monster. Those dead monsters were affected by the skeleton warrior's halo curse and immediately rebelled, becoming Zhang Zhuan's attack method. Although Zhang Zhuan's skeleton warrior was strong, there were so many level 20 berserk monsters after all. He had to adopt a more conservative method. At this moment, Liu Tangshan suddenly realized that the monsters that had stood up again had changed directions. Then, they roared and rushed towards the beast hide behind. The strange scene that happened again was completely incomprehensible to Liu Tangshan. With his thinking range, it was clearly impossible for him to figure out how this strange situation came about. Is this also your professional characteristic? Looking at Liu Tangshan, whose expression had already lost control, Zhang Zhuan didn't comment. The resurrected monsters were like emotionless killing machines. Under the lead of the skeleton warrior, they charged into the beast fearlessly. At this moment, the second wave of arrows rained down, and another 20 berserk monsters in the front row fell. Then, under the influence of the halo curse, they joined Zhang Zhuan. Although the combat power of the cursed monsters that had inherited 70% of the interface wasn't as good as those that were still alive, there were now 40 of them. Zhang Zhuan didn't expect them to deal much damage. The main point was that they could withstand damage. The cursed monsters in the front row used their bodies to resist the damage of the other monsters. Coupled with the high attack of the skeleton warrior, they quickly cleaned up more than 10 berserk monsters. As the third wave of arrows fell and the large number of skeleton warriors supported them, the situation of the battle instantly reversed in less than 2 minutes. Every time a berserk monster was killed, it would immediately become the front row of the skeleton army and fight to the death with the oncoming berserk monsters. The skeleton spearmen behind took the opportunity to attack. Each time, they could take away an unprepared berserk monster. Even if there were occasionally berserk monsters that broke through the defense line, they were greeted by skeleton warriors who were ready to attack and skeleton generals whose attributes were equivalent to double the skeleton warriors. At the same time, Zhang Zhuan realized that, after activating the buff of the skeleton army, the battle of the skeleton soldiers was no longer as brainless as before. If a skeleton warrior encountered a multi-sided attack, they would decisively adjust their strategy. The other skeleton warriors would also support them immediately. This greatly reduced the possibility of the skeleton warriors dying in battle. On the other hand, although those berserk monsters were in groups, they were all working together in battle. Not only did their numbers not bring them much advantage, but they also fell into chaos under the orderly strangulation of the skeleton warriors. Some of the berserk monsters even attacked their surrounding counterparts because of the crowd. Compared to the two, the difference in combat strength was obvious. The large number of berserk monsters was like rotten wood that could not withstand a single blow. Under the powerful corrosion of the skeleton army, more than half of them were quickly lost. During this period, Liu Tangshan had leveled up twice in a row in just a few minutes. Now, he was in a numb state. Which normal person has experienced such a ridiculous leveling speed? Looking at Liu Tangshan's appearance, Zhang Zhuan couldn't help but want to laugh. However, this was normal. After all, even Zhang Zhuan himself had been satisfied with this farming speed before. The class changers in the Rift Valley were still desperately maintaining their shields, but suddenly, everyone felt that the number of berserk monsters seemed to have decreased greatly. This instantly decreased their pressure. Everyone, don't let your guard down. The berserk monsters might attack from other places. However, before Wu Tong could finish speaking, a sinister voice came in the end. Don't tell me you think you can get out alive? Everyone suddenly looked over. The person who spoke was a very inconspicuous class advancement player in the crowd. In the next moment, a few level 20 berserk monsters broke out of the ground. Outside the Rift Valley, Zhang Xuan was observing the situation in front of him from a high place. At this moment, he noticed that many panicked class advancement players had run out of the Rift Valley as if their lives depended on it. Those class advancement players were like headless flies. Some of them bumped into the berserk monsters as soon as they ran out. Except for a few class advancement players who had the ability to resist, most of the class advancement players were killed by the berserk monsters. Seeing this, Zhang Xuan gave the skeleton warriors an order. All the skeleton warriors immediately rushed to the exit of the Rift Valley. Although he had no obligation to save these people, they were all humans after all. Their common enemy was always these monsters. Wu Tong staggered out of the Rift Valley covered in blood, but when he saw the large number of skeleton monsters at the exit, his heart immediately skipped a beat. However, just as he was preparing to welcome the attack, he realized that the skeletons weren't rushing towards him. Instead, they were fighting the berserk monsters at the exit. At this moment, Wu Tong realized that he had seen these skeletons before. His gaze quickly moved around, and he immediately locked onto Zhang Xuan, who was high up. He immediately reminded everyone loudly, "Everyone, get closer." The class advancement players who had received this message gradually noticed Zhang Xuan, who was in a high place at this moment. At that moment, everyone couldn't care less and rushed to his location through the passageway created by the skeleton warrior. However, at this moment, Zhang Xuan looked into the Rift Valley in confusion. A few skeleton warriors had been killed. Although this wasn't too strange, 5 or 6 skeleton warriors died one after another. In less than 20 seconds, he had lost a total of 10 skeleton warriors, and none of these dead skeleton warriors had triggered the resurrection effect. What happened? Zhang Xuan frowned and looked over. The speed of the skeleton army's advancement had also slowed down a lot. The skeleton army that should have advanced into the Rift Valley seemed to have encountered some obstacles. The cursed monsters in the front row were dying at an extremely fast speed. Stop moving forward. With Zhang Xuan's order, all the skeleton warriors stopped pushing forward. Then, more than a dozen berserk monsters with black fog spreading on their bodies easily tore apart the cursed berserk monsters. There were no changes to the interface of these berserk monsters. The only difference was the black fog on the surface of their bodies. Zhang Xuan had seen their powerful combat strength with his own eyes. He estimated that the deaths of those skeleton warriors were also because of them. The dozen or so berserk monsters that were filled with fog made way for a humanoid creature that was covered in a deathly gray color. Although his face still retained human characteristics, he basically had nothing to do with humans. His mouth was split into 2 jaws like a locust. In the middle of his forehead was a pair of eyes that were as dark as ink. Overall, he looked a little terrifying. Abyssal Envoy. Name, Abyssal Envoy. Profession type, Combat. Class name, Summoner. Intermediate, level, 25, 20%, Health, 142,200, Strength, 2,900, Agility, 452, Stamina, 40, Spirit, 1000, Abyss characteristics. Your summoned creature is immune to the damage and effects of all summoned creatures, and ignores the characteristics of the other party's summoned creature. Abyss Skill 1, Vicious Beast Gathering. Gather all monsters within 200 meters and give them the aura of the Abyss to turn them into berserk monsters. Abyss Skill 2, Berserk Amplification. Berserk monsters receive 150% increase in all attributes for 150s. Abyss Skill 3, Swift Blade, uses sharp double blades to cut the target, causing 300% power damage. Typically, class advancement players who had fallen and were dominated by the abyss would transform into this half-human and half-ghost appearance. Every abyssal envoy would obtain a certain ability according to the class advancement characteristics before the transformation. It could be seen that this abyssal envoy had been an intermediate summoner when he was alive. After the transformation, his various attributes and skill effects had improved qualitatively. However, no matter how Zhongxuan looked at it, this characteristic seemed to be targeting him. The abyssal envoy stared proudly at Zhongxuan and the others above the Rift Valley. The berserk monsters beside him had been roaring manically, as if they would attack at any moment. At this moment, Wu Tong and the others had also retreated to Zhongxuan's side. Although many class advancement players had been killed by the berserk monsters previously, under Zhongxuan's protection, more than a dozen class advancement players successfully survived. However, other than Wu Tong and his remaining teammates, everyone looked at Zhongxuan and Liu Tangshan in extreme confusion. In this area, level 15 and 11 were clearly a little eye-catching. That abyssal envoy is very powerful. Boss, you have to be careful. Wu Tong's words made many class advancement players even more puzzled. If level 15 was the boss, then what were they, who averaged to level 20? Of course, Wu Tong's teammates knew very well how valuable Zhongxuan was. After all, they had seen him in action before. Zhongxuan nodded, but at this moment, Liu Tangshan couldn't help but speak. This abyssal envoy seems to be very difficult to deal with. Why don't we retreat first and let the other advanced class advancement players deal with them? The characteristics of this abyssal envoy could be said to have restrained Zhongxuan completely. If they continued fighting, something would definitely happen. However, Zhongxuan said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I'm confident. He's just a level 20 trash. After resting for so long, it's time for me to contribute." Huh? Liu Tangshan was puzzled. Not to mention the abyssal envoy, he might not even be able to defeat those crazy monsters. What kind of joke was this? The surrounding class advancement players were even more dumbfounded. When did level 15 class advancement players become so brave? Although the abyssal envoy was only level 20, their combat power was equivalent to many class advancement players at level 40 or even 50. Wasn't this necromancer courting death? Brother, it's better if you don't go. It's not worth losing your life. That's right. And now that so many skeleton monsters have appeared, how can you beat them? Crazy, he must be crazy. At this moment, Zhongxuan had already walked down. Although he couldn't figure out Zhongxuan's thoughts, Liu Tangshan immediately followed. Wu Tong was about to explain when a cry erupted from the crowd because the skeleton monsters had actually rushed towards them. Then, they saw that not only did the skeleton monsters not attack Zhongxuan, but they also arranged themselves in an orderly formation in front of him. At this moment, those class advancement players who didn't understand the situation finally understood that the big boss was beside them. Your profession is very strong, but it's a pity that it's only a hidden support profession. I believe you can't get the attention of humans, right? If you join us, you will obtain the highest power. At that time, you will become an existence that surpasses other class advancement players. When Zhongxuan and the other two approached, the abyssal envoy floating in the air immediately spoke proudly, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Hearing these salesperson-like words, Zhongxuan smiled coldly. How abnormal must he be to do such a thing to associate with his enemy? As continuous black vortexes appeared, the skeleton warriors that had been lost were replenished step by step. Zhongxuan slowly advanced. The orderly skeleton army also advanced to the front of the abyssal envoy. Seeing this scene, the abyssal envoy said disdainfully, "Do you really think your summoned creatures can cause me harm?" How could Zhongxuan not know this? However, he didn't plan to clean up these crazy monsters himself. As Zhongxuan waved his hand, the skeleton army immediately attacked. The crazy monsters also roared angrily and charged forward. The summoned creatures of both sides pounced on each other, but it was obvious that the characteristics of the abyssal envoy weren't to be trifled with. All the skeleton warriors' attacks dealt 0 damage without exception. On the other hand, the enhanced abyssal monsters could shatter the skeleton warriors' armor with every attack. Coupled with their ability to ignore resurrection, the skeleton warriors lost a few in the first round of confrontation. Seeing this scene, Wu Tong and the others above couldn't help but feel a little nervous. There were even class advancement players who wanted to retreat. Are we sure we still want to stay and watch the battle? It seems like those skeletons can't beat the abyssal envoy. I think so too. Let's retreat now. Leave if you want to, you cowards. With Wu Tong's scolding, the class advancement players immediately stopped talking. On the other side, almost 10 skeleton warriors had been lost. Those enhanced berserk monsters wouldn't suffer even a single point of damage because of the heaven-defying characteristics of the abyssal envoys. On the other hand, their attack was terrifyingly high. One strike could pierce through the skeleton warrior's armor. Even the agility advantage of the skeleton warrior was infinitely reduced at this moment. No matter how one looked at it, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. I've said it before. You can't beat me. Feel the supreme power from the abyss. The abyssal envoy's jaws moved even faster, as if he was smiling. Zhang Xuan looked at this guy coldly. At this moment, a ball of dark energy had already come into contact with the first berserk monster through the skeleton army. The painful battle effect was activated, and the values of all the berserk monsters were deducted by 20 times. The originally extremely arrogant abyssal envoy was petrified at this moment. Then, he roared angrily and locked onto Zhang Xuan. How is this possible? How do you have such a powerful attribute reduction skill? Because you're trash, Zhang Xuan said sarcastically. His skeleton army was indeed unable to cause damage to these monsters, but it didn't mean that his skills were ineffective. At this moment, the level 20 monsters only had less than 500 HP left. As for strength, there was no need to mention it. I'll leave these monsters to you. After greeting Liu Tangshan, Zhang Xuan walked straight to the abyssal envoy. Although Liu Tangshan was only level 11, as a rare professional martial artist, his average interface was definitely not too bad. It wasn't a problem to deal with such a berserk monster that had been weakened by 20 times. Which of you is the freaking monster? Seeing with his own eyes that the interface of those monsters had been weakened to a tragic state by Zhang Xuan's skill, Liu Tangshan's heart, which had just calmed down, fluctuated again. The ridiculous effect of this skill refreshed his understanding of Zhang Xuan's profession again. It had to be known that Zhang Xuan had yet to have a second transition. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Seeing that Zhang Xuan actually dared to take the initiative to step forward, the abyssal envoy stretched out his slender tongue and cleaned his face like a locust. His hands turned into a pair of scythes with cold blades. Then, he charged at Zhang Xuan. His charging speed was extremely fast. In less than 2 seconds, he arrived in front of Zhang Xuan. At the same time, the sharp sickle blade slashed at Zhang Xuan's waist. Seeing that this scene had happened so quickly, Wu Tong and the others above didn't have time to react. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Even the abyssal envoy, who was already prepared to enjoy flesh and blood, looked at Zhang Xuan in shock. This seemingly fatal blow didn't cause even a single point of damage. How was this possible? The abyssal envoy's eyes surged wildly. Then, he waved his scythes again, but the result was still no damage. Even Zhang Xuan's clothes weren't scratched. The class advancement players above were a little dumbfounded. No matter how high the target's defense was in this world, it would at least cause 1 point of damage. Under most circumstances, it was impossible for O to appear. If the target had a shield, it would also show how much the shield cancelled out. However, Zhang Xuan didn't have a shield, and his level was inferior to the abyssal envoy. Furthermore, he had yet to undergo his profession change. In that case, this O damage could only be because he had used some special 2-lore set effect to offset and absorb it. The class changers who had originally retreated looked at each other. They weren't stupid. To be able to use a 2-lore set of this level, They were definitely high-level big shots who had hidden their levels. Is this the so-called abyssal power? It's only so-so. Zhang Xuan mocked coldly, completely angering the already irritable abyssal envoy. I'll tear you into pieces today. The scythe landed on Zhang Xuan like rain. The violent aura of the abyssal envoy when he attacked could be said to be extremely terrifying, but all the damage numbers floating around were oh. No one noticed that from time to time, one of Zhang Xuan's skeleton warriors would suddenly shatter. Then, as the vortex replenished, another would appear. At this moment, a very funny scene was playing out at the entrance of the rift. A terrifying-looking abyssal envoy attacked a level 15 class advancement player who was without any defense. However, all the damage added up was a very pitiful low. At this moment, Liu Tangshan had already finished dealing with all the berserk monsters. After all, the strength of a martial artist was obvious. It wasn't a problem for him to fight a berserk monster alone after the second transition. Although he had also lost a little blood, it was generally harmless. You shouldn't be immune to the damage of the summoned creatures, right? Zhang Xuan sneered and summoned a few skeleton warriors. The abyssal envoy was about to be vigilant when the skeleton warriors had already slashed him. Health minus 4,000, health minus 4,000, health minus 4,000, the abyssal envoy immediately stopped in his tracks. Looking at Zhang Xuan, who had a relaxed and sarcastic expression, his eyes were about to split. You deserve to die. Roar. A low sound wave quickly spread with the abyssal envoy as the center. It seemed like he planned to continue summoning monsters. Zhang Xuan looked at this extremely incompetent fellow who was still trying to resist. With an order, all the skeleton warriors instantly surrounded him. You're courting death. Under the absolute advantage of numbers, the level 25 panel advantage of the abyssal envoy disappeared. As countless skeleton warriors fought righteously, the health of the abyssal envoy quickly decreased like a deflated balloon. Seeing that the health of the abyssal envoy had been reduced to the death line, the abyssal envoy felt the threat of death and his expression immediately changed. Please don't. A spear took away the last bit of health of the abyssal envoy. Then, he collapsed weakly in front of Zhang Xuan. Although the other party had once been a class advancement player, that was all in the past. Zhang Xuan wouldn't have any pity for things from the abyss. Ding! Level 25 Abyssal Envoy killed. Experience plus 12,000, obtained item, Abyss Green Pearl 8. After the trouble was resolved, Zhang Xuan calmly walked forward to pick up the dropped materials. At this moment, a huge bird flew over from the sky. Then, a burly figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Zhang Xuan, raising a cloud of dust. The person who came was Zhang Longhai. At this moment, more than a dozen class advancement players around level 30 landed one after another. Then, they immediately scattered around. Through the monitoring system in Xinyuan City, the officials could discover the abyssal aura within a radius of hundreds of kilometers and arrange it immediately. Unfortunately, they were a little late. Kid, you actually killed the abyssal envoy? As soon as they landed, Zhang Longhai couldn't help but ask in shock. Zhang Longhai had already noticed Zhang Xuan's skeleton army when he was in midair. However, he really didn't expect those skeletons to be able to instantly kill the abyssal envoy. If he had not seen this scene with his own eyes, Zhang Longhai would never have believed that a level 15 newcomer who had yet to change his profession could kill the abyssal envoy. Zhang Xuan nodded and didn't deny this. Zhang Longhai immediately took a deep breath. Although he suppressed the shock in his heart, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He had come personally this time because the combat power of the abyssal envoy was extraordinary. Generally, the combat power of the abyssal envoy had to be calculated by plus 10 levels. If they sent level 30 class advancement players, they would be courting death. But now, this young man who had never changed his profession had actually killed the level 25 abyssal envoy. The abyssal aura has been detected nearby. You should change to another place to level up. All the best. You will definitely be the top scorer this year. Zhang Longhai suppressed the surprise in his heart and walked forward to remind him. Zhang Xuan didn't delay and immediately left with Liu Tangshan. His profession might be at the legendary level. Looking at Zhang Xuan's departing figure, Zhang Longhai couldn't help but think to himself. On the other side, not only Zhang Xuan, but Wu Tong and the others nearby were also informed of the same news. Facing Zhang Longhai's fifth revolution force blader, they didn't dare to disobey at all. Considering that Liu Tangshan was already level 11, Zhang Xuan didn't look for a place to farm. Instead, he brought him back to farm. Originally, Zhang Xuan's plan seemed to take an entire day to farm in the level 20 monsters area, but the berserk monsters directly gave them a wave of benefits. The experience provided by the berserk monsters saved them a lot of time. When they returned to the vicinity of the Goblin King Novice Dungeon, Liu Tangshan had just reached level 12. This leveling speed wasn't slow. After all, he was only level 9 previously. It had only been less than 5 hours. At level 12, there was no need to worry about leveling up. In the remaining few days, Zhang Xuan helped Liu Tangshan raise his level. Only then did Liu Tangshan successfully accumulate the experience needed for the second transition. In the blink of an eye, it was morning 5 days later. The first academy of Xinyuan City welcomed the entrance examination. Early in the morning, countless people gathered outside the school, although the exam had nothing to do with them. However, they could watch the students' examinations in real time through the live screen outside the academy. Basically, thousands of people watched the entire examination process every year. This could satisfy the curiosity of non-combat class advancement players, and also ensure the fairness and transparency of the exam to the greatest extent. All the class advancement players stood on the field in high spirits. Above them was a huge blue teleportation array with a diameter of 100 meters. Around the teleportation array were 3 class advancement players in charge of guarding. Looking over, Jiao Zhen, Zhang Longhai, and the others could only stand far away and watch. After all, this was the National Unified Entrance Examination. Other than the assigned examiners, no one could approach the examination venue. Under the effect of the teleportation array, the level information of all the class advancement players could be seen at a glance. Zhang Xuan was arranged to stand at the front. Beside him were Zhang Linyu, who was level 16, and Liu Tangshan, who was level 15. He had already reached level 17. Feeling the fiery atmosphere around him, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but feel a little excited. His second transition profession was called the Advanced Necromancer, although it only had one more word compared to his previous profession. However, he had a new passive ability, Summoning the Dead. Every profession would obtain an exclusive passive after the second transition, and his passive skill Summoning the Dead could increase the number of summoned creatures for a short period of time. This upper limit could break through the summoning limit of the undead space. In short, it was a good skill. After all, Zhang Xuan had spirit recovery. As a mobile spirit spring water, he didn't have to worry about his spirit strength not being able to support consumption. At the same time, after the second transition, the Advanced Necromancer had given the Summon Death contract a new characteristic. It could be directly summoned around a target in the range. To put it simply, by increasing Zhang Xuan's strength through the lucky dice, he could remotely summon the skeleton warrior to carry out a surprise attack. It could be said that this was a very good improvement. Of course, Zhang Linyu and Liu Tangshan had also completed their second transition. Zhang Linyu's second transition job was an elementalist, and Liu Tangshan's second transition job was a martial arts grandmaster. At this moment, outside the arena, Zhang Xuan had already become the object of intense discussion among the audience around the academy. After all, after so many years, there were very few supports who could complete the second transition, let alone exceed 2 rare-ranked professions. No way, the support of this hidden profession is actually level 17? I understand the logic, but why can support be so ridiculous? Its leveling speed is even faster than a rare class? I heard that a class advancement player who can summon skeletons has broken the record for clearing the Goblin King dungeon. Could it be him? That's him. I formed a team with him before. In the crowd, a class advancement player spoke excitedly. He was Kalkion, who had taken a free ride previously. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. This explosive news shocked countless people. After all, so many days had passed, and such news had long spread throughout the city. However, not many people knew who had developed the new clearing method. However, a class that could develop a new way of clearing dungeons couldn't be weak no matter how one looked at it. That's him? He's actually a support. I feel that his hidden class is comparable to last year's. Although supports usually don't have much combat power, those who can clear the hell level goblin dungeon are definitely not ordinary supports. He might be like a saint mage. But saint mages can only rise at the late stages of their class advancement. What level is this hidden class at? At this moment, 5 or 6 deans, including Jiao Zhen, were sitting on the top floor in the distance. Zhang Longhai was among them. The topic of everyone's discussion completely revolved around Zhang Xuan, who was the highest level person present. This kid's strength is really not bad. The support can actually have such a high. That's not all. He killed a level 25 abyssal envoy previously. The potential of the necromancer profession isn't low. With his profession, it shouldn't be a problem for him to win the provincial championship this year. When he goes to the Four Sages Academy, I'll have to trouble him to take care of Lin Yu. Old Zhang, can you not be in a hurry to pull her in now? Your daughter doesn't seem to be liked by Zhang Xuan. Are you sure they have a chance? Facing Jiao Zhen's teasing, Zhang Longhai raised his eyebrows. He wasn't worried about this. As for feelings, he could just nurture them. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared, and the entire venue instantly became solemn. In the sky above the teleportation array, a female class advancement player in white armor slowly landed on the ground. She was the examiner of the first academy in Xinyuan City, the rank 5, Arcanist, Lan Ying. Lan Ying's appearance was quite charming, but one could clearly see a ferocious scar on her left eye. This was left behind when she fought against the Abyss. Many people present also knew her reputation, and her appearance also meant that the entrance examination had officially begun. All the students took a deep breath and rubbed their fists. The first round of the entrance examination has begun. All students, please use your full strength to deal with the examination. As Lan Ying's serious and clear voice fell, the teleportation array immediately operated. The blue light screen spat out by this huge creature enveloped all the students. In the next moment, everyone was sent to an alternate space alone. As soon as Zhang Xuan stabilized himself, more than a dozen level 1 long-haired rabbits jumped towards him. Crack! 3 skeleton warriors in silver armor appeared. As it slashed down ruthlessly with its saber, it instantly took away 3 long-haired rabbits. After the second transition, the summon death contract had also been strengthened by the increase in skill level. The skeleton warriors that Zhang Xuan had summoned were all silver rank. Skeleton warrior, silver, level 17, health, 14,500, agility, 1,060, endurance, protective durability, 4,000, strength, 8,800, spirit, 340, skill, life-risking strike. Strength increases by 70% for 20 seconds. After the effect ends, the skeleton warrior will be paralyzed for 1 minute. The silver rank skeleton warrior could be said to have undergone a qualitative change. Not only did it look majestic, but all its attributes had greatly increased compared to the bronze rank. One had to know that this was only the attributes of the skeleton general. Health minus 8,800, health minus 8,800, health minus 8,800, killed level 1 long-haired rabbits 3, points plus 3, this was the first stage of the assessment. Every student had to kill monsters that were constantly increasing in level and number here. The higher the level of the monsters they killed, the more points they would obtain. However, this assessment was clearly not enough for the current skeleton warriors whose strength had reached 8,000. Crash! Dozens of skeleton warriors appeared in formation. The monsters that appeared later were instantly killed by the skeleton warriors before they could even lock onto their targets. Killed level 3 Grey Wolf 3, points plus 9, Killed level 3 green, leaf gorilla 3, points plus 9. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang had easily dealt with a wave of level 24 monsters. Then, the space in front of him squirmed, and a few level 25 swift-winged leopards appeared. However, it was also a piece of cake for a level 25 monster to face Zhang's skeleton warrior. Countless skeleton warriors instantly swarmed over, and the seemingly very powerful swift-winged leopards were instantly killed. Zhang sat leisurely on the ground. He couldn't check his current points in the space, but he estimated that his points should already be more than 4,000. Who do you think will be ranked first in the first round? On the tall building, Zhao Zhen couldn't help but say. The other arrogant people thought for a moment and then gave the first place on the scoreboard in their hearts. I think it should be Lin Yu. After all, her second transition profession is very outstanding in terms of monster clearing efficiency and skill range. She has the advantage in this kind of pure monster farming test, although Zhang is also very strong. It's hard to say. The class advancement situation in the other regions is very well hidden. Currently, I know of no less than 5 powerful professions. There are many rare professions across the country. Furthermore, we don't know much about the necromancer profession, but it's possible that it's better not to change professions after a second transition. This is all possible. Old Zhao, do you understand his second transition profession? Zhao Zhen shook his head. They've been leveling outside recently and haven't returned. I knew about their return last night, but I didn't have time to ask so many questions. No matter what you think, I believe Zhang can get first place. At this moment, Zhang Longhai, who was sitting at the side, said confidently. Although he knew that Zhang Linyu's profession had a lot of potential, as someone who had seen that scene with his own eyes, he knew very well how powerful Zhang's profession was. The principals rolled their eyes. They finally understood that Zhang Longhai had confirmed Zhang as his future son-in-law. At this moment, students were being teleported back one after another. The students who had withdrawn at this stage were almost all at level 10. Many students who had been eliminated by the monsters had gloomy expressions. At most, they could deal with monsters that were 3 or 5 levels higher than them. If they couldn't get high points, they naturally had no fate with the 4 Sages Academy. And this first round of testing was actually to test the strength of the profession. At the same time, the scoreboard on the peripheral big screen was constantly updated. However, the scoreboard only showed the points of the students who had withdrawn. Therefore, the current rankings don't have much value. The first place only had less than 200 points. Moreover, in fact, the goal of the first round was to eliminate most of the class advancement players who didn't have the strength. This was because only the top 100 on the scoreboard were qualified to enter the second round. One had to know that this was a national test, so the students who were withdrawing at this time were all in mid-level and below professions. However, as time passed bit by bit, the frequency of the scoreboard's updates began to increase. Some high-level professions began to appear one after another. Especially for the top-ranking professions, in just a few minutes, the top 10 were all occupied by advanced professions. The points of the first place player even reached 1,000. However, the audience knew very well that this was only the tip of the iceberg. Most powerful professions wouldn't withdraw so early. Although the jump in points on the rankings seemed boring, the audience was watching with relish. The eliminated students were also staring at the rankings. The students who were eliminated not long after the beginning naturally lost the right to enter the next round, but they still wanted to see the peak of humanity in the future. After half an hour, the rankings had also slowed down, but every class advancement player who appeared could increase the points of the first place player by a little. The teams stared at the rankings quietly. They didn't show much emotion because of the change in the rankings. Because professions above the advanced level of each academy had yet to appear on the rankings, this ranking didn't have much value now. Suddenly, there was a qualitative jump in the rankings. First place, Chin Sen, level 16 Schlutzard Warrior, rare class, points, 2,200. This was the first class advancement player to break through the 2,000 point mark. However, he wasn't a student from the first academy, but a class advancement player from the fourth academy. How is it? It shouldn't be a problem to get into the top 3 with 2,200 points, right? The dean of the fourth academy smiled proudly. This was a class advancement player that their school was focused on nurturing. She was definitely a seedling who could be admitted to the Four Sages Academy. The other deans rolled their eyes. The rare professions in their respective academies had yet to appear. It was unknown who would win. However, with the appearance of this rare profession, the top 10 of the rankings immediately began to change. Rare professions with more than 2,000 points came one after another. The strength of a rare profession was in something that high-level professions could scam. Previously, the high-level professions on the rankings had at most 100 points, but now, the points of every rare profession have broken through to more than 2,000 points. In just a few minutes, the top 5 of the scoreboard was completely dominated by a rare profession. However, rare professions weren't cabbages. There were less than 10 in the entire Xinyiuan city. As the number of rare professions decreased, the overall ranking of the scoreboard had stabilized. However, from time to time, there would be a high point class advancement player who advanced into the top 20. The students who withdrew at this stage were basically all advanced class advancements and above. Since they could last so long in the first round of the test, they naturally obtained a lot of points. After all, the first round tested the most basic strength of the profession, and there were thousands of students in more than 10 colleges of all sizes in the entire Xinyiuan city. However, in the end, only the top 50 could enter the second round. It could be seen how tragic the elimination was. No matter how the points ranking changed, Chen Xin's first place ranking still didn't waver. At this moment, on the field of the number 1 student in Xinyiuan city, other than the students who had already been confirmed to be eliminated, the remaining students in the top 50 were all staring intently at the changes in the rankings. The students at the bottom were even more nervous. After all, once they fell out of the top 50, they wouldn't even have a chance to enter the second round of the test. However, at this moment, the scoreboard, which had been stable, suddenly changed. First place, Liu Tangshan, level 15 Martial Master, rare class, 2,500 points, on the field of the first academy. With many surprised gazes, Liu Tangshan withdrew from the test, and he actually came in first place. There was naturally no doubt about the combat ability of a second transition martial master. In addition, he had the Goblin King set and legendary weapon that Zhang Xuan had given him. Therefore, he managed to kill a level 28 monster in the first round and obtain a total of 2,500 points. He neatly took first place. When he saw his ranking, Liu Tangshan, who was panting, couldn't help but feel smug. This result was considered good even within the country. 2,500 points. As expected of a martial master. This profession is too strong. There's no need to think. He can definitely enter the Four Sages Academy. I'm envious. I wonder if I'll have the chance to come into contact with this young man. My granddaughter doesn't have a boyfriend yet. The audience on the periphery discussed intensely, but at this moment, the first place's ranking changed again. First place, Zhang Xuan, level 17 Advanced Necromancer. Only hidden profession. Points, 3,644, wow. Damn, how did I get 3,644 points? If I'm not wrong, such a high score should reach a monster around level 35. Zhang Xuan can actually score so high? The crowd erupted in exclamations. This score was indeed a little terrifying. Everyone knew what 3,644 meant. In history, the highest score was 2,741. In other words, Zhang Xuan's points were almost 1,000 points higher than the previous record. All the deans stood up at this moment. Everyone stared at the terrifying number of points on the screen in shock. This was too unreal. Even Lan Ying, who had always had a serious gaze, revealed a hint of shock in his eyes. She looked at an empty spot in the field, and then Zhang Xuan appeared in the empty space. Compared to the panting of the other class advancement players when they came out, Zhang Xuan wasn't abnormal. After all, he didn't need to take the initiative to fight the entire time. He only needed to maintain the skeleton warrior. "Can't you let me stay in the first place for a while?" Liu Tangshan's resentful voice came from the side. Only then did Zhang Xuan notice that his points ranking had reached first place and directly suppressed Liu Tangshan. Actually, Zhang Xuan could still raise his points, but he didn't expect to encounter a monster with physical resistance. In the end, he sent away all the skeleton warriors in one wave. Without the protection of the skeleton warriors, he was also eliminated. However, from the looks of it, the points he had obtained were enough. Ha ha ha. Next year, no, there's hope for the funding for the next 3 years. On the tall building, a burst of undisguised laughter came. At this moment, Jiaozhen was laughing so hard that his molars could be seen. It could be seen how excited he was at this moment. The surrounding principals were inexplicably jealous. All of them were extremely jealous. In fact, from the moment Zhang Xuan revealed his strength in the novice dungeon, they had been wondering why such a strong class advancement player didn't belong to their students. If not for the fact that the system didn't allow it, they really wanted to snatch such a talent. No way, Zhang Xuan actually set a record? This profession is too ridiculous. I feel that it's comparable to a legendary profession. No wonder he could solo battle the Goblin King. If I had known, I would have teamed up with him back then. In the examination hall, the moment the students saw the points come out, they instantly focused their gazes on Zhang Xuan, who had been teleported out, causing a commotion. At this moment, she no longer had any doubts when she looked at Zhang Xuan. After all, he had already performed so well. Any doubts were useless in front of the truth. "Everyone, please be quiet." Lan Ying's serious voice suppressed all the whispers, but her heart was in turmoil. Although the first round of tests didn't represent the full strength of the profession, such a high number of points already explained the problem. Even she had only obtained 2,400 points back then, so she naturally knew the difficulty of monsters when they reached a higher level. If the first round was already so crushing, what about the subsequent growth? Looking at the young man on the field, an idea gradually grew in Lan Ying's heart. How is this possible? The first place can actually obtain such high points? In the 4th Academy, Qin Sen, who was currently ranked 3rd, stared fiercely at the scoreboard. As the only rare combat profession in the 4th Academy, he had always had the intention of getting first place. But now, this stark difference was really unacceptable. Suddenly, Qin Sen noticed that the name of the first place seemed a little familiar. After thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly remembered that the record for the Goblin King Novice Dungeon seemed to be held by Zhang Xuan. Countless shocks flashed across Qin Sen's heart, but in the end, he forced himself to clear his mind. Perhaps there's something special about this hidden class in farming monsters. However, the subsequent assessments aren't all about farming monsters. I want to see if you can beat me. However, at this moment, Qin Sen's eyes darkened again. He realized that his ranking had fallen a little again. 3rd place, Yang Yintang, level 16 Puppet Master, rare class, points, 2,455. This was a student from the 3rd Academy. Although his points weren't low, compared to the ridiculously high score of the first place, it was obvious that he could no longer attract the attention of the audience. After all, he couldn't even surpass Liu Tangshan, who was in 2nd place. At this moment, through the live broadcasts of the few academies, the students had basically completed the first round of assessment. Currently, only Zhang Linyu from the 1st Academy has yet to appear. Do you think Zhang Linyu can break the current record? It won't be easy. Although the elementalists are very strong, don't you know what the other rare professions are like? I think it's possible. Have you forgotten that elementalists are good at large-scale attacks? They might surpass him. The audience on the periphery was discussing. So far, Zhang Linyu seemed to be the only class advancement player who had a chance of winning first place. At this moment, the deans and Zhang Longhai already had a judgment. Do you think Lena you can get first place? I'll pay 300,000 gold coins to bet that she can get it. I'm not convinced if you say that. If I offer 500,000 yuan, her points might be lower than our student, Yang Yantang. I'll pay 100. This girl would be second at most, Zhang Longhai said clearly. Her words immediately attracted the ridicule of the surrounding deans. As your biological father, can't you have some confidence in your daughter? That's right. If she gets first place, you'll be slapped in the face. Zhang Longhai didn't respond to this. It was still the same thing. Only by seeing Zhang Zhuan's performance with his own eyes could he know how terrifying this kid was. Jiao Zhen, who was in a good mood beside him, was the same. When he saw Zhang Zhuan's points, he had already determined that Zhang Zhuan would definitely be first place. At this moment, Zhang Linayu's figure finally appeared on the big screen, and the rankings quietly changed again. Second place, Zhang Linayu, level 16 elementalist, rare class, points, 2,542. As Zhang Linayu's points were displayed, the bet between Jiao Zhen and the others also came to an end. It was obvious that she didn't surpass Zhang Zhuan. I didn't expect my score to be so much lower than yours. What kind of monster are you? Zhang Linayu's eyelids twitched when she saw the scores on the rankings. Then, she looked at Zhang Zhuan faintly. Although she had long known this outcome, she still felt a little disappointed when she saw that her score was so different from Zhang Zhuan's. That's right, can't you give in to us? Liu Tangshan chimed in, but he had a smile on his face. Zhang Zhuan touched his nose. I'm sorry, I really can't give this up. I have to get into the Four Sages Academy. Zhang Zhuan knew that this was only the initial test of the first round. The second round was the real show. At that time, he would have to face the top 50 class advancement players in the country. Although his points weren't low, if he wanted to win the top 50 in the country, he couldn't just rely on the points in the first round. As Zhang Linayu was the last to be teleported back, the score rankings of all the class advancement players in Xinyuan City were released. First place, Zhang Zhuan, level 17 advanced necromancer. Only hidden profession. Points, 3,644. Second place, Zhang Linayu, level 16 elementalist, rare class, points, 2,542. Third place, Liu Tangshan, level 15 martial master, rare class, 2,500 points. Fourth place, Yang Yuntang, level 16 puppet master, rare class, points, 2,455. When the top 50 rankings were announced, Jiao Zhen's face was a little red from excitement. Although the results of the first round of tests in the past years weren't bad, they had never occupied the top 3 rankings like today. Especially the first place, Zhang Zhuan, who had even broken a record. The first round of examinations was completed just like that. The most eye-catching person this year was undoubtedly Zhang Zhuan, who was ranked first. The first round has ended. Students who have been eliminated, please leave the venue and accept the subsequent promotion arrangements. With Lan Ying's serious voice, more than half of the field in the first academy was emptied. There were less than 15 students left from the original few hundred. If this was the case for the first academy, there was no need to mention the other academies. There were only 5 students from the second academy who were the most miserable. Compared to the other academies, it was extremely dazzling. This immediately made the dean of the second academy's expression turn ugly. In the next moment, as the teleportation array was activated, more than 30 class advancement players from other academies instantly appeared on the field of the first academy. The people present were the top 50 students from the 5 schools in Xinyuan City. Immediately after, the main examiner, Lin Ying, said solemnly, "Students in the top 50, please note that you will be sent to the provincial examination hall for the second examination. The subsequent examinations will be extremely harsh. You will no longer have to face simulated monsters, but real monsters that can kill. If anyone withdraws and gives up now, you can choose a suitable school to enter directly. If you continue, the subsequent life and death will be in your hands." As soon as these words were spoken, the 50 students present immediately fell into deep thought. Zhang Xuan couldn't give up. After all, his goal was to enter the Four Sages Academy. However, looking at the surrounding students, it could be seen that many people were a little hesitant. After all, to be able to rank in the top 50, which one of them wasn't the best among the class advancement players? Even if they gave up now, their future employment prospects wouldn't be bad. They would definitely become sharp blades among class advancement players. However, if they continued to take the exam, they had to be prepared for their lives to be in danger. This was clearly a difficult multiple-choice question. A moment later, a few students who were ranked at the bottom chose to withdraw. Seeing that no one was withdrawing, Lin Ying waved his hand. The second exam begins now. The teleportation array erupted with a strong blue light that reached the sky. All the remaining students were instantly enveloped and then disappeared with the rapidly dissipating blue light. At the same time, in the examination hall of Longzhai Country, all the top 50 students in the city have been registered. This is the list of class advancement players ranked at the top in each province. Please take a look. An invigilator projected the name list on the big screen. In front of the big screen sat an old man with a white beard and a scarred face. He was the main examiner of this national examination, the Sixth Revolution expert, Mu Qinglang. Mu Qinglang glanced at the name list indifferently. In fact, there was nothing to see for him. Over the years, other than the girl surnamed Zhang last year, the performance of the other students was a little unimpressive, regardless of their points. But then, his eagle-like eyes locked onto the first place on the list. 3,644 points? That's right. According to the student information, he even set a record for clearing the Goblin King dungeon. Furthermore, he developed a new way of clearing the dungeon, reducing the time of the dungeon by a full 80%. Hearing the invigilator's report, a gentle expression finally appeared on Mu Qinglang's indifferent face. There's finally a class advancement player this year. Pay more attention to him during the exam later. I want to see if his hidden profession is really capable or if he's opportunistic. Got it. Although this kind of behavior was a little against the rules, how could the invigilator dare to disagree? After all, the person in front of him was an existence that even the 4 deans of the Four Sages Academy had to treat respectfully. In a huge sealed space, Zhang Xuan came back to his senses and realized that he was already inside. He was surrounded by students he didn't know. It seemed that they were all outstanding people from other regions. Looking further away, he was surrounded by pitch black darkness. I'm the first place on the scoreboard from Qinyuan City. My name is Lanuo, and I'm a rare class prophet. Class advancement players from Qinyuan City, gather with me. In the crowd, a class advancement player with a feminine appearance spoke. Then, a few class advancement players from the same region as him approached. Those from Yanqing City, come here. Gather here. Those from Angsing City. The other class advancement players were similar. Soon, everyone found class advancement players from the same academy immediately, but Zhang Xuan didn't see anyone from Xinyuan City. However, it didn't matter. He was already used to being alone, and it wasn't necessary to gather together for warmth. The second round of the test will begin. You will be divided into groups of 40 people. Everyone needs to hold on for more than 30 minutes or find the exit under the pursuit of the tower boss. During this period, if you are killed by the boss or press the exit button on your arm, you will be considered eliminated. As the broadcast sounded, Zhang Xuan also noticed that an electronic device had been installed on his arm, and so did the other students. At the same time, the surrounding darkness retreated. Zhang Xuan realized that they were on a very wide floating platform. At the edge of the platform was a bottomless abyss. Roar! Zhang Xuan vaguely heard a roar. Then, he immediately came to the edge of the platform and looked down. A monster more than 20 meters long in the shape of a scorpion was climbing up the side wall with a roar. Boss, Strange Demon Scorpion, level 35, health, strength 7,500, defense 1,900, agility 743, skills Scorpion tail earthquake, needle rain, poison spread. Boss features: unable to be killed. To Zhang, the monster's interface was actually very ordinary. It was far inferior to the Goblin King in the dungeon. This round of tests seemed to be a test of the class advancement player's skills. The difficulty lay in how to use the level to avoid the monster's attack. After all, this monster couldn't be killed. It was clearly impossible to achieve the goal of clearing the level by killing it. Can't be killed? In other words, we can only choose to take it head on. How can I resist? Will I die? Stop whining and get ready to fight. The other students also saw this scene, but they didn't panic. Everyone who could get into this place had fought in the wild and man-eating dungeons. Therefore, after complaining, many people immediately adjusted their defensive formation. However, in the next moment, a thick tail needle suddenly stretched out from the distant darkness. The tail needle wasn't fast, but the platform was only so big. Although everyone dodged immediately, some people almost lost their footing and fell down. Zhang observed silently from afar. A few skeleton warriors and the evil spirit sister appeared beside him. After he changed his profession, other than her agility attribute increasing a lot, the evil spirit sister didn't change much. However, her agility had already broken through to a 4-figure sum, and she looked much better than before. Of course, she still hadn't lost her invisibility. Go scout the way. With Zhang's order, the evil spirit sister rushed into the darkness around her, while the skeleton warrior stayed by his side to protect her. A moment later, Zhang received information from the evil spirit sister. There were a few passageways around. However, in the next moment, a few thick tail needles extended from those passageways one after another, blocking all the passageways. It seemed that these passageways were the way to clear the level. However, before that, he had to think of a way to clean up the stinger. The surrounding students also noticed this scene. Everyone immediately approached the center of the platform, afraid that they would be affected by the scorpion tail. Everyone, listen to me. Don't let this boss climb up, or we'll definitely be eliminated. Everyone, attack with me and stop it. At this moment, Zhang heard a call. Then, he saw Lanua lead the class advancement players around him to the edge of the platform. Countless skills were fired crazily. As the colorful skills smashed down, the strange demon scorpion's advancement indeed slowed down. Seeing this, the other class advancement players also took the initiative to attack. However, Zhang noticed that the guy called Lanua took advantage of the crowd and quietly took a few steps back, away from the edge of the platform. This guy seems to know something. As Zhang was thinking, the strange demon scorpion below suddenly swung its huge scorpion tail. The scorpion tail hit the wall of the tower ruthlessly, and instantly, the entire platform shook violently. The skeleton warrior firmly held onto Zhang, who was swaying. However, a few class advancement players who were caught off guard fell down. The strange demon scorpion immediately stretched out its huge claws and grabbed them all. Crack! A girl was cut in half by the strange demon scorpion. Blood immediately flowed from her mouth and nose. She struggled to press the exit button, but she was immediately completely torn into pieces. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lanuo's lips. Lanuo was a rare class prophet. He could sense the information of the monster and make the most suitable response. From the beginning, he had sensed the way this strange demon scorpion would attack and knew how to delay it. Letting it eat was the best way. Although the remaining class advancement players weren't caught, at this moment, the strange demon scorpion emitted a black poisonous gas. Except for one class advancement player who could fly, the others turned black the moment they came into contact with the poisonous gas. Zhang looked at Lanuo, who was smiling triumphantly at this moment. He couldn't help but frown slightly. There's something wrong with this kid. Creak. Creak. The platform regained its calm. Everyone could only hear the sound of chewing flesh continuously echoing. The few poison class advancement players had also lost their vitality. It was obvious that they had been poisoned to death. At this moment, they deeply realized that the examiner wasn't joking. If they were caught by the boss, They would really die. The torn corpse of the girl shocked many people. They really wanted to go to the Four Sages Academy, but they really didn't want to die here. Therefore, one after another, some students quietly pressed the exit button. As time passed, Zhang Xuan suddenly understood something. Lei Nuo seemed to be using other class advancement players to stall for time. He didn't expect this guy to use such a despicable method to attract time. Zhang Xuan felt inexplicably disgusted. At this moment, Lei Nuo walked straight towards Zhang Xuan. Seeing the smile on his face, Zhang Xuan silently recalled the evil spirit sister. "You look like you're alone. Should we team up?" As Lei Nuo spoke, his teammates had already surrounded him. It seemed like they wanted to throw Zhang Xuan down to stall for time. However, Zhang Xuan wouldn't give them a chance to disgust him. "Do it, get him!" Crash! Dozens of skeleton warriors appeared around Zhang Xuan. Lei Nuo's words were stuck in his throat halfway. Then, before the two class advancement players at the front could release their skills, they were skewered into candied hawthorns by two spears. Instant kill. They tried to press the button on their hands, but in the next moment, their arms were cut off. Lei Nuo's expression changed. Then, he quickly retreated. However, when he turned around, he saw a ferocious face. In the next moment, Lei Nuo realized that he had been brought to Zhang Xuan. Looking at Zhang Xuan's cold face, he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. "Did you misunderstand something? I just. Ah." A few skeleton warriors pierced through Lei Nuo. He felt the vitality in his body quickly disappear. In the next moment, his vision quickly became blurry. Dong Jiajia has forfeited and is eliminated. Zui Dong Jiajia has forfeited and is eliminated. On the other side, in less than a minute, 10 people on the platform had already chosen to forfeit. The continuous decrease in the number of people shocked everyone present. And the chewing sound that kept sounding was like a demonic sound that was urging them to die, making them unable to calm down at all. The scorpion ate very slowly. It took a full minute to finish off the girl's corpse. Then, it went to eat the next poisoned class advancement player. However, the people above seemed to be in jail at this moment. Every second was extremely tortuous for them. They didn't dare to attack, afraid that they would anger this monster. However, at this moment, a scream suddenly came from behind. Then, they saw Lei Nuo being dismembered by countless skeletons. Everyone was shocked, but then they saw Lei Nuo and the others, covered in blood, thrown down. At this moment, they realized that the person controlling the skeleton was also a student. Furthermore, he looked a little younger than them. "What are you doing?" a female student questioned. The others didn't understand Zhang Xuan's actions. Although they didn't know each other, they were all future pillars of Longzhia country. This behavior was clearly a little too much. A group of brainless people. He actually didn't know that he was using you as a tool. Didn't you see that the boss has been delayed because it ate the class advancement players below? After saying this coldly, Zhang Xuan led the skeleton warrior straight to a dark passageway. The remaining students were collectively dumbfounded. However, a moment later, everyone felt a chill run down their backs. Damn, from what he said, it's true. Lei Nuo called us to attack the boss previously, and then he disappeared with his men. He's a prophet. I remember that prophets can sense the characteristics of monsters and respond to them. Could it be that he planned to use us as bait from the beginning? It's really terrifying to think about it. This person is actually so terrifying. Everyone quickly came to a conclusion. After all, they had to learn all the recorded professions in the academy, so they were very clear about the professional characteristics of the prophet. At this moment, Zhang Xuan had already walked into the tunnel. As expected, the scorpion tail stabbed at him immediately. Zhang Xuan didn't even have the intention to dodge, so he was directly hit by the scorpion's tail. Unusual status. Paralyzed, poisoned, status transfer completed. Zhang Xuan wasn't surprised to see the flashing notification. Then, all the skeleton warriors swarmed forward, and high damage flashed. After the second transition was completed, Zhang Xuan obtained a new hidden characteristic, abnormally ineffective. Simply put, Zhongxuan could passively transfer his abnormal effects, including, but not limited to summoned creatures. As long as it was a friendly unit within the range, it could undergo an abnormal effect transfer. To be honest, this characteristic was much more useful than the blessing of any support class. After all, support skills also took time, but he wasn't worried about this at all. As long as the skeleton warrior still existed, he didn't have to worry about being controlled. As for the skeleton warrior, it wasn't a living creature to begin with. How could it be controlled? Hundreds of silver rank skeleton warriors attacked the scorpion tail in an orderly manner. Every skeleton warrior's attack brought as much as terrifying damage. The scorpion tail instantly went limp, but the exit he had expected didn't appear. However, at this moment, Zhongxuan suddenly heard a scream from the other end of the passageway. Then, the entire passageway trembled violently. Not knowing what was going on, Zhongxuan immediately sent the evil spirit sister Rover. A few minutes later, he received information that the strange demon scorpion was actually dead. Zhongxuan was a little stunned by this news. He decided to rush back and see what was going on. All the skeleton warriors immediately followed him in a grandiose manner. On the other side, in the invigilation room, Zhongxuan is really straightforward. Interesting. His skeleton summon creature isn't bad either. Its damage isn't low. Muke Jinglao gave a simple evaluation. She was already so decisive at such a young age. Her future achievements would definitely not be too low. As for Zhongxuan's skeleton warrior, to be honest, Muke Jinglao had never seen a class advancement player of this level possess such a powerful summon. It could instantly kill a rare class of the same level. Its combat power was extraordinary. Main Examiner, what should we do with Leinuo and the others? Cripple his profession. Such a person might endanger Longzia country in the future. Yes, I'll do it immediately. The invigilator came to a hall surrounded by blue light. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, all the class advancement players who had participated in the national exam were lying on the ground. Mysterious runes surrounded their bodies, and among them was Leinuo and the others, who had clearly been killed previously. As a national examination, the officials naturally wouldn't allow the students to be killed. Strictly speaking, this round only tested the students' courage. Leinuo violated the exam rules and will have his profession abolished. Leinuo, who had yet to recover from the fear of being attacked by the skeleton warrior, turned pale. Then, he was forcefully taken away under the gazes of the other eliminated students. On the other side, Zhongxuan returned to the high platform. All the students were so frightened that they didn't dare to approach casually. They all squeezed to the edge of the high platform, but realized that the strange demon scorpion below was actually struggling in pain. A moment later, it was paralyzed. It was also at this moment that a white teleportation vortex with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared above the head of the strange demon scorpion. Seeing this scene, Zhongxuan immediately realized something. The exit was on this strange demon scorpion. The passage only lasted for less than 3 seconds before disappearing. Then, the strange demon scorpion got up again. At the same time, the originally paralyzed scorpion tail in the surrounding passage became active again. However, it didn't continue to climb up. Instead, it continued to devour the corpses of the surrounding class advancement players. So that's what happened. It seemed like the exit was on the strange demon scorpion. Those who didn't dare to attack the strange demon scorpion could only choose to survive for 30 minutes. After figuring out the rough rules, Zhongxuan locked onto the head of the strange demon scorpion. Then, in the next moment, more than 100 skeleton warriors swarmed above its head. Health minus 6,500, health minus 6,500, health minus 6,500. In an instant, 65% of the strange demon scorpion's health was emptied. The strange demon scorpion immediately swung its huge tail and attacked the skeleton warrior that covered its head. However, although the damage of the strange demon scorpion was very high, the skeleton warrior didn't feel any pain. At this moment, the strange demon scorpion emitted black poisonous gas again. However, Skeletons didn't even have a respiratory system. How could they be affected by the poisonous gas? In the next moment, all the skeleton warriors raised their sabers at the same time, and the remaining health of the strange demon scorpion was emptied. The strange demon scorpion let out a strange cry. Then, its huge body jumped crazily like a fish out of water, and the entire platform shook even more violently. The faces of the students squeezed in the middle of the high platform were pale. Because they couldn't see the situation below from this angle, they didn't know what Zhang Xuan had done. "What are you doing? Don't anger the boss. We don't want to be eliminated." Zhang Xuan ignored the voice behind him. At this moment, the strange demon scorpion had already fallen into a paralyzed state like last time. Its health began to recover at 1 million per second, and it had become unavailable. Seeing the vortex appear above the scorpion's head again, Zhang Xuan jumped down under the gazes of the other students. This scene stunned all the students. Wasn't this clearly courting death? Everyone stared ahead for a long time, not understanding Zhang Xuan's actions. A moment later, a few students mustered their courage and arrived at the edge of the high platform. At this moment, the strange demon scorpion had already revived with full health and continued to eat the corpses on the ground, but Zhang Xuan was nowhere to be found. That person is missing. Did he quit? If he wanted to quit, he probably wouldn't have waited until now. Could he have cleared it? But how did he clear it? On the other side, in the invigilator room, a group of invigilators looked at the display on the surveillance screen in disbelief. Even Mu Jinglang's face revealed a rare shock. One of the invigilators turned his head and asked, Master Mu, isn't this injury a little wrong?" "That's right. This is too ridiculous. In order to not let the strange demon scorpion be killed so easily, we transferred 1 million HP. It's too. No matter how I look at it, there's a problem. The scorpion had 1 million HP. But was instantly killed. Even a level 17 legendary class can't do it, right?" The surrounding invigilators also voiced the doubts in their hearts. This matter was really too bizarre. It's indeed difficult to understand, but it's not completely impossible. The boss used in the second round of testing doesn't seem to be immune to abnormal states, right? His profession is a support. If his profession has a powerful debuff skill, he might be able to do this. As Mu Qinglang spoke thoughtfully, the examiners immediately reacted. The purpose of this exam was mainly to test the students' courage, so every boss wasn't immune to abnormal characteristics. In other words, as long as the class advancement players assigned to the same area discovered this and took the initiative to attack, they could defeat the boss and find the exit. However, to be able to deduct the attributes of a monster with 1 million health points to the point of being able to instantly kill it, how terrifying was this skill? All the examiners looked at each other and saw an indescribable shock in each other's eyes. As Zhang Xuan appeared in a spacious hall, his name appeared on a big screen dozens of meters in diameter in front. First place, Zhang Xuan, clearance time, 5 minutes 17 seconds. Obtain 1000 points. Zhang Xuan looked up and saw the points displayed on the big screen. When he saw his ranking, Zhang Xuan understood that the earlier he cleared the level, the more points he could obtain. Fortunately, he didn't waste too much time. At this moment, there was no one else other than him in the endless hall. There wasn't even an examiner. I wonder how Liu Tangshan and the others are doing. At this moment, in a certain examination hall, elemental energy circulated around Zhang Linyu. Then, 3 different colored elemental energies condensed into a huge ball that slammed into the claws of the strange demon scorpion. The scorpion that was attacked took 2 steps back. In the next moment, its tail had already stabbed ruthlessly at Zhang Linyu. However, immediately after, Liu Tangshan punched its tail. Boom! Liu Tangshan took a few steps back, but he had also stopped the scorpion's attack. One could vaguely see air currents fluctuating on his fists. The other class advancement players also tried their best to distance themselves and do their best not to let the monsters attack them. However, the space on the entire platform was only so big. As the strange demon scorpion climbed up, the space they could dodge became even smaller. We can't continue hiding like this. Liu Tangshan shouted as he dodged the attack of the strange demon scorpion. The surrounding class advancement players had no intention of helping at all. After all, they knew their own strength very well. As long as a monster of this level didn't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. Zhang Linyu summoned 3 elemental energy balls. Then, these 3 elemental energy balls actually transformed into 3 different figures. Then, these 3 figures quickly floated in front of the strange demon, scorpion. Seeing this scene, the strange demon scorpion seemed to be attracted then, it twisted its huge body and changed its target. Zhang Linyu immediately retreated with Liu Tangshan. It's only been less than 10 minutes. How are we going to survive later? Liu Tangshan looked warily at the strange scorpion that had been lured away. Zhang Linyu had already used this skill once before, but the cooldown interval for this skill was a full 2 minutes. I'm not sure either, but other than confusing it with my elemental spirit, there's no other way to stall for time. Alright, I'll be in the front line during the skill cooldown. You'll be in charge of restraining them at the side. After Liu Tangshan finished speaking, he went forward. More than 20 minutes passed. After so long, Zhang Zhuan realized that no other students had appeared in the hall other than him. However, at this moment, several invigilators walked over from not far away. The invigilators' surprised gazes all landed on them. Are they all so slow? Initially, Zhang Zhuan thought that the other students could also find a way to leave, but now it seemed that he had overestimated them. At this moment, a few pillars of light gradually flickered around him. Then, the number of pillars of light increased, and all of the students who could last for 30 minutes were sent back. There were more than 1,000 people in the entire hall, but every one of them was panting from exhaustion. Many of them were even seriously injured, but they still insisted on not withdrawing. I finally survived. I thought I was going to die. The second assessment is so abnormal. It's really difficult to imagine how difficult the rest is. However, he passed the test in the end. I hope he can be more humane later. The students discussed one after another. Zhang Zhuan also found Liu Tangshan and Zhang Linyu, who were quite tired, in the crowd. Seeing that the two of them were fine, Zhang Zhuan heaved a sigh of relief. The second round of assessment has ended. 1,058 qualified students are about to undergo the third round of assessment. An old and serious voice echoed in the entire hall. All the students supported their tired bodies and stood up. At this moment, 4 clouds floated up from the 4 corners of the hall. The clouds gathered together and invisible raindrops fell. Zhang Zhuan didn't feel anything, but the injuries on the other students began to heal at a visible speed, and the stamina they consumed was also recovering quickly. At this moment, the national ranking was displayed on the big screen. First place, Zhang Zhuan, Level 17 Advanced Necromancer. Only hidden profession. Points, 4,644. Second place, Zhu Jin, Level 17 Mechanical Soldier, Rare Class. Points, 3,055. Third place, Si Chu, Level 16 Beast Tamer, Rare Class. Points, 3,048. Fourth place, Zhang Linyu, Level 16 Elementalist, Rare Class. Points, 3,042. Other than Zhang Zhuan, who was in first place, whose points increased from 3,644 to 4,644, the points of the other students increased by 50. However, it could also be seen that after the rankings were upgraded to the national level, even Zhang Linyu found it difficult to maintain her position in the top 3. Because Liu Tangshan had suffered a loss in level, his ranking was forced to be pushed to 15th place. However, the points of the top 20 rare professions were all tightly clenched. At the moment, there wasn't much difference. No way, why is the first place so ridiculous? It's a full 1,000 points higher than the second place? How did he do it? This person's name looks a little familiar. I remember that he seemed to have developed a way to clear the dungeon and even obtained an official reward. Although, isn't it a little too ridiculous for a support class to have so many points higher than a main battle class? On the left side of the hall, a tall boy looked at the scoreboard in surprise. He could see many mechanical structures on him, and he was Zhu Jin, who was currently ranked second. The points for the first place are actually so high? Seeing this unfamiliar new profession, Zhu Jin inexplicably felt a trace of dissatisfaction. One had to know that he was a main battle profession, and he was the mechanical soldier with the most unreasonable firepower. Even the dean of Zhu Jin's academy said that he could definitely get first place in such a simple test. But now, a support type class actually surpassed him. This made him have countless doubts for a moment. Not far to Zhu Jin's left was Qin Sen, who had a gloomy expression. How was this possible? I didn't even enter the top 30. Qin Sen couldn't believe that a rare class like him would have such a low ranking. They were both rare classes, but he was actually so much lower than others. Looking at the rankings, Qin Sen's emotions were getting more and more out of control. Wait for me to surpass you in the next few rounds of exams. A moment later, he suppressed his emotions that were like an active volcano and revealed a sick smile. Zhang Xuan is indeed first place, but the competition for the scoreboard is so intense. I have to work hard next. That's right. I can't fall out of the top 50. Otherwise, it'll be too embarrassing. Seeing the scoreboard, Zhang Linyu and Liu Tangshan weren't surprised by Zhang Xuan's ranking. They also knew very well what kind of test they were going to face next. A moment later, all the students recovered under the effects of the priest's healing. At this moment, the old voice sounded again. The rules of the third round of assessment will be that all students will challenge the monsters together. The assessment criteria will be the time taken to kill the monsters and the deducted health. The top 200 will enter the fourth round of assessment. As the rules of the third round of assessment were announced, all the students became serious. The rules of this round looked simple, but they had an 80% elimination rate. In other words, the third round of assessment would determine the life and death of most of the people present. However, even the students at the bottom of the rankings were prepared to risk their lives at this moment. Which one of them wasn't a prodigy from their respective provinces? They were unwilling to be behind. At this moment, a portal that could accommodate one person appeared in front of each student. The third round officially began. Seeing the spatial portal form in front of him, Zhang Xuan was the first to enter. The other students also quickly entered their respective spatial portals at the same time. The moment Zhang Xuan passed through the teleportation door, the teleportation channel behind him was completely sealed. Roar! A fishy smell assaulted his face as a 3-meter-tall bull-headed monster appeared in front of Zhang Xuan. Tyrant Ox Demon, Level 20, Health, 100,000, Strength, 1,600, Defense, 480, Agility, 340, Skills, Earthquake Violent Strike, Bull-Ice Charge. Looking at the monster that had already rushed over, Zhang Xuan was actually a little disdainful of such a monster. This was because other than his slightly higher HP, his other values were inferior to the Goblin General in the Goblin King Novice Dungeon. Zhang Xuan didn't waste any time and ordered, "Kill it." Crash! With the crisp sound of armor colliding, dozens of silver-armored skeleton warriors appeared around the Tyrant Ox Demon. At this moment, in the hall's examination room, all the students had already entered the portal separately. The examiners were staring at the real-time screen above. After all, this was a national examination. Although all kinds of explicit rules had been issued to prohibit the use of potions and props, it was inevitable that some students would take advantage of the situation. If such students were caught, their outcome would basically be similar to Lei Nuo's. At the same time, all the class advancement players also showed their ability to attack the Tyrant Ox Demon. Those who could reach this stage had already reached the second transition. Moreover, they each had similar weapons, so their lives wouldn't be in danger when facing this monster. Killing it was just a matter of time. This martial master isn't bad, and his weapon looks extraordinary. I feel that this assessment should be the easiest for him. An examiner looked at Liu Tangshan on the screen and commented. A martial artist's job change was recognized by everyone as a hexagonal warrior. Their output was definitely not inferior. With the enhancement of a legendary weapon and the skill of Liu Tangshan, every attack could cause high damage. Moreover, it would increase attack speed and damage over time. A few invigilators also thought highly of Liu Tangshan. I think this Sichu is also very powerful. She can summon 6 or 7 beasts at once, and each one of them is very strong. The output of the Tyrant Tox Demon isn't low. If a beast tamer's beast dies, he won't have any means of output. Look at this Zhonglin Yu. The output of the 3 elements combined is so violent. However, at this moment, an notification suddenly came from one of the screens. Student Zhang Xuan cleared the level. What the hell? Didn't they just go in? All the invigilators were stunned for a moment. Clearly, they hadn't expected a student to clear the level so quickly. They looked at each other and saw a portal appear in one of the halls. Then, Zhang Xuan walked out. The monsters in this exam weren't difficult for Zhang Xuan at all. As long as they weren't immune to summon creatures like the Abyssal Envoy last time, he could basically hack them to death. However, he ignored his clearing speed. When he walked out, he realized that no student in the entire hall had cleared it. Hiss! He cleared the level so quickly? Li LT can be true, right? The monster in the 3rd stage has 100,000 HP. How much damage does he have? Even if I fight that monster, I'm afraid it'll take a few minutes. Isn't this guy only level 17? When the invigilators saw that Zhang Xuan had really come out, they were all dumbfounded. It had to be known that the boss of the 3rd round had been carefully selected by the deans of the 4 Sages Academy. Monsters with such high HP were definitely not easy to deal with for these newbies who had just changed classes, but this student called Zhang Xuan insta-killed the monster? They immediately brought up the system information, and the big screen immediately showed the first student to clear the level. First place, Zhang Xuan, clear time is 1 second? The invigilators looked at the clearance time on the screen in disbelief. Then, they looked at the only student in the hall, Zhang Xuan, as if they were looking at a monster. The invigilators looked at each other, and one of them immediately left the Master. Master Mew. An invigilator rushed into the monitoring office without stopping. Mew Qinglang was staring intently at the screen. The screen played a video of Zhang Xuan's battle in the space. He summoned hundreds of skeleton warriors. Then, these skeleton warriors pounced on the Tyrant Ox Demon like ferocious piranhas. The Tyrant Ox Demon didn't even have a chance to counterattack before it instantly suffered more than 100,000 damage and fell to the ground, dying. This kid's profession is a little extraordinary. Is he really a support? Originally, Mew Qinglang thought that Zhang Xuan could kill the strange demon scorpion because he had some special debuff skill, but he had just checked the detailed battle process. Zhang Xuan didn't do anything the entire time and only summoned the skeletons. In other words, it was the skeleton summons that caused such high damage. The invigilator at the site was also dumbfounded. He originally wanted to ask Mew Qinglang to confirm if there was a problem with this result. But now, he had personally seen this student called Zhang Xuan use the summoned skeleton to instantly kill a level 20 Tyrant Ox Demon. The difficulty of this young man's subsequent assessment will increase a little. He will be assessed according to the legendary level difficulty. But the most important thing in the national selection is fairness. If we only set such a high difficulty for him. Mew Qinglang glanced at the examiner beside him. Do you think a class advancement player who can instantly kill a monster with 100,000 health points will have less class potential than a legendary creature? Yes, I'll do it immediately. On the other side, a few minutes had passed, but Zhang Xuan was still alone in the hall. Looking at the shocked gazes of the invigilators, Zhang Xuan coughed a few times. It had to be said that he was a little embarrassed at this moment. Was he clearing the level too quickly? In a space, blazing flames filled the air. Amidst the continuous explosions, the intermittent screams of the Tyrant Ox Demon could be vaguely heard. Zhu Jin was suspended in midair. It could be seen that his back was actually a pair of mechanical jet wings. Around him were countless high-tech weapons that were constantly firing. The Tyrant Tox Demon's 100,000 health points quickly decreased under such a crazy bombardment. Finally, with a wail, the Tyrant Tox Demon completely fell to the ground. I won't lose to anyone in terms of firepower. I'll definitely be first this time. Zhu Jin saw the open teleportation space and flew out confidently. Student Zhu Jin cleared the level. Hearing the notification, Zhang Zhuan immediately looked over. As soon as a teleportation door in the distance opened, a figure flew out, followed by countless machines. This profession is quite cool. Zhang Zhuan knew this person. He should be the mechanical soldier ranked second on the rankings. It was said that this profession had the most powerful firepower. In terms of output, he could even be compared to a legendary creature. After coming out, Zhu Jin immediately looked at the big screen that showed his clearance time. He took 3 minutes and 8 seconds. I don't believe I can't get first place with this result. As he thought about it, Zhu Jin waited expectantly for the rankings to be announced. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Cleared in 1 second? Are you kidding me? How can a monster with 100,000 HP be killed in a second? That's impossible. Zhu Jin cried out involuntarily, and his voice spread throughout the hall. This result really didn't make sense. However, it wasn't just him. The few invigilators around him had the same thoughts. Some even suspected that there was a system error. However, this was impossible. The national exam involved the future of the entire Longxia country. Such a low-level mistake wouldn't appear in the exam. Moreover, they had also pulled up Zhang Zhuan's real-time battle scene and seen with their own eyes the scene of the skeleton summon instantly killing the Tyrant Ox Demon. Zhang Zhuan naturally heard this shout, but after seeing the other party's results, he understood. After all, the time difference between the two monsters was almost 200 times. No one would be able to remain calm. Otherwise, I'll bet on the clearing time later. Although Zhang Zhuan didn't intend to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, he still didn't want to crush the confidence of these students. With Zhu Jin's completion, Zhang Linyu and the others came out through the teleportation portal not long after. Zhang Linyu took 3 minutes and 55 seconds to rank 4th. On the other hand, Liu Tangshan, this kid, had actually tyrannically obtained 3rd place on the scoreboard. A martial master's single target damage was ultimately higher than Zhang Linyu's. Therefore, his final time was 3 minutes and 27 seconds. The subsequent rankings basically didn't change much, but some advanced professions gradually left the top of the rankings. The strengths of rare class professions and killing monsters were gradually highlighted. None of the class advancement players in the top 30 were lower than rare class. Humph, this is only the 3rd round. In the 4th round, I want you to see what a true rare class is. Qin Sun took 5 minutes to finally kill the Tyrant Tox Demon. His final ranking was 27th. When he came out and saw so many class advancement players around him, he already knew that it was impossible for him to enter the top 10. However, when he accidentally saw the rankings, his heart still skipped a beat. That very dazzling 1 second made him feel extremely humiliated. What right did a support class have? Qin Sun gritted his teeth and locked his fierce gaze on Zhang Zhuan, who wasn't far away. Zhang Zhuan, good lad. Soon, the 200th student to clear the level appeared. The students who were still working hard in the alternate space suddenly realized that the monster with low health had disappeared. At that moment, many students cried uncontrollably because this meant that they had lost the right to continue forward. At this moment, the 200 students in the hall were all in position. Some of the students who were more seriously injured had also recovered under the treatment of the priest and vigilator. However, the very conspicuous 1 second clearing time on the big screen still surprised many people. Oh my god, what kind of monsters are they this year? Are you sure this is a support profession? He cleared the level in 1 second and killed the monster with 100,000 HP. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. This year is really filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. However, comparatively speaking, Liu Tangshan and Zhang Linyu were very calm because they were already used to Zhang Zhuan insta-killing the Goblin King. When the two of them saw this monster with 100,000 HP, they had already determined that Zhang Zhuan would still take first place. The third round is over. The old and serious voice sounded again. At this moment, the number of points awarded appeared on the big screen. The first place had 2,000 points. The second to third place had 1,500 points. The fourth to 10th place had 800 points. The points reward went on and on. As first place, Zhang Zhuan obtained 2,000 points. There were some changes in the rankings at the back. For example, Liu Tangshan directly came to the third place, and Zhang Linyu was squeezed to fourth place. However, the first place was still Zhang Zhuan. In the monitoring room on the other side, a few invigilators stood respectfully at the side. Mu Qinglang sat on the sofa, and beside him were four old men with deep auras. These four people were the four deans of the Four Sages Academy. Usually, it was impossible to see them appear in the same place at the same time. This young man isn't bad. No wonder you called us over in a hurry. I don't mind adding some difficulty. To be honest, we can't measure the potential of the hidden profession except for the actual combat test. That's right. For example, that girl, Zhang Anya, last year. She seems to be this kid's sister and is a whisperer. That's a very powerful profession, but even that girl has never crushed a monster so quickly. I don't care what you do, but according to the rules, this year's national top scorer should belong to White Tiger Academy. Don't go back on your word. After the old man sitting on the left said this, the remaining three old men immediately lost their composure. You can't say that. Didn't I give you a few students last year? It's time for you to repay them this year. I think you can suffer this year. How about I give you the qualifications next year and the year after? Why don't you all die? The invigilators were shocked to see the four deans arguing with each other. This was because they had never seen this scene before. Usually, these deans were high and mighty existences. Mu Qinglang looked at these old fellows who were arguing now and immediately said helplessly, "This assessment isn't over yet, and you're already in a hurry to snatch him. Don't forget that he's a support." When they heard this, the deans were usually much quieter. Support professions were indeed a problem. Although Zhang Zhuan looked very strong in the early stages, in the later stages. The fourth round of the assessment has begun. Next, the rules of the assessment will be announced. In the hall, as the announcement sounded, a huge vortex with a diameter of 5 meters appeared in front of all the students. All the students listened quietly to the voice on the radio. A few minutes later, they figured out the rules of the fourth round. Every student could choose a normal, intermediate, advanced, difficult, or hell-level dungeon to enter the trial. It was similar to the rules of the first round, but a large number of points could be obtained in this round. Moreover, the higher the difficulty, the higher the number of points obtained. Because Zhang Zhuan was first, he had the right to make the first choice. Then, Zhang Zhuan walked forward under everyone's gaze. It was only at this moment that the other students truly saw the true appearance of the first place. So he's Zhang Zhuan. He's a little handsome. This big brother seems to be aiming for the top scorer in the country. He was fine in the first few rounds. I reckon it won't be very troublesome to deal with him later. He should choose the hell level difficulty, right? Anyway, I don't plan to compete with him. It's fine as long as I can get into the top 50. Zhang Zhuan could clearly feel that many people were looking at him with fanaticism, and there seemed to be a hint of hostility. However, this didn't matter. As long as he stabilized the fourth round, he could steadily enter the Four Sages Academy. A support class. The fourth round shouldn't be too easy for him, right? I think so too. Let's see what this little guy will choose. With his current points, if he chooses the difficult difficulty, he should be able to obtain good results. However, if it's hell difficulty, the professional disadvantage will be highlighted. Although he can summon very powerful skeletons, the disadvantage of the summoning profession will be highlighted in this round. I wonder how he will deal with it. In the monitoring room, the deans voiced their opinions. Clearly, They weren't very optimistic about Zhang Xuan's subsequent performance. Beside him, Mu Qinglang didn't speak, but he could feel that Zhang Xuan had given off a confident and calm feeling from the beginning to the end. This was something that other class advancement players had never had. Please choose difficulty: normal, intermediate, advanced, difficult, hell. At this moment, all the class advancement players in the hall focused their gazes on Zhang Xuan alone. Then, in front of everyone, Zhang Xuan chose the hell level difficulty. The vortex emitted a wave of water-like ripples, and Zhang Xuan was sucked in. The class advancement players weren't surprised by his choice. After all, if they wanted to win the championship, it was basically impossible not to choose the hell difficulty. Following the teleportation door, Zhang Xuan appeared in a dark forest. This is an abandoned mystic realm? Zhang Xuan was a little surprised to see the location information. As one of the ways for class advancement players to advance, the mystic realm was naturally one of the targets of the abyssal monsters. The so-called abandoned mystic realm was actually a scrapped mystic realm that had been corroded by abyssal monsters. The corrosion of the residual power of the abyss would eventually cause the entire mystic realm to collapse, causing the mystic realm to become extremely unstable. Moreover, the monsters would become extremely brutal. Due to the instability of the mystic realm, the monsters inside no longer dropped materials and experience. Therefore, there was usually no need to continue maintaining such a mystic realm. Usually, if one wanted to enter the abandoned mystic realm, they would need a specific array to repair it for a period of time, and this time could usually last for half an hour at most. Zhang Xuan didn't expect the venue of the fourth round to be an abandoned mystic realm. It could be seen that the invigilator had spent a lot of effort to test the true strength of the class advancement players. However, this also meant that the time to kill the monster was only half an hour at most. Crash! Hundreds of skeleton warriors appeared around Zhang Xuan. Previously, after changing his profession, he had specially spent a night upgrading and replacing all the skeleton warriors. The current skeleton army had a total of 5 skeleton generals, 25 skeleton archers, 5 skeleton mages, and the rest were all ordinary skeleton warriors. All the skeleton warriors had been upgraded to silver. As far as the eye could see, the silver skeleton army could be said to be very powerful. Let's go! As Zhang Xuan gave the order, the 4 teams of skeleton warriors led by the skeleton general immediately scattered in different directions. Although the more skeleton warriors he sent out, the higher the efficiency of farming monsters, Zhang Xuan still left a portion of skeleton warriors to protect himself. This was mainly because when he was farming monsters to collect second transition materials, he relied on the apportionment effect and didn't leave the skeleton warrior to protect himself. In the end, he was ambushed by a monster with dizziness poison. In the end, if he hadn't recalled the skeleton warrior in time, he would probably have failed. This matter also made Zhang Xuan deeply realize that his profession was still lacking in self-defense, just like ordinary summoners. Although he obtained the talent to transfer abnormal states through drawing after the second transition, he still retained some skeleton warriors to protect him in the subsequent battles. The abandoned mystic realm is used as the assessment venue for the 4th round. However, why do I feel that Zhang Xuan's abandoned mystic realm is different from others? The dean of the Black Tortoise Academy noticed something strange at a glance. The abandoned mystic realm Zhang Xuan was in on the screen was clearly more unstable than the mystic realms of other students. This meant that the level of the mystic realm he was in was higher. Mu Qinglang didn't comment. Then, he looked at the screen and reminded her, "Let's see his performance." Zhang Xuan looked to the north. One of his skeleton teams had encountered a group of monsters wandering around. It was a group of wolf-shaped creatures that looked like walking corpses. There was almost no intact fur on their bodies. From time to time, a pale bone could be seen between their rotten muscles. As soon as the skeleton team approached, the group of monsters sensed something and quickly surrounded them. Decayed Coyote, Level 20, Health, 14,500, Strength, 3,300, Defense, 780, Agility, 1,240, Skills, Rotten Bite, Leap, Characteristics, 15% chance of revival. At this moment, there were a total of 10 rotten coyotes around them. The skeleton team also took up their positions immediately. The skeleton warriors stood in the front row, and the skeleton archers retreated to the back to draw air bows and nock arrows. A small army phalanx was instantly formed. Other than the fact that the silver rank skeleton archers had evolved to white in appearance, the bone longbow in their hands also looked a little more lustrous. They were clearly much more handsome than before. Ever since the effect of the skeleton army was activated, the cooperation between the different skeleton soldiers had become very tacit. They would complete the array immediately without Zhang Xuan's order. After receiving the information from the skeleton team, a hint of surprise flashed across Zhang Xuan's eyes, although he also knew that monsters above level 20 had special characteristics. However, this was the first time he had encountered a monster with its own resurrection characteristic. Wasn't this the low-quality Skeleton King's protection? Why are this kid's skeleton archers shooting at such a ridiculous speed? Not only that, but the damage is also terrifyingly high. Didn't you notice that every arrow's damage is very high? I finally understand why Old Man Mew specially arranged a difficult exam for him. If this monster was any other profession, it would probably take at least a few minutes to clear it. I didn't expect this kid to have a completed skeleton army. In terms of summoning ability, he seems to be stronger than that girl's huge. The dean stared at the surveillance cameras in surprise. In the scene just now, the 10 rotten coyotes didn't even have a chance to approach before they were killed by all the skeleton archers remotely. Moreover, the attack speed of the skeleton archers was also very exaggerated. Each of the decaying coyotes that fell to the ground had no less than 10 arrows inserted into them. Moreover, these arrows were fired in less than 5 seconds. However, after this round of continuous firing, 2 decaying coyotes were still revived. After all, there was a 15% chance of revival. However, before they could continue charging, the next wave of arrows came. In more than 10 seconds, he had completely killed 10 level 20 monsters. No one would have thought that all of this came from a newcomer who had just changed professions for a few days. However, although they were shocked, the deans weren't inexperienced. Soon, they noticed the other class advancement players who had performed well. Qin Sen's profession isn't bad. Schultzard warriors become stronger and stronger in battle, but his fighting style seems to be a little too rushed. Qin Sen, who was in a grassy area, raised his greatsword high facing the oncoming monsters, every slash dealt high damage, and every slash dealt area of effect damage. Relying on his extremely high defense and its own damage reduction effect, he didn't care about the damage the monster caused to him at all. Mu Qinglang gave a simple evaluation and the other deans also looked over. After seeing Qin Sen's performance on the screen, everyone agreed with his evaluation in their hearts. Although it seemed like Qin Sen's early stages were overly smooth, relying on the high damage range of the Schultzard warrior, he had a good efficiency in clearing monsters. However, he clearly ignored the fact that in the 4th round of assessment, the strength of the monsters would become higher and higher, and shield sword warriors would usually release the Holy Shield Protection skill in advance in battle. The Holy Shield Protection stacked one's defense according to the duration of the battle. However, the corresponding damage output of the Schultzard warrior would decrease by 15%. Although he had given up some of his output, as time passed, the defense provided by the Holy Shield Protection would become more and more impressive. Therefore, he should have released the Holy Shield Protection from the beginning of the battle. However, it was obvious that Qin Sen didn't realize what kind of trouble he would face next. Zhu Jin is also not bad. The output of the mechanical soldiers doesn't seem to be weaker than Zhang Xuan's hidden profession. At this moment, the dean of the Vermilion Bird Institute noticed one of the surveillance cameras. Hearing his words, the other deans also looked over. Countless small mechanical jets flew quickly across the desert surface, and the surrounding monsters were immediately attracted to them. Soon, more than 100 level 15 monsters gathered together. Then, all the small machines quickly combined, and a few large high-tech cannons appeared in the sky. This round, let us have a good competition of firepower. destroy them. At Zhujin's order from afar, a few technological cannons immediately poured out a large amount of fire. The group of monsters below were instantly surrounded by a violent explosion. They tried to escape, but more than a dozen robots broke out of the ground around them. All the robots were connected and instantly formed a high-voltage electric net that surrounded all the monsters. The monsters that came into contact with the high-voltage electric net were instantly blown away a few meters, and the tongues of fire in the sky immediately drowned them completely. The power of the rare class mechanical soldier was fully revealed. Seeing the HP of the monsters trapped inside decrease crazily, Zhujin confidently moved to the next area. Mechanical soldiers are indeed worthy of being called the most violent profession in terms of damage output. At this rate of damage output, it's really hard to say if they'll be first. The only adjective for this class should be violence, right? I also feel that he might be able to counterattack in the fourth round. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Look at that elementalist. Her efficiency isn't bad either. Personally, I think more highly of this level 15 Martial Dao Master. Although his efficiency isn't high, it's very stable. This year's exam is really filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Ding. Decayed Coyote Guild. Points plus 100, ding. Decayed Coyote Guild. Points plus 100, ding. Decayed Coyote Guild. Points plus 100, 10 decayed coyotes were killed. Zhang Zhuan, who was in the deep forest, obtained 1000 points at once. At the same time, the skeleton teams in the other directions also encountered monsters. However, under the powerful firepower of the skeleton archers, all the monsters were killed from afar without exception. 3 waves of monsters earned him another 3000 points. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Zhuan had already obtained 4000 points. It had to be said that this was much easier to increase points than the previous rounds. The second and third rounds combined only gave him less than 3000 points. It could be seen how quickly he obtained points in the fourth round. Needless to say, even without the bonus provided by the skeleton general, the basic strength of the skeleton archers who had evolved to the silver level had reached more than 10,000 points. Its original skills had also disappeared after evolution, replaced by a new powerful passive. Passive, Skeleton Sacred Bow. Skeleton archers' attack speed increases by 100%, with 15% armor piercing effect. This passive appearance didn't seem to be as useful as the original skill. After all, the active skill back then could eat the enhancement effect of the amplification dice. However, after Zhang Zhuan's previous test, he realized that this passive could also eat the enhancement effect of the amplification dice. In other words, after the original 100% attack speed was increased, the effect reached an astonishing 2000%. There was no need to mention the 15% armor piercing effect. Under the effect of the lucky dice, the armor piercing efficiency of every attack was the highest. It had to be known that in this world, debuffs like armor piercing and deceleration couldn't be stacked to 100%. The highest limit was 99%. If not for the upper limit, the actual armor piercing rate could reach an astonishing 300%. However, even if it was just the 99% armor piercing rate, it was really very heaven-defying. This was equivalent to saying that no matter how high a monster's defense was, it was as fragile as a sheet of paper in front of the skeleton archers. Suddenly, Zhang Zhuan clearly felt that the sky had darkened a lot. He looked up and realized that a black cloud had appeared in the sky. The dark clouds quickly approached. Only then did Zhang Zhuan see clearly that the things that formed the dark clouds were actually rotten crows. Gah! Gah! They flapped their wings that revealed a lot of bones. In fact, most of their bodies were only left with a few incomplete feathers. The overwhelming area looked quite terrifying. Bone-corroding crows, level 20, health, 7500, strength, 5300, defense, 480, agility, 1640, skills, crow storm, bone-corroding crow poison, characteristics. Attack has a 25% fear effect that lasts for 2s. It was another monster of the same type as the coyotes from before, but it was a little more disgusting. There should be more than 500 of them. Although he understood that the appearance of the monsters was because of the characteristics of the dungeon, as a normal person, Zhang Xuan still felt a little uncomfortable seeing such a large number of nauseating monsters appear. Hurry up and destroy it. With Zhang Xuan's order, the skeleton team guarding him immediately set up a defensive formation. At this moment, the bone-corroding crows also smashed down from the sky. Swoosh! 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 Hundreds of bone arrows tore through the air, and countless screams instantly sounded from the crows. Zhang Xuan also obtained a large number of points at the same time. However, there were too many of them. Coupled with the fact that they weren't small, even if one arrow killed them, one of them could withstand dozens of arrows. This caused the rain of arrows from the skeleton archers to be unable to stop all the crows. Old Mew, should we attack? In the monitoring room, the few deans looked at King Maling at the same time. Zhang Xuan could no longer be seen in the image. Everywhere they looked, they heard the bone-corroding crows screaming. In less than a few seconds, Zhang Xuan, who was in the middle, was covered by a large number of rotten bones. Although according to the exam rules, saving the students in the exam wasn't allowed, if something happened to a student who performed so well, it would be a considerable loss to Longzhia country. However, at this moment, Mu Qinglang was completely unmoved. It was as if the heat of being surrounded by the bone-corroding crows had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Mu Qinglang didn't react for a long time, the deans couldn't help but ask. That's bone-corroding crows. If he's afraid, a profession like his, who basically doesn't have the ability to protect himself, will definitely die. That's right. With so many bone-corroding crows attacking at the same time, even if he has a control skill, he won't be able to escape. Are you sure it's fine? We can't joke about such a good seedling. Looking at the anxious deans, Mu Qinglang rolled his eyes and said calmly. What's the hurry? That child isn't stupid. If he can't resolve it, doesn't he know to quit? Take a good look. The deans were confused by what Mu Qinglang said. It was obvious that Zhang Xuan had been hit by the bone-corroding crows. The continuous fear effect wasn't troublesome to class advancement players like them, who were at the 7th or even 8th transition. However, Zhang Xuan was only a newcomer. However, when everyone looked at the screen again, they strangely realized that there were gradually more corpses of bone-corroding crows where a large number of them had gathered. More and more corpses piled up. A moment later, the ground was filled with the corpses of the bone-corroding crows. However, a very strange scene happened next. The bone-corroding crows that were already dead actually moved again. Whether they were shot to death or the two halves of the bone-corroding crows, they had all revived. This scene stunned everyone in the monitoring room. They knew very well that the bone-corroding crows definitely didn't have the ability to revive. Even Mu Qinglang's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. This was clearly abnormal. However, they saw an even stranger scene. The revived bone-corroding crows actually flapped their wings and flew towards the bone-corroding crows in the air. The two sides actually fought in the air. The revived bone-corroding crows suddenly switched sides. Even the split bone-corroding crows attacked the undead bone-corroding crows on the ground like enemies. When Mu Qinglang and the 4 deans saw this scene, they immediately had a headache. What the hell was going on? Everyone looked at the ridiculous scene on the screen in a daze. No one would be able to explain why. After a while, the dean of the Azure Dragon Institute thought for a moment and said, his profession is advanced necromancer. As the name suggests, is it possible that his ability is to control the dead? That's possible, but isn't this number of controls a little too fake? That's right. It's fine if you can summon hundreds of skeletons, summon creatures with above average numbers, but you can also control so many dead monsters. Then the strength of his profession feels like it's comparable to a legendary creature. Don't be in a hurry to brag. Is he still alive? Someone suddenly said this. At this moment, Zhang Xuan's slightly thin figure crawled out of the corpse of the bone-corroding crows under the lead of a few skeleton warriors. At this moment, other than being stained with a lot of monster blood, Zhang Xuan was actually safe and sound. He is actually fine? This kid's profession is a little ridiculous. Our Azure Dragon Institute needs such a talent. The deans stared at the screen in disbelief. Although the bone-corroding crow was fragile, its strength was equivalent to a level 25 monster. Not to mention whether Zhang Xuan would be affected by the fear effect, even a Schultz-Ard warrior wouldn't dare to resist the attack of hundreds of bone-corroding crows with as much as 5,000 strength. Does this kid have other life-saving skills, such as a substitute puppet? I'm not sure. This is the first time this profession has appeared, but his performance always makes me feel that there are signs of a legendary profession. No wonder old Mew is so calm. He's really a dark horse. At this moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. The revived bone-corroding crow cooperated with the skeleton warrior to attack the bone-corroding crow in midair. Every time the skeleton warrior brandished its saber, one of the very fragile bone-corroding crows would be cut down. After dying, the bone-corroding crow would instantly revive and join Zhang Xuan's camp. Those who were lucky enough to not die were greeted by the bone-corroding frost crows whose bodies had been torn apart. It looked like a few hundred bone-corroding crows had an absolute advantage, but as time passed, the balance of victory between the two sides quickly tilted. 2 minutes later, the last bone-corroding crow was killed. Looking at the calm Zhang Xuan in a camera, the deans finally realized how extraordinary this hidden profession was. Being able to remain unscathed under the attack of such a terrifying number of monsters and not be affected by the fear state was no longer something that a simple rare class could achieve. At this moment, the few of them had their own thoughts, but they all had the same general idea. They had to recruit the student to their academy. It's finally over. On the abandoned Mystic Realms side, Zhang Xuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air in disdain and left the stand place. Everything else was fine, but the smell of rotten meat on these monsters was really a little indescribable. Arriving under a tree, Zhang Xuan washed his body with the water in his backpack and checked the number of points he had obtained. Like the decaying coyotes from before, each of these bone-corroding crows provided 100 points. He had directly obtained nearly 50,000 points from this wave of bone-corroding crows. Although the fear characteristics of these monsters were indeed very troublesome, relying on the hidden skill abnormally ineffective, all the fear effects Zhang Xuan received were transferred to the unaffected skeleton warrior. As for the attacks of the bone-corroding crows, Zhang Xuan's small body would definitely not be able to withstand them. However, Zhang Xuan wasn't a fool. The equipment he had obtained in the Goblin King dungeon couldn't be worn, but after the second transition, Zhang Xuan had already reached the standard of wearing many sets. Although he had the distribution effect as a life-saving trump card, as the monster level increased, he realized that his ability to bear injuries also needed to be improved. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't let go of the sets he had obtained from the dungeon. Now, he was wearing a legendary top-grade Goblin King set. Originally, Zhang Xuan already had a hidden shadow set dropped by the Sandworm King. Moreover, be it the individual attributes or the set effect, they were definitely superior to the Goblin King set. However, Zhang Xuan didn't care much about the single attribute of the Goblin King set. After all, his main combat method was still to rely on the skeleton army. However, the effect of the 5-piece Goblin King set was very useful to him. Goblin King set, legendary. After equipping 5 pieces, you can obtain the protection of the Goblin Hero Soul. Goblin Hero Soul's protection, damage from all sources is reduced by 25%. Every 1 point of spirit converted to 1 fixed damage reduction. Triggering it consumes 10% of spirit. This was the effect of fully wearing the Goblin King set. As a mage, Zhang Xuan definitely had a huge advantage in terms of spirit. Especially after the second transition, his spirit had already reached 1,300. Relying on the effect of the Goblin King set meant that he directly had a fixed damage reduction of 1,300. This was a terrifying decrease. Although activating it would consume 10% of his maximum mental strength, when had Zhang Xuan ever lacked mental strength? Zhang Xuan was currently level 17. As his level increased, The current recovery rate of his mental recovery had reached a terrifying 350/s. Not to mention that Zhang Xuan's current skeleton warrior health was above 10,000. His ability to distribute damage had long improved. Therefore, even in the face of the collective attack of the monsters just now, he was still fearless. At this moment, the skeleton warriors sent out from other directions also reported good news. Zhang Xuan's points increased by nearly 30,000. After estimating his current points, Zhang Xuan continued to order the skeleton warriors in all directions to speed up. The national exams were filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If a profession with very strong scores appeared, Zhang Xuan didn't want to waste time affecting the rankings. Soon, half an hour passed. All the students were instantly forced to teleport back to the hall. Some students were even teleported back with the monsters fighting. Of course, when they saw that the monster had also been teleported back, the nearby invigilators immediately attacked. The fourth round of assessment is over. Later, the sum of the points calculated will be displayed on the rankings. Students below the 50th place on the scoreboard will be eliminated. Students, please rest freely. With Mu Qinglang's serious voice, all the students felt relieved. However, although they were free, they quickly tensed up. At this moment, most of the students' gazes were on the screen. After all, the points weren't recorded in real time, and they didn't know their ranking. The first place belongs to me. Zhu Jin looked confidently at Zhang Xuan, who wasn't far away. He had gone all out in the fourth round of assessment just now. He didn't believe that anyone could be more efficient at farming monsters than him under such powerful firepower. Besides Zhu Jin, Qin Sen, who was covered in wounds, was also full of confidence. Although he couldn't get first place, he could definitely get into this was his absolute confidence in his profession. Zhang Xuan sat on the ground and quietly waited for the rankings to be released. If he had a chance to choose next time, he really didn't want to go to such an abandoned dungeon again. Now he felt that his breath was filled with a lingering rancid smell. How many points did you get? Are you confident in getting first place? Suddenly, Zhang Xuan smelled a nauseating smell. He turned around and saw Yu Tangshan, who was covered in unknown mucus, standing in front of him. Get lost. Stay away from me. Are you taking a bath with a dead fish? I'm helpless too. I encountered a few octopus monsters in the novice dungeon. The mucus stuck to my body can't be removed. Then don't come over. I don't know you. Zhang Xuan wrinkled his nose and leaned back. This rich fishy smell was even more terrifying than a biochemical nuclear bomb. However, when Liu Tangshan saw this, he took the initiative to speed up and run over. Zhang Xuan turned around and ran, but he saw Zhang Linyu suddenly appear in front of him. The inertia made Zhang Xuan subconsciously reach out and push her. Although he felt a momentary shock, Zhang Linyu was also pushed down by him. Are you okay? Zhang Xuan quickly reached out and pulled her up. Zhang Linyu blushed slightly. Then, she shook her head and looked up to ask, do you think you can get first place? That's right. I'm also concerned about this. Stay away from us. The pungent smell made Zhang Xuan and the other two speak in unison. Liu Tangshan cast a disdainful gaze and sat not far away. It's fine if you don't want to go over. I don't care. However, I obtained more than 170,000 points in the fourth round. I should be able to rank in the top 50. Actually, Liu Tangshan was a little humble. Although it was a little difficult for him to get into the top 5, it was definitely not a problem for him to get into the top 20. After all, he also had a Goblin King set and a legendary weapon that Zhang Xuan had given him. His damage output was definitely not low. Then, Zhang Xuan looked at Zhang Linyu. What about you? I should be able to get into the top 10. I almost got 220,000 points. Anyway, I definitely won't get higher than you. That's right. I feel that the national championship this time will definitely be yours. Liu Tangshan immediately echoed. The surrounding reference students heard the conversation between Zhang Xuan and the others. They all looked at them in surprise. Even if they worked hard, They could only get 100,000 points. Good lord, Zhang Xuan and the others kept saying that the lowest was 170,000 points. How could they live? Moreover, the scoreboard hadn't been released yet, but he dared to say that he was definitely the champion. How confident was he in his strength? Zhang Xuan didn't comment on this. Previously, he was still a little uncertain about his points, but now that he saw Zhang Linyu and Liu Tangshan, he was completely confident. You're really confident. Zhang Xuan, right? Are you treating the other class advancement players as their? A mocking voice sounded. Zhang Xuan and the others turned to look. A girl was fiddling with a lizard on her arm. She was Si Chuyu, who had always been stable in the top 5, a rare class beast tamer. Seeing Si Chuyu walk over with an unkind expression, Zhang Xuan frowned slightly. He didn't seem to have said anything, right? Her voice attracted the attention of many students. At this moment, everyone didn't care about resting and looked over. Zhang Linyu's expression was as cold as ice as she slowly walked away from Zhang Xuan. You're not convinced? Then surpass me first. I'll hope you can beat me, as long as you have the ability, Zhang Xuan replied calmly. Since she had already scolded him, he wouldn't pretend that nothing had happened like a fool. There was no need to be polite with such a person. After being rebuked by the two of them, Si Chiyu's expression clearly turned a little ugly. The lizard on her arm also bared its teeth and let out some ambiguous sounds. It's so lively. Hearing another unfamiliar voice, Zhang Xuan turned around. It was Zhu Jin, who was ranked second. The other class advancement players tactfully moved aside. Zhu Jin walked over slowly. Everyone might be admitted to the same academy in the future. Don't quarrel. As for the scores for the 4th round, everyone just has to perform at their full level. What do you think? Humph, I want to see what he can use to surpass the main battle profession. Si Chiyu said disdainfully and walked away. Zhang Xuan glanced at Zhu Jin. Although this guy sounded like a peacemaker, it was obvious from his eyes that he was a little hostile to him. At this moment, a red light appeared under the feet of the students, one after another. The students who were enveloped immediately panicked. Because this meant that they were eliminated. Why? I clearly obtained a lot of points. Chen San's expression was dark. Under the red light, his expression was extremely ugly. As a rare profession, Schultzard warrior, he couldn't accept being eliminated no matter what. At this moment, the list of students in the top 50 appeared on the big screen, one after another. First place, Zhang Xuan, level 17 advanced necromancer. Only hidden profession. Points, 516,454. Second place, Zhu Jin, level 17 mechanical soldier, rare class. Points, 242,121. Third place, Zhang Linyu, level 16 elementalist, rare class. Points, 227,544. No way? The first place actually has 500,000 points? How is this possible? More than 500,000 points. I'm curious how this was obtained? With this monster farming speed, he can't kill one monster every second, right? Doesn't he have to look for monsters everywhere? All the students present were shocked by this ridiculous number of points. More than 500,000 points. This was almost 200,000 points higher than last year's top scorer. In fact, this score had already broken the historical record. The highest score in history was only 340,000. It wasn't just the students. The surrounding invigilators were all shocked. They were also shocked by the extremely ridiculous points on the screen. Many of the invigilators present had experienced many exams. In the past, not to mention 300,000, students with close to 300,000 points were very rare. This could be seen from Zhu Jin's points. As a rare profession with the strongest firepower, he had only obtained less than 250,000 points. Why are his points so high? Sichu looked at the screen in disbelief. She was ranked 7th, but she had never expected Zhang Xuan, who was ranked 1st, to have more than 500,000 points. Moreover, Zhang Xuan's profession was a support. This made her, as a main battle-type profession, instantly feel as if someone had slapped her a few times. Not far away, Zhu Jin stared fixedly at the screen. Even someone as calm as him had completely broken through his defense because of the very large difference in points. It's twice as good as mine. How did he do it? If the difference in the previous round still made him feel that Zhang Xuan had done it through opportunism, this fourth round of testing had completely shattered his original opinion. Zhu Jin had also chosen Hell mode, but under the same conditions, Zhang Xuan's points were more than double his. He couldn't understand how this only hidden class could restrict him from killing twice as many monsters as him at the same time. I can't accept it. I feel that there's something wrong with this scoreboard. A questioning voice instantly came from the originally quiet hall. The surrounding invigilators immediately walked over when they saw this. Chen Xin walked forward angrily, and a few invigilators immediately stopped him. Student, there will definitely be no problem with the accumulation of points. If you have any questions, you can watch the real-time recording later. Please don't disturb the order of the examination hall. A level 50 invigilator stood in front of Chen Sen, but Chen Sen immediately pointed at Zhang Xuan and said indignantly, "How can a support like him get 500,000 points? Furthermore, it's a hidden profession. There must be a problem. I want to report it and appeal." As soon as Chen Sen finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to have changed subtly. Many students looked at Chen Sen silently. Although they also felt that there was something wrong with this scoreboard, it had to be known that this year's main examiner was Mu Qinglang. His strictness was famous. Moreover, the monsters in the exam were all set up by the officials of Longzhia country. Chen Sen's doubts were equivalent to doubting the officials. Suddenly, a heavy pressure came over. Everyone turned to look at the high platform in front of the hall. Chen Sen's heart skipped a beat when he felt this pressure. He suddenly regretted it. There's nothing wrong with Zhang Xuan's results. The 4 deans and I have already watched the entire process. The academy retained the surveillance cameras during the exam. If any student has any doubts, you can watch the real-time video with me. Mu Qinglang appeared on the high platform. His serious gaze swept across the audience, and there was silence. Previously, there might have been people who had doubts about this result. But what kind of existence was the Dean of the 4 Sages Academy? How could they give a supplementary result to fake? Si Chu and Zhu Jin, who were originally very unconvinced, finally became honest at this moment. With such an expert appearing, there was definitely no abnormal possibility of Zhang Xuan's results. In the beginning, Chen Sini, who was the happiest, didn't dare to speak at all. At this moment, it was as if there was something stuck in his throat. He didn't dare to raise his previous doubts at all. So this is the pressure of a class advancement player. Zhang Xuan felt the constant pressure emanating from Mu Qinglang. This was the real expert who had fought with the abyssal monsters. Every word and action revealed an incomparable dignity. Seeing that all the students were silent, Mu Qinglang said slowly, "You still have a chance to be selected to enter the 4 Sages Academy. The 5th round of assessment will continue." With that, he walked straight down the platform and came to Zhang Xuan. "Come with me. There's no need for you to continue participating in the subsequent assessment." Zhang Xuan responded and followed without stopping. All the students stared in shock at Zhang Xuan, who was following Mu Qinglang far away. According to the exam rules, no students were allowed to leave before the 5 rounds of the written test. He was directly accepted? I think so, because Master Mu has already said that Zhang Xuan's results are fine. No one will be able to shake the 1st place in the 5th round. He's too strong. A 6th transition big shot is personally participating, but I don't know what rank he'll enter. Needless to say, he is definitely number 1 in the country. The 5th round of assessment was based on the first 4 rounds to carry out a new round of assessments to choose the 1st place in the country. But now that Zhang Xuan had been taken away, there seemed to be no doubt about the 1st place. Zhang Xuan followed Mu Qinglang along the long corridor. He had long heard of this old man in front of him who had scars everywhere on his body. The 6th transition expert, Mu Qinglang, wasn't only the current dragon commander of Longzai country, but also an expert who had been awarded a medal. His battle achievements could be said to be endless. It was said that he had single-handedly killed monsters back then. Therefore, even Zhang Zhuan had some respect for and admiration for Mu Qinglang. Your class skill should be able to greatly reduce the monster's attributes and remove the debuff on you, right? As they were walking, Mu Qinglang spoke. You're right. It's a very good profession, and you have such a strong summon. Although it's a support profession, your performance has already surpassed all the current main battle professions. Don't be nervous from now on. I'll take you to meet a few people. Mu Qinglang's every word was emotionless, but his words revealed an unquestionable dignity. Walking into the monitoring room, Zhang Zhuan immediately saw 4 old men sitting on the sofa. His heart couldn't help but tighten. These 4 people were actually the 4 deans of the 4 Sages Academy. Zhang Zhuan had seen these 4 people on television. They were all powerhouses at the 6th transition. One had to know that in this world, the highest level was only 7. Therefore, although there was only 1 level difference between Dean Jiao and him, the level difference between the 2 sides was 20 levels. First of all, congratulations on being admitted to the 4 Sages Academy. Your results no longer require you to take the 5th round of examinations. We asked you here for no other reason. According to the usual practice in the past, although the 4 of us are the ones who choose the students, the situation this year is special. We hope you can choose a school you like. Of course, no matter which academy you choose, we will respect your choice. At the same time, the championship reward will be given to you. How about that? Several deans spoke one after another, except for Daipan, the dean of the Azure Dragon Institute. Instead, he looked a little unhappy. This was mainly because he had already recruited the national top scorer last year, so he was excluded this year. However, no matter how one looked at it, Zhang Zhuan this year was much better than last year. I want to ask which school my sister, Zhang Anya, is in. I want to be with my sister. Although this was the first time he faced such a lineup, Zhang Zhuan still answered immediately. The reason why Zhang worked so hard was because wanted to see Yaya as soon as possible. Now that he had a choice, Zhang Zhuan naturally hoped to be with her. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 deans were stunned. This was because they hadn't chosen to recruit Zhang Anya, who was ranked 30th in the country last year. As for Zhang Anya, she was currently studying at the Azure Dragon Institute. I remember that some people said just now that they respect others' choices. I wonder if what you said still counts? Dean Dai's unhappy expression changed. He looked at the 3 of them, who were in a dilemma. At this moment, the other 3 deans wished they could pull Dean Qinglong out and beat him up. After all their calculations, they had still missed this point. If Zhang Zhuan wasn't around, they naturally had a way to get Dean Dai to agree, but it was clearly impossible now. Then, Dean Dai stood up and extended his hand to Zhang Zhuan with a smile. Congratulations on joining the Azure Dragon Institute. Zhang Zhuan reached out and held Dean Dai's hand. He was a little excited. It had been a year. He could finally meet that girl. After leaving the examination hall, Zhang Zhuan boarded a private plane to the 4 Sages Academy under Dean Dai's arrangements. Dean Dai was still busy with enrollment matters, so he didn't follow Zhang Zhuan. However, before he left, he handed Zhang Zhuan a card with a dragon pattern. Although he didn't know what it did, Zhang Zhuan still accepted it. After half an hour of flying, Zhang Zhuan finally saw a looming, towering building in front of him. As the private plane continued to approach, the rows of tall buildings were finally clearly revealed in front of Zhang Zhuan. I didn't expect it to be so big. Even though he had seen many videos related to the 4 Sages Academy on television, he was still shocked by the size of the 4 Sages Academy with his own eyes. The entrance of the 4 Sages Academy alone could completely accommodate the private plane. After that, the private plane slid all the way and finally stopped under a huge lawn. After getting off the private plane, Zhang Zhuan immediately saw a huge building with a dragon's head carved on it in front. There were 3 buildings in 3 directions that were similarly carved, but they were portraits of the other three holy beasts. "Hello, you should be this year's top scorer. I was arranged by the dean to pick you up." Not long after the private plane left, a clear female voice came from not far away. Zhang Xuan turned around and saw that the girl had already arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The girl was about 1.6 meters tall. Her face was like an underage high school student's, and there were places where there was meat. She was wearing the uniform of the Four Sages Academy, but the badge on her chest was a tiger-shaped pattern that raised its head and roared. "Come with me. You can call me Ryuozan or senior sister. I'll take you to record your information." Before Zhang Xuan could ask, Ryuozan held his hand and walked towards the tiger-headed building. Zhang Xuan clearly felt that something was wrong. At this moment, a figure as fast as lightning stood in front of Ryuozan. "No wonder Dean Dai asked me to come over quickly. So you want to take advantage of this time to poach her." A tall and well-defined girl appeared beside Zhang Xuan. Then, she said kindly to Zhang Xuan, "You're the junior who was admitted early this year, right?" Zhang Xuan nodded. Looking at the dragon-shaped badge on her chest, she should be a senior from the Azure Dragon Institute. "I say, Gu Shanshan, it's meaningless to snatch her halfway," Ryuozan said angrily. It seemed like she had no intention of letting go of Zhang Xuan. However, in the next second, she suddenly felt Zhang Xuan retract his hand. It was obvious that they were here to snatch her away, but Zhang Xuan wouldn't be affected by beauty. These women he didn't know were definitely not as important as Yaya. "But can't you consider White Tiger Academy? I don't have a suitable support yet. If you can come. I need you very much," Ryuozan said pitifully. Her exquisite face looked very adorable. "Can you not be so disgusting? You're bullying a child whose mind isn't firm. I'm sorry, but thank you for your kindness, senior sister. However, I still want to join the Azure Dragon Institute. If there's a chance in the future, I can play as a support for you." Before Gu Shanshan could finish speaking, Zhang Xuan replied politely. Seeing that Zhang Xuan didn't waver, the weakness on Ryuozan's face instantly disappeared. Then, she said angrily, "Let's go. I don't need you to play support for me." Faced with such a huge contrast, a word suddenly appeared in Zhang Xuan's mind: "A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea." That woman's name is Ryuozan. She's one of the top 3 students in White Tiger Academy. Don't think that she's cute now. When she goes crazy in battle, she won't even let her teammates off. Following Gu Shanshan on the flat road, Zhang Xuan learned about Ryuozan's general information and also understood the situation of the Azure Dragon Institute. The Four Sages Academy covered a total of 1,000 square kilometers, and each academy occupied a quarter of it. In terms of area alone, the Four Sages Academy was already the top existence in the country. There were less than 400 students in the Azure Dragon Institute. Although they only recruited 50 students every year, there were often students who performed well and were promoted from the lower level institutes. In addition, the Four Sages Academy had a 5-year learning system, so the number of students in the 4 academies was about 1,500. As the top academy in the country, the 4 branches of the Four Sages Academy undoubtedly had the best resources. Each sub-college is equipped with a very comprehensive nurturing system that can be adjusted according to your profession. Moreover, strictly speaking, there was no difference in the nurturing systems of these 4 branches. Their purpose was only to increase internal competition. "Look, that's the Four Sages Tower that you can enter to train once a month." When they arrived at a wide square, Gu Shanshan pointed in a direction. Zhang Xuan turned around and saw a towering obsidian tower standing in the middle of the square. Zhang Xuan naturally knew some information about the Four Sages Towers. It could provide a large amount of experience, and as each level climbed, the amount of experience gain would continue to increase. The student who climbed the highest number of floors every month would also receive an additional reward from the Azure Dragon Institute. According to Gu Shanshan, the student who is currently the tallest in the tower could climb to the 75th floor. Since Gu Shanshan was sent to pick Zhang Xuan up, her strength was naturally not bad. She could reach the height of the 70th floor. As for Zhang Anya, because she had only become a student here last year, she could only climb to the 55th floor at the moment. However, this was also a relatively outstanding result in the Azure Dragon Institute. Following Gu Shanshan, Zhang Zhuan spent 2 hours going through the general layout of the Azure Dragon Institute. Along the way, she had roughly understood the information on the entire Azure Dragon Institute. Then, Gu Shanshan brought Zhang Zhuan to the dormitory. Although it was called a dormitory, when Zhang Zhuan arrived at the dormitory area, he looked around and saw independent villas in front. After following Gu Shanshan for a while, Zhang Zhuan saw a few class advancement players along the way. They didn't pay much attention to Zhang Zhuan. However, those who could appear here were all advanced class advancement players. Zhang Zhuan arrived at a villa. After that, under Gu Shanshan's arrangements, his fingerprints and authentication were done. This villa officially became his residence. Every villa is equipped with complete facilities. You can get anything you need. Although you don't need to spend money here, you need to spend points to use anything. Take the villa you're currently living in as an example. The number of points required for a month is 8,000. Other items are also clearly priced when you consume them. As Gu Shanshan explained, she took out a card engraved with dragon patterns. Then, she went to a magic round table in the middle of the villa's hall and pasted the card. Buying Coke 2, 50 points consumed, current points remaining, 84,617. Then, Gu Shanshan put away the card. 2 bottles of Coke appeared on the magic round table. She picked one up and handed it to Zhang Zhuan. You can buy most of the things you need at the magic round table. Of course, the price of different things is also different. The points you obtained during the previous examination can be reserved for use at this stage, but if there's consumption, there needs to be replenishment. You can carry out some Mystic Realm trials on a daily basis. You can also sell some materials to obtain points. You'll understand the exact ratio yourself when the time comes. However, if your points are exhausted and you haven't replenished them in time, you might be expelled from here. Even if you aren't expelled, it'll be difficult to move around in the school without points, so you have to pay attention to your points at all times. Zhang Zhuan nodded. He roughly understood that points were equivalent to another currency in the Four Sages Academy. However, just 2 bottles of Coke had consumed 50 points. Thinking about it, the points he had obtained previously didn't seem to be much. It's not that I'm stingy, but it's not easy to earn points here, so you still have to pay the rent for this month. At this moment, Gu Shanshan reminded him. Zhang Zhuan remembered that Dean Dai had indeed given him such a card before. Then, he took out the card and walked to the magic round table. The monthly rent has been deducted. Minus 8,000 points, current remaining points, 508,646. Good lord, how did you get so many points? Gu Shanshan, who was standing at the side, was stunned when she saw the score displayed on the magic round table. She knew very well that the young man in front of her had just finished taking the entrance examination. Although she also knew that Zhang Zhuan had decided to enter the Azure Dragon Institute as first place, wasn't this score a little too ridiculous? Thinking about how she had worked so hard to get 200,000 points back then, Gu Shanshan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. No wonder Dean Dai had specially contacted her to pick him up. It was also very rare for the White Tiger Academy to send people out to snatch a student. It turned out that Zhang Zhuan was really extraordinary. These are all points earned in the 4th round. But then again, where does my sister live? Due to the uniqueness of the Four Sages Academy, students weren't allowed to contact the outside world before graduation. Therefore, Zhang Zhuan had basically cut ties with Zhang Anya in the past year. Now, he couldn't contact her even if he wanted to. I checked before I picked you up. Zhang Anya went on a crusade mission. Her weapon enchantment needs the boss materials in this mission. But she's been out for 2 or 3 days and should be back tomorrow. Just rest assured. Oh, right. Usually, you need to find a few students to form a team. Only then can you guarantee the success rate and efficiency of the dungeon. You've just joined, so you shouldn't be able to find a team for a while. Coincidentally, we're going to clear a dungeon tonight. One of our members left because of something. Do you want to join us? No problem, thank you, senior sister. Zhang Xuan nodded. After all, as a newcomer, there was no harm in learning more about this place. However, when he thought about how Yaya had always been alone, Zhang Xuan still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, she was a girl. As her brother, it was impossible for Zhang Xuan not to feel guilty.